on the various evil words that we could be using and how it could be affecting us. Again, he used the word evil tree. So if we look at a bad tree, I think he does give some. He does give some also attributes of the evil tree as well. So, where are we? 14, where are we? 26.
Sorry, can I ask you just a clarification? You said trees provide habitat.
Yes.
But that's for monkeys. It's not for humans, isn't it?
Yes, that's true. Trees do provide habitat for monkeys, but the material of trees could provide habitat for human beings. The wood can be used, and
Okay.
also.
So what reflection are you doing on that aspect of the tree with the good word?
Okay, so. Give me one second, hold on. I think we're saying that basically the same way a good word can be a form of like a good place to live.
That could be a profound statement. You'll have to clarify. A good word is something to stay in. How do you mean?
I'll have to leave that alone.
Okay. So sorry, I interrupted. You were saying that let's look at the attributes of the evil tree.
Sure. So, yeah. So it's saying the. Okay.
Time is up, yeah.
Okay.
But before we go to the next ayah, Mustafa, what are the possible meanings of kalima in this ayah? Because this is one of the main key words in the ayah. What are some of the possible meanings of kalima in this ayah?
Could be the statement of shahada.
Okay. And then?
Sorry, before you continue to the next one, do you have any evidence from the Quran for that?
For what, sorry?
So Shaykh is asking, what is an example of kalima tayyiba, the good word, and you're saying kalima shahada. Where'd you get that from?
Okay, no, that was I don't have the evidence. Sorry.
Okay. Where did you get it from?
Just listen to lectures and a bit of brief reading. I suppose I've not researched as well as I could have.
Okay.
Any other meaning? Then we go to the next ayah.
No, I'm done with that.
Okay, thanks.
So just give us a minute before you start the next. Yeah.
Sure. It's water, please. Water. Thank you.
Zara, how much time are we giving him for the second one?
25 minutes.
No. How much time is he going to present? 10. And then we get 15 minutes.
But I'll do that at the 20-minute mark.
So, Brother Mustafa, you know, you will get a 10-minute time to present. You can use less than that, it's your wish.
Okay.
And then we will have. So, if we want clarification, we can stop him as he's presenting? Okay.
I'll just do a bell at the 20-minute mark so we know how to
Sure. Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
What was the ayah?
Okay. So the ayat is ayat 26 of Surah Baqarah.
Okay. So give a minute. 26.
Yep, 26. Okay, so once again, just going to start by reading a translation of the ayat, so everyone's on the same page. It says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Surely Allah is not ashamed to set forth any parable, that of a gnat or anything above that. Then as for those who believe, they know that it's the truth from their Lord. And as for those who disbelieve, they say, what is it that Allah means by this parable? He causes many to err by it, and many He leads aright by it. But He does not cause to err except the transgressors. Okay. So once again, I think it's a good starting point with this one to look at why has Allah chosen to use parables. And so the actual cause of revelation for this verse was that there were people who were criticizing the Quran and mocking the Quran, saying, why is Allah using little things to make examples? What's the meaning of this? And then this ayat was revealed as an answer to those people, and it talks about a gnat or a mosquito. I found this ayat very interesting because when we look at a mosquito, it's got some very interesting features. The first thing is a mosquito is very small. And so ask, Allah in His wisdom has chosen something very small to talk about as an example for human beings. When people are criticizing, Allah in His Majesty could choose absolutely anything. He's talking about the most tiny creature. And when we look at the features of this creature, there's a lot of interesting things about mosquitoes that relate to us. The first one is that these mosquitoes carry very big disease, which, from my research, kills anywhere between 700,000 to 1 million people a year, which is quite humbling as a human being, that we think it's something small. And again, it goes back to our attitude to decide how much of a lesson we want to take. It's also, if we look at the life of a mosquito, it survives anywhere between sort of 1 week to 8 weeks. And again, it's a way for us to reflect on our own existence and how short and fleeting our life is. I think it was also worth reflecting on why Allah uses parables to begin with. So from the reading I did and the reflection that I did, the first reason is imagery. That Allah, again, He's very wise and very powerful and very eloquent. He could explain exactly what He means, but we have a saying, a picture paints 1,000 words. And so when Allah uses imagery, it's a way to really relate to the human being. And if Allah connects to us in different ways in the Quran, in some places He gives us direct commands, in other places He uses parables, in other places He tells us stories. And so Allah, being the creator of us, He best knows what's going to hit the message best for us. But what's interesting, in spite of Allah knowing what's best for us, we still have the choice as human beings as to whether we decide to take the message or not, which is what this whole ayat is talking about. Because it goes back to talk about how some people will use the parable as a way to get closer to Allah and closer to the message and humble themselves. And other people will mock and ridicule and find excuses to turn away from it. I think the Quran talks about attitude a lot. So if we look at Surah number 7, ayat 204, it talks about...
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Chapter 7?
Chapter 7, verse 204.
Okay.
This talks about the importance of being humble. And if we compare this to Surah 31, verse 7.
Sorry, your reference doesn't seem to be correct. 204 is not the right one.
Yeah.
Let me find it. Sorry. Yes, it says here, okay, it says, and when the Quran is recited, then listen to it and remain silent, that mercy may be shown to you. And maybe I've misread the verse, but I took that as a form of humility, that when the Quran is being recited to you, you should be listening and trying to take a message from it. Okay. You know, and if we compare it to other parts of the Quran or other prophets, so for example, the people of Prophet Nuh famously would put their fingers in their ears and turn away from the message. And so it goes towards our attitude to when the message is coming to us, is what I took from this. Okay. If we compare it to Surah 31, verse 7, let's have a quick look. Right together. Yes, yes. Look at Surah 31, verse 7. So Surah Luqman, it says here, and when our communications are recited to him, he turns back proudly, as if he had not heard them, as though in his ears were a heaviness. Therefore announce to him a painful chastisement. Again, this comes back to attitude, is that, you know, the verse in question is comparing two types of people. There are the people who, when the message comes to them, they reflect on it and they take a lesson from it. And the second group of people who are led by, who got astray by the same thing. And so why is it that it's the same parable? Why is it that some people are getting guidance and some people are getting misguided? Is this Allah's fault, or, you know, God forbid, or is this to do with our own attitude? And I think this also leads into free will as well, because if it was going to be Allah who was misguiding people from it, then on the day of judgment, people would have a valid complaint and say, why is it that we are now being punished when it was Allah who misguided us? But this is not the meaning. And in fact, if we look throughout many of the parables that we've been given, you know, to actually study for this Tafseer session, I think one of the overarching themes seems to be human beings have been given this opportunity and many faculties to use to reflect on what we've been given. And, you know, there's ayahs which keeps comparing human beings to animals. So, for example, we have Surah 7, 176, which compares to a panting dog who's never at rest. And we also have the same Surah 179, which is then talking about how we have hearts and ears and eyes, but we don't use them, or people don't use them. And so it seems to be a running theme of the Quran to not be arrogant and to be humble in the face of the message, even if the example being given is a very small example. What's also interesting as well is that in the Quran, Allah does use not just the mosquito, but He continues to use small creatures throughout. So, for example, there's a whole surah which is named after the bee. Surah Nahl, I think it's number 16 from memory. And so Allah, in all His wisdom, He's revealed a book for all mankind, for all time. He's only revealed 114 chapters and chosen to name one of those chapters after a bee. And so the message is very clear for human beings, is that we have a choice in terms of how we use our faculties. So the main takeaways from this ayat for me was, number one, every moment matters. Because if something as small as a mosquito can be serving as an example for us, that means that everything that we look at, and everything we see, and everything that we hear, every moment of our life is an opportunity to turn our life around and take guidance from Allah if we are actively seeking it. Number two, every word in the Quran matters. So Allah has chosen to use the word mosquito, but Allah could have chosen to use any word instead of mosquito. Clearly, Allah in all His wisdom knows what was the best parable to give in terms of the smallness of size versus the bigness of impact. And if we look into today's world, what we know about, for example, as human beings, we know even people die from nut allergies, and a nut allergy often cannot even be even the thing. It's just even being in the presence of nuts, people choke nowadays. And so it's quite interesting. Again, it's a constant reminder to humble ourselves in front of our Creator. And the third and the final point is that attitude is everything. So it's not about what Allah reveals, it's about how we decide to approach it. Because the message is the same for everyone. Muslims, Christians, Jews, atheists, Hindus, we all have access to the same Quran in front of us. But it's about how we choose to interact with it that will determine our fate. And I think that's me done.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brother Mustafa. Few questions.
Sure.
Some are to seek clarifications from what you presented.
Sure.
And some obviously is to get to know to what extent you've appreciated the verse in question. So the first one is regarding the reason for the revelation of this verse.
Okay.
Are there any other reasons for revelation, or is just the one you mentioned?
This is the only one I came across in my research.
Where did you get that from?
Again, it was a Google search.
But what's the reference of that?
I didn't make a note of it.
Yeah, so references are very important to make sure that accuracy is maintained.
Sure.
Because this is Quran.
It's a fair point.
Yeah. Definitely there are other reasons for revelations.
Okay.
And that is why it's important when you look at every verse of the Holy Quran, you don't look at it in isolation. You try to explore more by looking at different resources. So that is one.
Okay.
The second question, or to seek clarification if you like, what's the essence of parables within the Holy Quran? This you need to take your time and explain to me properly. The essence of parables within the Holy Quran.
Okay. So the essence of parable in the Holy Quran, from my understanding, is that Allah is using parables as a way to make human beings reflect on the things that they see, in terms of how the lessons can be derived from what we see in the external world and compare it to the signs that we're getting from the revelation. Okay, so for example, that Allah is the creator of the Quran. It's His word, and He's also the creator of everything that we see outside as well. But Allah is not inside the creation. So everything that we see outside, because it's Allah's creation, everything outside should match with everything that we see inside the creation. But it's our choice in terms of whether we decide to appreciate and utilize what we see externally to connect with the Creator, or whether we don't.
Allah is powerful, you agree?
Of course.
Why would you use parables to explain to people? Why would you use parables to convince people?
Okay, so I think, again, from my understanding, I think I already answered this question earlier, but the first one was imagery, because human beings appreciate imagery. It's the way we've been designed. I think I gave the phrase that a picture paints 1,000 words. It's a way for us to visualize things and understand things in a way that settles well with us, is one way. And the second reason is eloquence, is because by giving a parable, it means that we can appreciate something from a variety of different perspectives without saying every single one of them. So, so for example, when we came to Allah said He can give the parable of a mosquito or something even smaller. By saying such a thing, it means that we have the opportunity now to reflect on why did Allah say mosquito, and we could think about the various different aspects of a mosquito and how that affects our life, rather than Allah basically saying all the things about mosquito that we should be thinking about. So, for example, the fact it carries diseases, the fact it has a short life, it can be analyzed from many different angles, and this is part of the eloquence of Allah, is that He's using few words to convey a very big message, which would take volumes.
I need you to explain this properly for me. Why would Allah use mosquito? Because you realize the disbelievers made mockery of this. If you have read a lot on this verse, why would Allah use something in our eyes sort of trivial as mosquito?
Okay, because Allah wants to show that He can choose the smallest thing that we can see to make a message. Because I think they were making things, or they were making.
Why
fun.
will you use small thing to make a message? Why?
Okay.
What's the secret? That's what I'm trying to arrive at. What's the secret behind using the smallest thing as mosquito?
Okay,
to
so
make an example, to convince people who were disbelievers.
okay. From my understanding, the people who are mocking already by Allah using something smaller is not aiming to convince those people, because those people already have a bad attitude anyway. So no matter what Allah uses, those people were not going to believe anyway. I think the message is more aimed to the people who are humble, that look, or people who want to be humble, that look, you can take anything, even the smallest thing, and if you have the right attitude towards it, you can still let that lead you towards Allah.
Therefore, why you see mosquito then? Why mosquito?
Because again from my thinking, that a mosquito, being as small as it is, still has such a large impact, and so something very, very small can still have such a large impact. So for example, it's, how do you say, it's like proportionate, right? Is that Allah could use the example of something bigger, but it may, again, this is my thinking, but it may not have the same relative impact as what a mosquito does in terms of a human life, because a mosquito is comparable to human in the sense that it's a live creature. So for example, Allah could use the example of, let's say, the sun, which is much bigger than the mosquito, but it's all about Allah choosing what He felt was going to deliver His message best, and He wanted to choose something very small deliberately, because He's making a point that no matter how small the thing is that you're looking at.
Any Quran ayah or hadith from Ahl al-Bayt to explain the reason as to why mosquito is used here?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
There is. So this is something you need to look into. There is from Imam al-Baqir alayhi salam as to why mosquito is really important.
Okay.
Yes, Allah wants people to reflect, to go back to their senses, to see the greatness of Allah in just this small creature. And if they were able to see the greatness of Allah in this small creature, then of course the great creatures will be easier.
Okay.
So that's very, very important, something to look into. I will pass you to Sheikh, and then if we still have more time, we'll come back, inshallah.
So, Brother Mustafa, you said in order to set the context, let's read the translation.
Okay.
And you said that Allah is not ashamed to set forth a parable about, it's very important, about what and above. You read the translation about the gnat, and then you started talking about the mosquito. Which one is which? Which is being referred to? And Sheikh is asking you why that particular insect is being used as an example. But which insect is being mentioned? Is it a gnat? Is it a mosquito? Or is there a difference of opinion amongst the translators and commentators about the insect being referred to?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I assumed it was a mosquito. That's what I came across in my reading. But you're quite right. It does say gnat in the translation. I just assumed a small creature is, because I understand there is from my research there's sort of 3,500 different variances of these small creatures, and I didn't really think in much detail about which one Allah is referring to in this ayat. I took a bit on face value that he's referring to very small creatures, the smallest that we can kind of that we can see.
What does that mean? 5 minutes. Wow. Okay, so God is not ashamed to set forth a parable regarding a gnat or something above that. Is that what the verse said?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, above that meaning what? Above the gnat is what? God is not ashamed to set forth another example above the gnat, meaning what?
I'm not sure what it means. If I was to think upon it, I would assume that Allah means something even smaller.
What's smaller than the gnat?
Well, the thing is that I think now we know there's, if we think back then at the time it's being revealed, the Arabs would not have things like microscopes to be able to see things like germs and stuff that we have now. So it's possible, but I don't know for sure that Allah is referring to organisms which are not visible to the eye.
Okay, so in your understanding, the smallest visible insect was the gnat.
That would be my understanding, yes.
Could it be a fly?
Could be.
Are you aware of the spectrum of the sizes of
No.
flies?
I'm not, no.
And there could be insects visible, smaller in size than the mosquito or the gnat. And the Quran is referring to that. God says I could give an example of an insect smaller than the gnat. Visible, not the microscopic one.
That's true. I'd not thought of that.
What could be the other meaning of above that? God sets forth an example or a parable of the gnat or something above that.
Could be bigger animals.
Bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
What are the animals or insects mentioned in the Quran bigger than the gnat?
Oh, he talks about the fly.
The fly.
Yes, he does.
Where
yes.
is that?
This is in Surah 22, verse 78, I believe.
No, the reference is not right.
No? This is reference. Can I have a look?
No, we'll have to skip that because we're running against time. This young lady here is very strict.
Okay, right. Okay.
So you'll allow me to deduct a point for that. You gave us
Fair
the
enough, sure.
wrong reference.
Okay.
Bigger than the gnat, other than the fly, mentioned in the Quran?
The bee.
The what?
The bee.
The bee, yes, you mentioned that,
Yep.
okay. Other than that, mentioned in the Quran?
I can't think of anything else off the top of my head.
Okay. Sorry?
Yeah, Bismillah, continue.
Yeah. So the most important question is, God is not ashamed. To feel shame, is it a human quality or a divine quality? How do you justify attribution of a human feeling to God? God feels shame. How do you explain that?
Well, that's a great question. I'd not thought of that. But
Okay.
what I would say is that it says God does not feel shame. So Allah does not have that emotion.
So is this a permanent, eternal state of God, never to feel shame? Or no, on some occasions he does feel shame, presuming that feeling or not feeling shame can be justified for God?
I'm scared to answer because I feel as though you've probably got references on both ends. But if I was to hazard a guess or say my initial feelings, I would say Allah does not have human qualities, and so Allah never feels shame. And if there's
So if he's eloquent and chooses his words very carefully and very wisely, what is he trying to say? He does not feel shame. And you say that no, he does not have human feelings. That's not fair. She's making me feel ashamed now. Can we allow him just this one question to answer?
Yeah, it's because we feel shame. So,
Okay.
And so when Allah says something, He's keeping in mind His audience. When Allah says something, He's not saying something for Him to get for the guidance to help Himself. The message is being said to guide who wants to take the guidance.
So can I
And so
rephrase
yeah,
your understanding is that God does not feel shame or in the way human beings do, but he's talking to humans. So he says, if ever I were to feel shame, this is not an issue on which I would feel ashamed. Is that what he's trying to say? There has to be some justification. I mean, God is wise, so if he's saying he does not feel shame, what is the implication?
I would be guessing, and so I would rather research it further.
Right. There's one more question, but I guess time is up. Am I allowed? So you were saying that the parables that God sets forth, we need to respond to it by listening attentively and reflecting and having the right attitude of humility, right?
Yes.
But the disbelievers have an attitude of arrogance.
Yes.
They just don't want to reflect. In fact, they just want to mock and find excuses to reject. And that's why they'll come up with the issue of size and small insect and what does God mean. But then you say God does not force human beings. He sets them the freedom to choose how to respond.
Okay.
He does not force them to be guided because so may I ask you to open chapter 28, Surah Mubarakah, Qasas, ayah number 56.
56, okay.
Can you recite that ayah for us, please? And then how would you justify that in light of what you were trying to say? Chapter 28,
28, yes.
verse number 56.
56. Okay, it says, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Surely you cannot guide whom you love, but Allah guides whom He pleases, and He knows best the followers of the right way.
So even the Prophet ﷺ is denied the ability to guide. It's God alone who guides. And yet you're saying that no, the arrogant ones, the disbelievers, God will not guide them. So on the day of judgment, based on this verse, can't they say, well, God did not want us to be guided. He himself has said so. He said even to the Prophet, don't you go out of your way. You can't. It's me. I'm the one who's going to guide them, not you.
Okay. Guidance belongs to Allah, for sure.
Yes.
And I think there's even an ayat which I can't find a reference, I'm so sorry, but there is an ayat which says, if Allah willed, He could have guided everybody. But I think the human experience is one of free will. So we have been given choices. And if Allah was, And I think our choices carry consequences, and so with each thing that we do, if we take, I think there's, we have hadith that say if we take one step towards Allah, He takes 10 steps towards us, for example. But these are metaphorical. These are of course metaphorical, because Allah doesn't actually walk anywhere. But our actions have consequences, and there's no reason for Allah to withhold His guidance from anybody, because what has Allah got to gain by putting anyone in hell anyway? I believe there's an ayat like this in the Quran anyway, which again I don't have references. I'm very sorry. And so I think this ayat needs to be taken in the fuller context of the whole Quran, where the overall message is we have free will. We've been given faculties, eyes, ears, heart to use. And if we continuously refuse to use them, then guidance will be withheld from us. But the ones who do use these faculties in a positive way will be guided. So it kind of marries together anyway, according to my understanding.
Yeah, so the disbeliever may say that, thanks very much, God has given me the free will, but He's setting an example for me to consider, which is the gnat. And what does He want me to learn from that? That there are 700,000 people or 1 million people being killed by that? Of course, this is a new statistics you're sharing with us. Bring yourself back to the time of the Prophet ﷺ, at the time when the ayah was revealed. Give us the practical point of the parable of the gnat, which God wants the disbeliever to reflect upon. And he's wondering, what am I supposed to learn from this gnat? What does God want me to... You gave the example, it's a small creature who causes so much disease. In that time, probably they may not have realized so much. You said that the gnat being... you said the mosquito being such a small creature.
That's a fair question. I take that. Again, I think it goes back to attitude and mockery. I'm sure that if the people who were mocking came to the Prophet and asked him with an open heart and genuine interest to want to learn what the message was, they would be able to receive the message. But the attitude of asking and mocking is not one of humility and wanting to try and take a message from it.
Okay, let's presume the believer came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. What would the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Do we have any hadith about how the Prophet interprets the parable of the gnat?
Not from my reading. Again, I could have read more widely, to be fair.
Okay. But as a believer, the Quran is praising the believer, the response by the believer. What is the response by the believer?
Humility.
To this parable?
The response is being humble and being guided aright. So,
Oh no, 2 people. Classic, man. No worries. Inshallah, you're lucky, Mustafa. Because I had another 3 questions.
Another time, inshallah.
No, inshallah.
No, but you know, in certain acts of ibadah, you can give niyabat, so you can give it to the other person.
The one coming after you will do the niyaba on your behalf.
Ahsantum. God bless you.
Thank you. Allah bless you, Mustafa. Ahsant. Done well. Sister Nasir. Okay, which? Yeah. The name, what's the name?
Sister Nasri.
Nasri, how do you spell? No, thank you. Thank you. So, 261, Sheikh.
Okay.
261.
No, we need to get some information from.
Yeah, Sister Nasreen. Sorry, Sister Nasreen. Sorry. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
How are you, Sister Nasreen? Are you okay, inshallah? You'll be fine, inshallah. We're here to learn, to unlearn, to relearn.
Wow.
So we're together in this. Is this the first time you're participating? Oh, lovely, last year.
And it was very interesting. I've tried, so I think I learned to use the al-mizan this time.
Of Allah, Tabataba.
Yeah, so I did have
The English one.
Yeah, I don't speak Farsi. So I just tried to use the al-hadi, the Latin.
Yes, Al-Hadi app.
That was my first basic.
Al-Hadi app has a lot of resources.
Yeah, I mean, last time I just used that one. I mean, this
Yeah.
time I tried to.
Although the resources, obviously, they give you the punchlines,
Yeah.
small. Like Ayah, they'll give you half a page.
Which program is
It's
that?
Hadi app. It's an app. It's good. It's in Farsi, in Arabic.
Okay.
It's in English. Yeah, it's a good app.
It's just all the enlightenment.
Yes, and it's all about Makarim, the Al-Ethnic commentary of the group of scholars. Yeah.
Do you have a paper?
Yeah.
No, I just
I have it
notes
here. I'll
later
use it
on.
to ask you questions. Maybe. So what motivated you to come this year?
It's just, there is so much learning. It's so hard to do it by yourself. When you have a deadline. I make an effort to really read
So
it
we're sharing, isn't it?
how
Yeah.
goes. My worry is that I can't do it justice.
No, definitely. Quran, you know Quran.
I know the references are so difficult to retain, but I've learned so much. So like you were saying, I don't know whether I'll be able to, whether it will all come out today, but I feel that
You've learned a lot.
I have. So I just feel, and I wouldn't do that if I didn't, it's hard, isn't it? Life
Yeah,
gets in the way.
true.
But when you have a deadline, you think, okay, so
It kind of pushed you.
yeah, so I wasn't really sure whether to continue, but I'll do my best.
No, I think you've done it's a good choice by coming. So what do you do in life?
I'm a mum of 2 girls, a wife. I work part-time for a small housing company. When you have family, you just do everything that it involves in school, different school, university, madrasa, mosque. So, well, you just get carried. It's life, isn't it? This
True.
is the thing, it's dunya. So you try.
It's
So it's trying to find that balance.
It doesn't stop, innit?
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster. Yeah, it doesn't stop. It's a lot.
So of the Munkar and Nakir, who is the Nakir and who is the Munkar?
I'm trying not to
Thanks.
think of you that way. You just said that you're both shining guides, so we're going to go with that.
That's a diplomatic way of saying it. No, people.
So you're not intimidated by we don't call this grilling, we just call a healthy academic conversation.
You already said grilling last night, shaking your
No,
introduction.
Ali Asghar
So
said
one
that.
of you said grilling.
Ali Asghar said that. Ali Asghar said
Yes, I didn't say that.
I mean, I've been through it before, so I know what to expect. It's
Alhamdulillah.
still very nerve-wracking.
Alhamdulillah.
No, you take your time, inshallah,
Okay.
and it will be good, inshallah. So this first one, obviously,
So what is the ayah she has selected?
261 Baqarah.
That's
So it's
by random selection.
random selection.
And your personal selection?
That's in the Surah Al-Hadid, ayah 20.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Al-Hadi 20. So inshallah, this one you have like 10 minutes to present, just to give us an idea of your appreciation of the verse. And if there is a need for any clarification, we will. Otherwise, we will send it to the next one.
Can you hear me?
So we're going to begin with Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah 261. Shall I recite it?
Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم مثل الذين ينفقون أموالهم في سبيل الله كمثل حبة أنبتت السبع سنابل في كل سنبلة 100 حبة والله يضاعف لمن يشاء والله واسع عليم. The parable of those who spend their property in the way of Allah is as the parable of a grain growing 7 ears, with 100 grains in each ear. And Allah multiplies for whom He pleases, and Allah is ample giving and all-knowing. Okay, so this ayah continues a theme that's begun in ayah 245 of the same surah. And then it continues for another kind of 13 ayahs, and it's talking about spending in the way of Allah. So we know that there are two kind of fundamental aspects of Islam, where we've got the rights of people and the rights of Allah. And as humans, in you know, our role is to fulfill both of those functions in our life. So this is, at first glance, it's talking about, you know, how humans are. We want to see numbers, we want to see tangible things in front of us. And it's saying if we give our property or our wealth or time, anything in the way of Allah, and there's this note about fi sabilillah, we often use that to talk about jihad and fighting in the way of Allah. But here it's showing that it can be, it's not restricted to jihad, you know, giving charity or your time, anything like that. And the reward is like this parable, where you sow a seed and a grain grows, and it grows 7 ears, and then it proliferates into even, you know, 100 grains. So for one deed, basically, you're getting a return of 700. And as humans, we like that. We like to see, you know, we want to see growth and multiplication. So it's a very vivid image that that Allah is giving us over here. Allama Tabatabai, you know, he says that there's been a lot of discussion on the nitty-gritty, you know, how there are no such grains that produce, you know, 700, perhaps a corn but not wheat. But he says, you know, this is all besides the point. The point is that you are getting, Allah is expansive in His return. So he says not to nitpick too much about the numbers. And there is a lot of discussion about how charity, you know, it serves many functions. So, you know, there's this idea of the goodly loan that's mentioned a couple of times. I know it's mentioned in Surah Al-Hadid, and I think also in possibly ayah 245 of Surah Al-Baqarah. But it's this idea that when you give charity, it's like giving it to Allah. So there's discussion in Al-Mizan about how it's good for society. So everything that Allah has given us in life to do is for goodness of the individual and for good of society. So when you give, normally you think, well, you're losing, but Allah here, you know, is very vividly saying, no, you're getting back 700-fold. But also in terms of society, you're helping. So not only are you enriching poor people, allowing them to sustain themselves better, you're creating a more even society. So it's to prevent the rich becoming, you know, too lavish, too extravagant. It's kind of, you know, it's just creating a more balanced, equal society. And there's also lots of discussion about usury. And this is, you know, so this is the adverse kind of, you know, giving. And then, you know, the later ayahs are talking about how you should give. So in ayah 263, it's saying, you know, give with kind speech and forgiveness. Don't reproach when you give charity. You know, don't do it to show off. Do it with the correct niyyah. And then the opposite, and that's what we'll give you in return. But when you give with riba and you charge interest and usury, the returns are minimal, you know, and Allah does not like that. And I think that's in Surah Rum, chapter 30, ayah 31. There's a reference to that kind of giving, you know, when you're charging interest, it has no increase in the eyes of Allah. So there's that very clear dichotomy between the type of good giving and the way that the one that Allah does not like. There's also the point about the words Allah uses here, the names of Allah, Wasi'un Alim. So this idea of Wasi' is Allah is all expansive in His mercy. There is no, this whole, there was a lot of discussion on this whole number. But the ayahs, saying that Allah gives so much more. It's almost as if we know that Allah uses these parables just for humans to understand better the concepts that He's giving. But this word wasi'a is describing more how expansive He is without number. There's this word, the idea of kathira, manifold. And I read, I think it was in the study Quran, when this ayah was revealed, Rasulullah immediately recited a dua. I think it was Rabbi Zid fil ummati. Rabbi Zid fil ummati. I actually heard it in a lecture from Sheikh Bamanpur. I don't think I read that one. So he heard this ayah when it was revealed and asked for increase for his ummah. And Allah immediately, accepted, and He revealed an ayah, but I don't have the reference because it was from a lecture, and it said, that Allah gives without number, like abundantly, which I thought was quite beautiful. I'm not sure what else I can elaborate on without being prompted. 4 minutes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you want to continue, you can. Otherwise, we can ask you some questions. Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
So we ask questions, or you
I think
want to elaborate more?
I don't know if I can elaborate more.
Okay, then let's ask some questions, isn't it?
Okay.
So this verse, is there any reason for revelation or not?
I didn't come across anything, so I'm not sure. I did look, but no, I can't. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay, something to check.
It wasn't mentioned in the study Quran. Normally, it will say the occasion of revelation.
Yeah.
I didn't, but I didn't read, enough maybe of that whole section.
Yeah. You mentioned like Allama Tabatabai. Where did he mention that?
Where did he mention?
So when you were explaining, you said Allama Tabatabai mentioned. That's
so just I tried to read from Al-Mizan. So the group.
Is it on under a particular ayah he mentioned that, or?
Under the ayah 261.
Very good. So it's always important to.
Okay. So I did try and read because there was a reference to ayah 245 as well.
Yeah.
And he did say that, all the following ayahs, talk about how to deliver the charity. And that is a condition of receiving this multiple reward, that it needs to be done with the correct intention, that it needs to be given in a good way, not to make the recipient feel, bad in any way. It should be given without reproach, without demand, and without injury as well. So there's lots of discussion about that.
Lovely. Sheikh, you want to say something before the time?
Yes. So you mentioned that fi sabilillah isn't only for jihad, but it can also be used for spending in the way of God. Is this your personal understanding, or you're quoting it from
I'm quoting it from Allama
Tabatabai rahmatullah alayh? Does he justify that? Because majority of the places where sabilillah is used is in the context of jihad. So where does he get this fi sabilillah concept here? Is there any other verse in the Quran which supports that?
I can't recall, I'm afraid. I just remember the discussion, how it's definitely not restricted. And semantically as well, sabil is like opening a pathway, if I recall. So sabil, is that correct? Sabil is a pathway, a path. So if you look at it in that way, it's not, there are many paths to Allah. Jihad is one of them. And even jihad, it's of the nafs as well. So actually you could look at giving charity is quite difficult on the nafs, those who have lots to give. You know, it's hard to give freely with the correct niyyah. So maybe that could go towards supporting.
So do you know there is a wajib charity in the Sharia?
The khums.
Sorry?
Khums and zakat.
And zakat. And one of the uses of that is fi sabilillah. And what is fi sabilillah? So somebody wants to spend the wajib charity fi sabilillah. So one charity would be, one use would be to help the poor, or some other causes. What is fi sabilillah? Because the ayah is saying the parable of those who spend fi sabilillah. So what is fi sabilillah?
Anything that Allah would like.
Right. So
That would cause good
specifics
in
have
society.
been mentioned, maybe not in the tafsir of this ayah, but in the tafsir of the other ayah, which says that charity should be spent amongst the different causes. One of them is fi sabilillah. Would you recall what fi sabilillah is according to the... So obviously you'll have to exclude to help the poor, because zakat has several uses. One of them is to help the poor.
The others could be building. It's
Sorry?
not buildings, for example, education.
Education. That means educating the poor.
Educating all.
Oh, educating all. Is that your
It's my own.
personal interpretation? Okay. All right.
There was just one other thing that I hadn't mentioned actually. Just in a couple of ayahs following, there are further parables that just show when you give without the correct niyyah, it's the parable of a smooth rock with earth upon it,
Yes.
heavy rain falls on it, and it's washed away.
Yes.
So it's this idea that to entrench the goodness of this good act,
Yeah.
it needs to be done with the good niyyah.
True.
Otherwise, it's just washed away.
Yes.
The way rain will just wash away anything. And it's quite, again, it's very, the imagery is really, it's easy, you know, to understand, and it makes more of an impact, which I think is the aim of the parables.
Okay. One final question, because I think time for this section is up. You said that these verses also refer to usury and the damaging effect it can have, and then you quoted chapter
Room.
chapter
Room.
room.
Yeah, I think
Verse number?
it's 31.
It's wrong.
No?
It doesn't matter. Our point is the message of that ayah. And you said that the usury increases wealth for the lender, but in God's eyes, that's not an increase.
There's no value to that.
Sorry?
There's no value to that kind of increase. So the parable is...
So how do you explain this? The lender, I mean, the whole financial system works on usury. The banking system works on that. The banking sector is thriving because of that. And now you're telling us, sorry, it's got no value. You'll have to explain how. I mean, you want to mortgage a house. You're going to pay the banker, and you're saying, sorry, I'm paying you for no value. What is this question of no value? I'm just using your own words. I'm not going back to the original ayah. I'm not asking you to analyze the wording of that ayah, exactly what is being said in that ayah. But assuming that what you've understood is correct, what is God trying to say?
God's telling us to make this distinction between earth and what we receive over here, and this idea that the actions, you know, that we're working towards akhirah, And in Akhirah we'll be recompensed. So all we have are our deeds. So we want the deeds that we do on earth, in our earthly life, to have weight. There's this whole idea that those that are batil, they just vanish. There'll be nothing to show for it. And there are these other ayahs in Surah Nur, for example, the mirage parable. So this idea that you're thirsty, you're looking for a mirage, you're expecting a return over there, and on the Day of Judgment you'll see there's no return because we haven't done it. It's not a goodly act.
Why has God kept no return for usury? Because, all right, so you're telling us here physically the wealth is growing for the lender, but in Akhirah everything will vanish. What is the falsehood in usury which then will appear in the Akhirah as vanished value?
It's devoid of goodness.
Right, so I want a little elaboration.
corrupt.
What is it? Oh, it corrupts.
So that was the ayah. I must have got it wrong. I thought it was in Surah Rum, but it says that usually it causes corruption. And
Corruption.
is it fasad that's used in that ayah?
Sorry?
Possibly fasad. I'm not sure if
Sorry?
that's the word.
I didn't get the word.
Fasad.
Oh, she
Fasad.
said facade.
Fasad.
Facade.
Oh, okay, okay.
But this idea that and that's the reason why. And I think Allama.
وَيُرْبِ الصَّدَقَةِ. Yes.
So this whole idea that it's the beginning of the end, causes corruption, no goodness.
Solid. I like that. Solid. Solid.
Yeah, but she has touched on a fundamental economic
We'll deduct
concept.
it from
Fi
the other
fi sabilillah versus.
We'll deduct it from the other one. Continue. Inshallah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we-
Continue. We'll deduct from the other one.
are you comfortable
Are you
with that?
comfortable with that?
I'm not sure if I can elaborate any further.
Okay,
but,
no problem.
I like that. That's a beautiful way of saying it. Man. The second ayah is Al-Hyderi, so you give us a minute and we start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
25 minutes for this section of notifying.
Chapter Hadid, verse 20. Yeah, you can start, inshallah. Now.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اعلموا أنما الحياة الدنيا لعب ولهو وزينة ونفاخر بينكم وتفاخر بينكم وتكاثر في الأموال والأولاد كمثل غيث أعجب الكفار نباته ثم يهيج فتراه مصفرا ثم يكون حطاما وفي الآخرة عذاب شديد ومغفرة من الله ورضوان وما الحياة الدنيا إلا متاع الغرور. So the ayah translates, know that this world's life is only sport and play and gaiety and boasting among yourselves and a vying in multiplication of wealth and children, like the rain, whose causing the vegetation to grow pleases the husbandmen. Then it withers away so that you will see it become yellow. Then it becomes dried up and broken down. And in the hereafter is a severe chastisement and forgiveness from Allah and His pleasure. And this world's life is nothing but means of deception. So I thought I'd begin with a quote from Imam Ali. In Nahjul Balagha, Sermon 82, he says that if one sees the world, it would give him sight. One sees through the world, it will give him sight. But if one has eyes on it, lets it linger there, it would blind him. And it shows how, and it really plays into this ayah, which is talking about life. It goes through the different stages of life, it gives the parable, and then at the end there's this sweeping statement, this world's life is nothing but a means of deception. So it's like a warning to the believers not to fall into this trap. So it's describing the dunya in more detail. And there are 5 key words that are used over here. So the first is it's la'ib, which is translated as play or sport or neglect. The second is laho, which is diversion and amusement, entertainment. And then the third is zina, the glitter, the adornment, the luxury, the attraction. The fourth is tafakhur, this kind of mutual boasting. And then the fifth, takathur, similar, but it's the rivalry and vainglory. And then there is this very interesting discussion that Allama Tabatabai explains in this tafsir for this ayah. He draws on Sheikh Bahai and how he compares these 5 traits to the 5 stages of man. And they're remarkably accurate. So he'll say that from the ages of birth to the age of 8, with children just engaged in play. You know, it's like complete neglect. It's just play. It's all about pretend, play, make believe. Nothing of, I don't want to say value, but you know, it's just not godly. And then age 8 to 16, we're distracted, you know, the distractions of the world. So we see here it's all about school, it's about getting into the right school, friends, the creeping in of social media, and then we see that age 16 to 24, it's more about beauty, the adornment, again, education, paving a life for oneself in the earth. You know, that's the key age. Rank, status. And then from the ages of 24 to 32, we see how we can see, you know, you've graduated by then, it's all about marriage, consolidating, amassing, building a life. And then from the ages 32 to 40, it's more like keeping up with the Joneses, you know, making sure that we're on a par, living with the way society expects us to. And then there is this kind of coveting our neighbours or whatever the latest thing is, and this mutual kind of rivalry in terms of our wealth and in terms of children. And then after this explanation, Allah kind of draws this parable. And he's saying that the beginning and the end of worldly life, it's like vegetation after rain. So when it rains, we see how the vegetation grows, it blossoms, you know, it's like the season, this seasonality idea that spring, you know, the shoots grow, the crops, flowers bloom, and this dazzles and pleases the farmers. And the word that used over here is kufar for the farmer, and there's a bit of a kind of a play on the word, because kufar meaning to cover up. So the farmer will cover up the seeds, you know, with the soil, but also referring to the faithless who, you know, cover up the truth and reject the signs of Allah. And then there's this very vivid, you know, scene where it's saying that after this blooming, the crop then withers away so that you will see it become yellow, and it becomes dried up and broken down. And we see this in ourselves, in humans, how we, you know, it's the stages of life. We're at our peak, and then we begin to droop, and you know, skin, hair color. You know, we become older. It's the human aging process, and it's, you know, the span of the lifespan here is described in one kind of crop season. So it's a very vivid, easy to understand kind of parable that's brought over here. There is this word over here, hutama.
Huh?
Hutama?
Okay.
Yeah. Hutama, yeah. And that is referring to the straw. And there's this idea of how, as something, you know, the crop, we see it ourselves in the garden, how, you know, it's in bloom, it begins to dry, it turns yellow, the flowers fall, it withers, and if you leave it there, it will just crumble into nothingness, as if nothing was ever there. And this is really kind of a vivid parable for our lives. It shows how fleeting, how transient, how impermanent life is. And again, this idea of it being crumbling and just being scattered in the wind, so nothing remains of it. It's like that imagery that was mentioned in the earlier ayah, in Surah Nur, ayah 39. There's that idea of the disbelievers chasing a mirage and how it will amount to nothing. You know, there's no recompense for it, no goodness for it to show in the hereafter. And then this whole idea of the imagery of crops and vegetation, of them dying and failing, is repeated many times in the Quran. There's lots of parables, and it shows the relativity of dunya. So for example, in Surah Zumar, chapter 39, ayah 21, it says that Allah sends water to produce and grow the crops, which will wither and die, and this is a reminder for people. So again, you know, it's telling us to use this parable as a reminder, to show us, to remind us that the life is short. You know, if we're not careful, that there'll be nothing to show for our lives. A century from now, we'll be withered and, you know, gone, scattered. So it's a very strong and vivid example for us. In Surah Al-Qalam, chapter 68, I think there's from ayah 17 to 33, there is this story about the people of the garden. So I think there were sons who inherited the garden from their father, and the custom of the father was to share the crops with the people of that village. The sons didn't want to share the fruits with the needy, and Allah destroyed their crops. But they realized their mistake and they repented. And the next part of this ayah talks about forgiveness. So there's it's not written as such, but it's implied that also forgiveness from Allah and His pleasure. So following on from that example in Surah Al-Qalam, you know, these sons, they realized their mistake and they repented and they asked for forgiveness. And in this ayah, it's reminding us that the repentance that we do and the forgiveness that we receive from Allah, it purifies us, you know, it helps to purify us and keep that soul clean, and we're able to seek Allah's pleasure in that way. There's also this idea that, you know, Allah is Rahman and Rahim. It's repeated so many times in the Quran. Allah wants to forgive us rather than punish us. I think a lot of the time we look at the doom and gloom, but, you know, we ignore this idea that, you know, Allah's created us out of mercy. You know, the reason of creation was in mercy. I think it was in Surah Hud, chapter 119, where the purpose of creation is mercy. The primary purpose is to embrace us with mercy and admit us into Jannah. You know, the hell was almost like the secondary necessity. You know, it wasn't the primary intention. And there's also, you know, this whole idea, so many of the ayahs, the one we discussed before was giving in Allah's way. It's the theme also in the previous ayahs in this chapter, so that the godly loan is one of the key, you know, one of the famous ayahs from Surah Hadid. So it's that idea that it's giving in the way of Allah is another means to achieve Allah's forgiveness and His pleasure. Okay. There was also, I wanted to bring in the light. I think it's the previous ayah here, in ayah number 19. There's this message: those who believe in Allah and His apostles, they shall have their reward, and they shall have their reward and their light. So again, it's this parable, this idea of light, how it's bestowed by Allah, and there's this special light for the believers, and that's what we have not only in the dunya but in the akhirah. So that idea of all the empty acts having nothing, but the good acts will be recognized by a light in the akhirah. And I thought that was quite beautiful, you know, how it's not mentioned as such, but because it follows on from the previous ayah. Okay, and then moving on to this idea, the last sentence, this world's life is nothing.
چرا بیشتر از 10 دقیقه فرصت ما داره میگیره؟
نه ایشون گفت در دقیقه نشد. گفت در دقیقه نشد.
Okay. Sorry.
Continue.
Okay, so that last sentence about the life being nothing but a means to delusion, I thought it makes, it reminded me of that ayah in Surah Al-Fath, how man can be asfala safilin, the lowest of the low, if we follow our base desires. And I think if we look at this, if we fall into that trap of dunya, that's what we can become. So if we're not careful, the world will kind of keep us constantly occupied in worldly affairs and away from the remembrance of Allah. And we can become entangled in this kind of web of dunya.
I think the 10 minutes given to you is over now. Yeah?
What is that?
But they can interject anyway.
Yeah, so we can, from the 10 minutes, we can now ask you questions
Okay,
and seek clarifications from what you've presented.
okay.
So I have few questions and few clarifications to seek, and then inshallah we see where time takes us to.
Okay.
So this verse of Surah Al-Hadid, what is it talking about?
The life of this world and how fleeting it is.
How, where did you get that from, talking about the life of this one, how filthy it is?
No, of how fleeting, sorry, how short it is.
Short, okay.
You know, with it's in 5 lines, 5 words. It characterizes the element of play, of how unseriously we take it.
No, we'll come to that. We'll come to that. So you reckon this ayah is talking about war?
A multitude of things, but I would say
No. One thing. What is the theme of this ayah?
that the world is a means of deception.
So it's talking about dunya, about
Yeah.
this world. Okay. What is so unique about dunya that this ayah is talking about it? This is very important.
So many things. One of them would be that it's enticing, it's dazzling, it's been made that way because it's a test. There are other ayahs that will say, in Surah Al-Ankabut, Allah tells us, you know, He hasn't made this world.
Which
In
ayah?
the opening ayahs, maybe 2 to 4, and it's saying, you know, do they think that we've made this just in sport, as an idle sport?
Yeah.
I can't remember if it's the same word used, but no, the purpose is that we're tested. So this is telling us that, you know, the same idle play is there, and if we're not careful, then we'll fall into that. That's what we will see. The delusion is what we'll spend our whole life doing all these 5 things, you know, in the stages of man that have been described. And I think it's that's the reminder.
So you reckon this dunya is unique because it's enticing?
It's a test.
Is dunya good or bad?
It's good. It's the balance. It depends on how
No.
we take it.
Is it good or bad?
I don't think I can answer. It was the quote from Imam Ali that I took in the beginning. You know, it depends on how you look at it. If you look at it,
So why is Allah talking about dunya in this verse?
he's telling us to do the right thing in the dunya, not waste
Well,
it.
there's nothing here saying do the right thing.
But it's all in a parable. It's saying, look at the corn. Your life is like your lifespan of an average 70, 80 years. Just look at your garden and look at the crops growing.
It's not mentioning 70, 80 years in this ayah. Why is Allah discussing dunya in this ayah? You said it's enticing. Okay. But why? That's why I ask, is dunya good or bad?
It's good because
Is
it's
this
animal.
ayah positive or negative?
It's positive.
But the way you explain is like negative, isn't it? I'm not saying right or wrong because I'm awarding a mark, so I need to make sure.
I think it's just the way I've always looked at it. You know, I did say about the Rahman Rahim, you know, we grow up to look at the negative way, but if you flip the way you think, you know, it's a warning. You know, so I don't think it's as simple as a yes, no, it's not a clear dichotomy. So I was going to end with something else from Imam Ali, where he shows there's this ayah in Surah Al-Qasas, ayah 77, Allah is telling us you don't need to abandon the dunya. It's not there, you know, you don't have to abandon it altogether. In fact, don't neglect your portion or your share from the dunya.
Surah Al-Qasas verse?
77,
Okay.
yeah?
Explain.
So Allah is telling us not to neglect our portion of the world. We're not told to be monastic, to completely shut off. We're told to engage in the world. And Imam Ali says that we have to use 5 assets in the dunya, but the idea is that we keep Allah, make our life God-centered, so that when we're at the end of our lives, you know, we've used it wisely for our akhirah. So it's not about dunya being positive, negative. It's positive because it's our avenue to reach akhirah. Jannah is written
So
for
dunya
us.
primary is positive.
Yes.
So
Yes.
where's the negativity of enticing comes from?
Because if we listen, if we follow our hawa nafs, the lowest desires, then we will not reach our full potential.
So we've been warned here about dunya, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's a warning. Well, it depends on how you read it. But we know
No,
that
Allah is very clear. Allah is not a confusing God. Everything is clear from God.
everything is clear. Yeah.
So Allah wants us to be aware of this dunya, so we don't get excited about it.
But it's also not saying not to engage either. And I think that's the key. I think for now.
I'm focusing on this verse. Dunya, we need dunya because it is through dunya we build the akhirah. You can't go to akhirah without dunya.
Yeah.
That's very clear. But this ayah saying, إِنَّمَا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا لَعِبٌ وَلَهْوٌ وَزِينَةٌ. So it's trying to make us aware of something, isn't it? About dunya.
Aware of the trap that you can fall
Yeah,
into.
the dunya can lead you somewhere,
Astray.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Any cross-reference in any ayah, you've given ayah about any ayah or hadith that we can use to qualify this before we move forward?
Not particular to this, but just about the guidance. You know how a lot of the parables we were given talk about that idea of predestination and free will. There's this idea that Allah, you know, we have guidance from Allah. It's not that Allah is the one that misleads us. We mislead ourselves. So if we fall into this trap of dunya, just the very shallow level, then we're doing a dhulm on ourselves, and we're causing layers between us and God, layers of darkness. And the more darkness there is, the light can't penetrate through. And that's where we receive that point where we're so firmly entrenched in dunya that there's no way out, you know, to get back. I mean, obviously there's always a path of repentance, and Allah is always forgiving, but we as humans, we won't see the need for that. And there's this whole idea that when you've done so much sin, you've just become entrenched. So, you know, Allah shuts off the senses, the eyes, the hearts, they're sealed. We become like cattle. And that's the thing, you know, when you fall into the trap of the deception and the illusion of dunya, we become like cattle. We're just using what God has given us.
I think let me allow Sheikh to answer because of time, yeah?
So you quoted Allama Tabatabai, rahmatullah alayh, that he applies the message of this ayah according to Marhum Sheikh Bahai, alayhi rahmah, to the different stages in life. And you said that 0 to 8 years is human beings tend to play and pretend, and you said something very funny. They tend to do ungodly things.
Okay.
What did you mean by that?
I
A
shouldn't have-
child 0 to
yeah.
8 does ungodly things?
I don't think I shouldn't have said that. I knew it when I said it, that you were going to pick me up on that. I mean,
Yeah, when she used the play, she said the play is ungodly.
yeah, it was wrong to have said that. I think what it is, we have a niyyah, don't we? We have this idea as we're older that there are actions and deeds that are going to bring us towards Allah. Obviously, as a child, they're learning. Whatever they do is from their fitrah. And it's about qualifying, isn't it? So they're learning at that age to qualify what is a good act, what isn't. But it's not, I shouldn't have used that word ungodly. But what I mean, it's not something, it's not an actively Islamic kind of deed,
Can I disagree with you?
Okay.
So look at the hadith which says that let your child play from 0 to 7 years, not 8 years, 0 to 7 years. So if the hadith says let your child play, it's not only not ungodly, it's very godly to
Yes.
let the child play.
You're right, because that's how they learn. They
Sorry?
learn through play.
Right.
Yeah.
But what is it that makes it godly? Because you could let the child play and it could be ungodly. What is the play allowed for the child under the supervision of the parent, which makes it godly, which makes the child learn the godly things?
It's being in that environment where Allah is central. So a child will watch and observe and absorb almost by osmosis, that godliness that it's exposed to. So I think that's the difference, and that's why it's so important.
So if you were to, sorry, I don't know about the Jamaat here, when you have programs for adults, do you have any facility for children also? 0 to 8?
We have.
Okay, so suppose you were made the supervisor. Based on this ayah, what would you say should the play be organized in such a way to make it godly, God-centric, whatever qualifications you're using? And if I were to be a little more specific, tonight we're going to have a majlis by Sheikh. And the theme is about children. How would you relate the play, design of the play, to connect it to the occasion?
So they would have structured play. So it would be at the level that a child can understand the significance of these children, how it's the beginning of the morning period. They would maybe do some role play. It would be at that level. It wouldn't be learning to the way we sit down in a hall and listen. Theirs would be practical learning, because we know that children can't sit down. They'll be divided into groups. They would maybe have flip chart paper to draw pictures. It's tailored and designed for children to learn.
Okay, role playing, good. So can I ask you to withdraw from and suspend that categorization which Marhum Sheikh Baha is offering? I am not challenging it. I'm just asking you, could we reconsider this description of the dunya with these 5 characteristics to say that no, it's not describing only the stages of human development, but it could be describing 5 different people. Adults who may have made sports their career, or for them diversion and entertainment is their main preoccupation. Would you say this ayah can be understood from that perspective?
Yes, you could.
It
But
could.
I think it's a process. I think all of these 5 characteristics, it's very, it's a process, a journey that everyone does go through.
Yeah, but some are arrested in their growth. Some remain kids. They're still in play even as adults. Would you then say that this ayah is describing different types of people, adults, not an individual undergoing certain phases of development?
It could do, yes.
So, now that you have scared us by telling us play can be ungodly, so tell us how diversion can be godly.
Diversion can be
Because that's
godly.
the second description of the dunya.
Halal entertainment,
S-
you mean?
Yeah, so the fundamental question you'll need to address is it the intrinsic, inseparable nature of the dunya that it is sports and diversion? Or no, it's the attitude of the individual.
We need entertainment.
You
Allah-
need entertainment.
We need the enticement of dunya.
So what's the halal entertainment you're going to propose the Jamaat here to be able to offer to the community
They
members?
already do an amazing job.
Sorry?
They have sports. Sports is a huge
No,
thing.
sports is the first type. We're coming to the second.
Entertainment. Okay, so
Entertainment.
they have quiz nights.
Quiz,
They have Scrabble days.
Scrabble.
They have plenty of entertainment.
That's
Alhamdulillah.
competition. That's competition. We'll come to that. That's the third one.
Okay.
Entertainment, halal,
Halal entertainment. They have plays.
plays,
So they, for senior groups, they have a lovely role play
role play.
on marriage, which is something very entertaining for most
Mm.
people. So it's about creating. So this is the whole quandary, I think, because we want to engage in dunya, we want to do it in a halal way, but the problem is we're living in a non-halal environment.
Is this halal entertainment? That
It depends. Was there
ringtone.
rhythm involved, Zahra?
Could be. So time is up. It's not fair. We've hardly begun the discussion.
Yeah, I think you were right, Sheikh, when you said time was up. Yeah, you were right. But then I thought Zara was saying we should wait for her, but later on they told me no, we should have stopped.
So that's not my fault. I'm sorry. You'll have.
Within the second batch, the 25 minutes, you can interject at any point.
Oh,
You
lovely.
don't have to wait for the participant.
Yeah, I think she explained and then she went. It's okay, that's your luck,
Right.
innit? Next time. All the best. You've
Thank
done
you.
all. No, you can ask her the last question and then she goes.
So can I connect this? So I've got questions about all the phases, but we'll need some more time for that. One final question. Can you connect this ayah, verse number 20 of Surah Mubarakah, Hadid, to the previous ayah that you randomly selected, ayah 261 of Surah Baqarah? So Sheikh was asking, what was the theme? One response to that, what is the theme of this ayah? But one response would be to connect it to that previous ayah. Would you agree? Is my question clear?
No, sorry. So connecting this ayah, Surah Hadid, to the one
Yes.
about giving in charity.
Yes.
So,
So in
giving-
other words, why is it that Surah Hadid, Mubarakah Hadid, suddenly in ayah number 20 is introducing this?
It's
What
not
is the
sudden.
connection?
So in Surah Hadid, the previous ayahs talk about how giving a godly loan is one of
Before
the ways.
that. Yes, you're right.
It's-
Before that.
It's the way to attain the pleasure of Allah if done in the correct manner.
Before that.
So I think I was thinking more it's just the use of charity is as a connector to Allah, because it's such a dunya thing, isn't it? Wealth. But Allah is showing us that by giving of what we love, you attain closeness to Him, you purify yourself, that whole idea of zakat being purification, and you're aiding society in creating a good and equal society. So you're fulfilling your role as a human to not only fulfill the role to Allah that we have of giving charity, but also, serving your community.
All right, so charity is important. So why mention the dunya then? The connection.
They go hand in hand.
Sorry?
They're hand in hand. You
I may have missed the point. Can you just repeat the connection? One word.
They're inextricably linked.
How?
You need dunya, you need the wealth from the dunya to be able to give.
So you need the wealth from the dunya to give. But many people have wealth, but they don't give it in charity. What's the problem?
They're too entrenched in the dunya.
And the solution offered in Surah Hadid?
The solution,
Several solutions. One quick one.
If then,
Okay.
okay.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, inshallah.
Yes.
Well done. Thank you.
أحسنت.
All the best. MashaAllah. Ahsant. Salawat.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Yeah, let's do. Let the one come. Let the one come. Let the one come. Once Zuhr come, then the person is lucky. No, Sheikh, you need a break? Or?
No, let's finish.
Let's do.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do. Yeah, let's
But
do.
just give us a few minutes. I just need to.
Yeah. Let's do. Let's do another. Salam wa
Alaikum
rahmatullah.
salam.
24:35.
That's the random selection. And the personal selection?
Personal.
226.
26.
Do we allow a repeat? Because 226 has already been taken.
Yeah, were you here? You listen to it. Okay.
Just wait, let's just look at that. But just to clarify on the timing, this random selection, you have 10 minutes to present. When you've got 3 minutes left after that, and if the sheikhs want to ask you a question, the second one, which is your chosen, you have up to 10 minutes to present, and then 15 minutes for questions. At any point, the sheikhs can interject and ask you a question. So in that 25-minute block, after the buzzer,
Yeah?
we were just checking. No, so his choice of verses is the thing that's important. No. The verse that he's choosing to speak about his own presentation, because I think somebody else is already
spoken about, but on a paper.
No.
Oh, so it's the same.
Yes, so Mustafa also did 226. He also wanted to do. So I think
That's what he's prepared for.
It's okay, then we'll ask you more questions.
Yeah, exactly.
you can go into different.
No worries.
He's got 25 minutes to, and you can go back and forth if you do that.
Yeah, no.
A bit more deeper, yeah.
Okay, no problem.
More angles.
10 minutes for the first one, 25 minutes in total for the second, and 6 minutes.
Okay, you want to change? Which ayah?
Which ayah was it?
29.
Sorry. Yeah. No, alhamdulillah.
Maybe some coffee, please. Sorry. So we'll need some background.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I think he's bringing a verse. Yeah, come.
Come up.
Yeah. We'll ask you some few questions. Sheikh will ask you first.
So can you just quickly, can I see your... Okay, Siraj is yeah, so can you give me a little background about yourself? Okay.
Classic. MashaAllah.
I can.
that's okay. Say something.
Hello?
Yeah.
Should I start? أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الله نور السماوات والأرض مثل نوري كمثقات فيها مصباح المصباح في زجاجة الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من صخرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا أغربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم صدق الله العلي العظيم ما صل على محمد وآل محمد. Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. A likeness of his light is as a niche, in which is a lamp. The lamp is in a glass. The glass is as it were a brightly shining star, lit from a blessed olive tree, neither eastern nor western, the oil whereof almost gives light through, though fire touches it not. Light upon light. Allah guides to his light whom he pleases, and Allah sets forth parable for men, and Allah is cognizant of all things. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's actually a beautiful verse of light. In it, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us Allah is the light of the heaven and the earth, referring to Al-Mizan commentary from Allama Tabatabai rahmatullah alayhi. He explains that there are two sorts of lights. One is Allah's existential light, which basically means if it wasn't for that light, we would not exist. We owe our existence, and not just us, but the whole of the creation owes its existence to that existential light. And then the second sort of light is the light of divine guidance. I'll come to that in a minute, but in this context here, after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said to us, He is the light of the heavens and the earth, He then goes to explain the beauty of that light through a parable. In a way, in our time, we have the electricity, we've had the scientific advancements that maybe, or surely the people who were the primary recipient of the message didn't have. At that time, there was no electricity. All they had is just fire. So I think this parable actually is a beautiful way, and even though we have electricity and everything else, and where we even actually use light years to express certain things like distance, we appreciate the beauty of that light because it says it's in a niche, the niche is in a glass, and we can imagine the beauty, and then it uses the olive oil. We know in the Quran, zaytun is, there's actually a surah called Zaytun, and we know that our blessed Prophet used to have olive oil. And we know at that time, even as just as it is today, during those days, zaytun was something desirable. The oil from zaytun was something also desirable. And then nor eastern nor western could mean typically for an olive tree. If it's on one side or the other side, it wouldn't be as good as the one which is in the center of the farm, where the light comes on it the whole day around. So again, that just expresses the beauty of the light. And then he explains that the oil whereof almost gives light, though fire touches not. Again, just expresses the beauty of that light. And then light upon light, again, something that expresses the intensity of light. Just to maybe, without that parable, we would not appreciate or not reflect upon the light of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then at the end of the verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala then moves on to the light of guidance, right? And he tells us which is the second light that Allama Tabatabai rahmatullah alayhi describes in his Tafseer. The second light we know is the one, for example, mentioned in verse 2, Surah Baqarah 257. Allahu waliyul ladhina amanu yukhrijuhum min adh-dhulumati ila an-nur. Allah takes those who believe out of darkness towards light. In Surah Taghabun, I think it's verse 8, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Aminu billahi wa rasulihi wa nuril ladhi anzalna. Believe in Allah and the Prophet and the light that has been revealed to you in this context, meaning the Quran, again, light of guidance. In Surah Ahzab, I can't remember the exact reference, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, referring to our blessed Prophet, he says, he calls you by the permission of Allah, by the permission of his Lord, and he is Siraj Munira. He is the light-giving lamp, again, referring to the light of guidance. So we see the light of Allah has two aspects. One is the existential aspect, and actually the existential aspect, in a way, it completes our understanding of Tawheed. In Surah Ala, we say, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Sabbih isma rabbikal a'la, alladhi khalaqa fasawwa, walladhi qaddara fahada. So we're saying, glory be to Allah, who created and fashioned, then he planned and guided. So we know we are from Allah. He is our creator, he is the fashioner, he is the planner, he is the one who guides. And this verse maybe adds to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's saying here that we depend our existence on him. Not just we, but the whole of the creation owes its existence to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And it, in a way, shows how everything is centered around God, where, Tawheed is not just believing in that Allah is subhanahu wa ta'ala is the only worthy of worship, but it's also to believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, everything around us guides us to our Creator. Everything is God-centered.
So this light you're talking about, the existential light, and the light by guidance. In this ayah, Allahu nuru samawati wal ard, up to the end, which light are we talking about? And how do we justify that through the texts, either Quran or traditions of the Prophet and Ahlul Bayt?
Because in the second part, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Allah guides to His light whom He pleases. So now we're moving on to the light of guidance, whilst at the beginning of the surah, it's more of a general context where it says, Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth.
Have you come across meanings of light in this ayah? What's the meaning of light in this ayah? What light are we talking about? Yes, Allah Ta'ala said there are two types of light, existential one and light by guidance. Word light been mentioned in this verse? What are the possible meanings of light in this ayah?
I don't know.
Because when you tell me existential light, light by guidance, okay. But what is Allah trying to say here? Allahu nuru samawat wal ard. Mathalu nurihi kamishkatin.
Yeah, it's not, obviously, it's not physical light. It's
So give me possible meanings of light. Number one.
Energy. Something that...
Where did you get that from, energy? Which energy?
Because I read in the commentary that just to explain the existential light, he talked about the light of the sun. A lot of the creation owes its existence to the sunlight. If it wasn't for the sun, including ourselves, we would not be able to survive. But obviously, the sun owes its existence to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So indirectly, we owe existence to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But yeah, it's the energy.
Because you see, in Quran, there are so many places, more than 7 places, where Allah mentions light to refer to a particular meaning.
Okay.
There are so many places in Quran like that.
I can quote 3.
Bismillah.
Okay, so the first one is in Ayatul Kursi, or 2 verses after Ayatul Kursi, where clearly it's divine guidance.
Quote.
Allahu waliyul ladhina amanu yukhrijuhum min adh-dhulumati ila an-nur.
Time is about because Salat we're going, so it's okay.
Then in Surah Al-Ghabun, verse number 8, Bismillah.
So what's the meaning of Allah waliyul ladhina amanu yukhrijuhum min adh-dhulumati ila an-nur? Which nur?
The nur of guidance.
Who said that?
Because the verse 256 clearly talks about guidance. It says, those who shun disbelieve and believe in Allah have held on a firm code of guidance. Then in Surah Al-Ghabun, it's even clearer, because it clearly says, Aminu billahi wa rasulihi wa nuri alladhi anzalna. In this case, the nur being the Quran that has been revealed.
So which surah is Surah Al-Zaytun?
I'm sorry?
Which surah is Surah Al-Zaytun, Habibi?
The number.
Yeah, you mentioned Surah Al-Zaytun. Which surah is that?
Actually, it's there's no Surah Zaytun. It's Surah Wat-Tini wa Zaytun. Thank you. That point.
Share because Salat is approaching, so.
Sure.
We have a few minutes. I'll allow some discussion.
Oh. Bismillah, Sheikh.
Why did your parents give you this name?
It's actually Siraj Hussain. So
Siraj Hussain.
yes, and they, may Allah's forgiveness and blessings be upon my parents. They wanted to give us the name of the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam, but they also thought that if we were naughty and they were to get angry on us, they didn't want to use the name of the Ahlul Bayt, so they gave us, all of us have 2 names, 2 first names, just so that they could...
I know only one name, Mohsin one name.
No, it's Muhammad Mohsin.
And Hasanain?
It was Hasnain Mahdi.
Oh, really?
Yes. Muhammad Iqbal, Muhammad Mohsen, Siraj Hussain. Yeah, we all have two names.
So what's the connection with this ayah?
It's an ayah, if I remember, it's in Surah Ahzab, and it's about Siraj Munira.
Yes.
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, this prophet calls you وداعيا إلى الله وداعيا إلى كتابه بإذن الله. Pardon me, I can't remember exact wordings.
Yes.
But it says, this prophet calls you, gives you da'wah by the permission of his Lord, and he is the light-giving lamp, Siraj Munira.
Right.
Hmm?
So how would you apply that to this verse of the light? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wa alihi is Siraj.
Mm-hmm.
The Quran in the verse of the light is referring to two types of light according to you, according to your research from Allama Tawatabai rahmatullah alayhi. We still have to discuss that in detail, what Sheikh has asked. Which part of the ayah is talking about what? The existential light is in which part of the ayah? The light of guidance is in which part of the ayah? Is it possible to interpret it otherwise? Is it possible to say that the whole ayah from the beginning till the end is referring actually to one type of light and not to the other? I'll keep it on hold.
Okay.
But I want to connect to Siraj.
Yes.
Siraj, how would you apply the ayah of Siraj to this ayah of the verse of the light?
I would say
because Sheikh asked you, and I think you did not give an adequate response. So I'm just prompting you to think along those lines.
Okay, so I will attempt. I think I would say our blessed Prophet sallallahu alaihi wa alihi, he is a manifestation of the divine light of guidance.
Okay, just hold on. Let's unpack that. In Surah Ahzab, the description is he's a siraj. What is a siraj?
A lamp.
A lamp. What is a lamp? I'm sorry,
something that brings to life wherever whatever it emits on.
No, Siraj is still explaining to us what is Siraj. No, we still a few more minutes till Salah, isn't it? Please.
Inshallah, a few more minutes
we haven't reached the conclusion.
Let's conclude.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay.
MashaAllah, very good.
So the Siraj in Surah Mubarakah Ahzab has been qualified to say that it is Munir. What else has been called Siraj Munir in the Quran other than the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Chapter 71, verse number 16. Can you open that?
Chapter 16.
Chapter 71, ayah number 16.
Sorry, you would need to give me the name of the surah if you don't mind. It's Roman letters here.
Oh, Surah Mubarakah Nuh alayhi salam.
Nuh, okay.
It's after Mursalat, before Jinn.
Okay. No. 17. Yep. Verse 17.
Verse 16.
Sorry?
Verse 16.
16. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. وجعل القمر فيهن نورا وجعل الشمس سراجا. And he made the moon therein a light and made the sun a lamp.
What's the difference between light and lamp? One is a light, the other one is a lamp, and both of them are celestial bodies.
Mhm.
Because if we know the difference, then we come to the verse of the light and see how.
The moon is something that reflects a light that it receives from somewhere else,
Okay.
while the sun is light on its own. It emits the light from saved.
I know. No, we'll stop. Yes. We can continue on this after
Then
Salah.
we continue after Salah.
So now we're moving on to the next one. We're moving on to his next.
But his light is going out. Siraj isn't clear. Siraj is unclear. Inshallah. Okay, after Salah.
you continue with the Siraj.
After Salah, we continue with your translation.
Ahsantum. Jazakumullah.
Thank you. Shukran.
So we continue immediately after Salah. Yeah? Sure.
إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله أشهد أن أمير المؤمنين وإمام المتقين عليا حجة الله هيا على الصلاة هيا على الصلاة هيا على الفلاح هيا على الفلاح هيا على خير العمل هيا على خير العمل الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وآله وسلم تسليما كثيرا.
الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن محمد رسول الله أشهد أن عليا ولي الله وأن عليا وأولاده المعصومين بالحق حجاج الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح حي على خير العمل حي على خير العمل قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله وجهت وجهي للذي فطر السماوات والأرض عالم الغيب والشهادة حنيفا مسلما وما أنا من المشركين إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا من المسلمين. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر ليلة القدر خير من 1000 شهر تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر سلام هي حتى مطلع الفجر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد كذلك الله ربنا. الله أكبر. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. اللهم اجعل محياي محيا محمد وآل محمد ومماتي ممات محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. الحمد لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وتقبل شفاعته ورفع درجاته بحول الله وقوته. أقوم وأقعد. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. يا رب اغفر لنا. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. يا رب اغفر لنا. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. الله أكبر. الحمد لله وخير الأسماء لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لا إله إلا الله العظيم الحليم. لا إله إلا الله رب العرش الكريم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. اللهم إني أسألك موجبات رحمتك وعزائم مغفرتك والغنيمة من كل بر والسلامة من كل إثم. اللهم لا تدع لي ذنبا إلا غفرت، ولا هما إلا فرجت، ولا سقما إلا شفيت، ولا عيبا إلا سترت، ولا رزقا إلا بسطت، ولا خوفا إلا آمنت، ولا سوءا إلا صرفت، ولا حاجة لك رضا ولي فيها صلاح إلا قضيتها يا أرحم الراحمين. آمين رب العالمين.
الله أكبر. الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. أشهد أن عليا ولي الله، وأن عليا وأولاده المعصومين بالحق حجج الله. حي على الصلاة، حي على الصلاة، حي على الفلاح، حي على الفلاح، حي على خير العمل، حي على خير العمل. قد قامت الصلاة، قد قامت الصلاة. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. يا محسن قد أتاك المسيء وقد أمرت المحسن أن يتجاوز عن المسيء. أنت المحسن وأنا المسيء، بحق محمد وآله. صل على محمد وآله وتجاوز عن قبيح ما تعلم مني. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. الحمد لله رب العالمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد كذلك الله ربنا. الله أكبر. رب اجعلني مقيم الصلاة ومن ذريتي ربنا وتقبل دعاء. ربنا اغفر لي ولوالدي وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. الحمد لله كما هو أهله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وتقبل شفاعته وارفع درجته. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. يا رب اغفر لنا. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. ربي صل على محمد وآل محمد. الله أكبر. اللهم اغفر لي وارحمني. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. الله أكبر. بحول الله وقوته أقوم وأقعد. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. سبحان الله والحمد لله ولا إله إلا الله والله أكبر. يا رب اغفر لنا. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم وبحمده. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. الله أكبر. أستغفر الله ربي وأتوب إليه. الله أكبر. سبحان الله سبحان الله سبحان الله. سبحان ربي الأعلى وبحمده. يا ولي العافية نسألك العافية، عافية الدين والدنيا والآخرة، بحق محمد وعترته الطاهرة صلواتك عليهم أجمعين. الله أكبر. الحمد لله وخير الأسماء لله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له، وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام علينا وعلى عباد الله الصالحين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أعوذ بك من نفس لا تشبع، ومن قلب لا يخشع، ومن علم لا ينفع، ومن صلاة لا ترفع، ومن دعاء لا يسمع. اللهم إني أسألك اليسرى بعد العسر، والفرج بعد الكرب، والرخاء بعد الشدة. اللهم ما بنا من نعمة فمنك، لا إله إلا أنت. أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. تبجو زيارة. السلام عليك يا رسول الله، السلام عليك يا نبي الله يا حبيب الله، السلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين وسيد الوصيين إمام المتقين، السلام عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء سيدة نساء العالمين، السلام عليك يا حسن المجتبى، السلام عليك يا أبا عبد الله، وعلى تسعة المأسومين من ذرية الحسين، علي بن الحسين ومحمد بن علي وجعفر بن محمد وموسى بن جعفر وعلي بن موسى ومحمد بن علي وعلي بن محمد والحسن بن علي. السلام عليك يا مولانا يا صاحب العصر والزمان، سيدي الأمان 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 من فتنة الزمان. السلام عليك يا شريك القرآن، يا كعبة الإيمان، يا إمامنا وإمام الإنس والجان. عجل الله تعالى فرجا، وسهل الله تعالى مخرجا وظهورا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صلواتك عليه في هذه وليا وحافظا وقائدا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه وتمتعه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. وإلى أرواح المؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات رحم الله من قرأ الفاتحة تسبقها الصلاة على محمد وآل محمد.
Lunch is being served outside, inshallah. So you can go outside and have lunch. There's good weather today. In the gents foyer. So lunch is in the gents foyer. We'll start again at 2 o'clock, inshallah. So lunch in the gents foyer. We'll start again at 2 o'clock. Tafseer will start again at about 1:45.
interject at any time if you want to take the conversation in any direction.
Okay. So the
Sheikh,
second.
I don't want to intrude on your time, so you can interject at any point.
Okay.
Yeah, so just remind us, which ayah are you going to do now?
I'm doing ayah 29 of Surah Al-Fath, Surah 48. Yeah.
So we'll see. If we have time, then maybe we'll go back to the light verse. Otherwise,
Sure.
Yeah, we can.
Understood.
these mukkis and mukyanis are...
Tough.
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 Siraj. Oh, so it's Surah Al-Baqarah, eh?
No, he's changed it.
Oh, sorry. Which one?
So I'm doing Surah Al-Fath, verse 29.
I'll start the timer once you finish the recitation. Yeah?
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم محمد رسول الله والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورضوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كذر أخرج شطأه فآزره فاستغلظ فاستوى على سوقه يوجب الزراع ليغيظ بهم الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. I'll read the translation from another source, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Just
so long
easier.
as it's a translation.
Yeah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's actually from Quran study from Nasr Hussain. Muhammad is the messenger of God. Those who are with him are harsh against the disbelievers, merciful to one another. You see them bowing, prostrating, seeking bounty from God and contentment. Their mark upon their faces is from the effect of prostration. That is their likeness in the Torah, and that is their likeness in the Gospel. That is it's like a sapling, a young tree that puts forth its shout, a young branch, and strengthens it, such that it grows stout and rises firmly upon its stalk, impressing the sores, that through them he may enrage the disbelievers. God has promised forgiveness and a great reward to those among them who believe and perform righteous deed. Sadaqallahu al-Aliyyul Azim.
Allahumma
Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This verse comes at the end of Surah Al-Fath, Surah of Victory. The surah was revealed in the context of Hudaybiyah. Hudaybiyah being in year 6 of after Hijrah. By then, we've had Badr and Uhud, and the Muslim Ummah had and Khandaq, and the Muslim Ummah by then had strengthened in numbers as well as pure strength in spirituality and brotherhood. On year 6, our blessed Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam traveled towards Mecca with, according to some accounts, with 1,400 Muslims to perform Hajj. And whilst they traveled, they intentionally didn't take apparel of war. except for what they could hunt with. And when they arrived at a place called Hudaybiyah, they stopped there in order to then engage with the kuffar of Makkah and ask them, agree with them so that they could perform Hajj. That didn't happen. However, after a long time, and I believe the third Khalifa, or the person who became the third Khalifa, Uthman bin Affan, was sent to Mecca to negotiate the terms. He came after a few days or few weeks, but never mind the details. At the end, the Muslims and the Kuffar of Mecca came to a treaty, which basically said that at that particular time, the Muslim will not perform Hajj. They will, however, be allowed to perform Hajj for the next 10 years. They also agreed that if someone from the Quraysh was to travel to Medina and join the rank of the Muslims, he will be returned. However, if someone from the Muslim side was to travel to Quraysh and join them, he will not be returned. And then there were two more conditions. One more main condition was that from that point onwards, the tribes were free to conclude pacts either with the Muslims or the Quraysh. After the signing of this treaty, the surah was revealed. It calls it a victory. I've read at times near victory, but never mind. The treaty actually strengthened the Muslims. The first thing it did is it sent a message out to the tribes that from now on the Muslims were on an equal footing to the Quraysh. Secondly, the tribes that had an existing agreement with the Quraysh could now break it, and many of them did, and they signed a treaty with the Muslims, at least some of them. It was, I guess, in that context where the Muslims were, until that time, living in the fear that the Quraysh will come back. Maybe they will ally themselves with some other tribes, maybe with the Romans, maybe try again with some Jewish communities of Medina, although I think some had left by then. That was a very big deal for the Muslims to have a treaty with the Quraysh, to be on an equal footing. And we see 2 years later, the Muslims were able to conquer Mecca because the Quraysh had broken their pact by attacking one of the tribes that had a mutual protection agreement or mutual protection pact with the Muslims. The other thing that we take from this verse, it says and I think it's referring to the Muslims that were with the Prophet at that time when he traveled to Hudaybiyah, but it can also have a general meaning which is that the Muslims are hard, are firm of heart against the unbelievers, but they're very compassionate amongst themselves, and compassionate being merciful to each other. We have in hadith that says Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not merciful to the one who is himself not merciful. We also have hadith that says, if you want Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be merciful to you, be merciful to others. Mercy, in a way, between Muslims, it's sort of a foundation of the community. We have, of course, many verses about mercy in the Quran. Later on, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about forgiveness and a great reward. So I'll just talk about, I'll recite one verse from the Quran that comes from my mind. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. نبئ عبادي إني أنا الغفور الرحيم وأنا عذابي.
Again the ayah.
نبئ عبادي إني أنا الغفور. No? Okay.
Is it inni or anni? Anni.
نب-
Anni. Ana al-ghafur.
Okay. نبئ عبادي أني أنا الغفور الرحيم وأن عذابي لشديد. I think that verse encapsulates God's forgiveness and mercy, but says, hey, there's forgiveness and mercy, but don't forget that there is also punishment and work towards your akhirah. But coming back to this verse, another thing, another point that we learn from here is that at least the Muslims of that time had marks on their forehead due to bowing and prostrating. I often wonder why I don't have one. Having said that, I must say I have seen Muslims with a mark, a really solid mark, but when I listened to them, they had so much hatred in their hearts towards other Muslims. So I was at the time confused, but reading the verse again, I think I have my answers, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says at the end, Allah has promised those among them who believe and do good deed, and do good, or who do righteous deed, forgiveness and a great reward. So it's not, you're not promised forgiveness and a great reward because you have the mark, but you promised forgiveness and great reward if you believe and do righteous deed. Anyway, continuing further in the verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala then uses a parable, a beautiful parable actually, fitting in the context, and the parable is of that of a sapling or a young tree. The Muslims at that time were a new or young nation, and then they gradually, as they strengthened, as they were able to win Badr and Uhud and grow into their spirituality, they were from a young tree. It grew with branches or shout and became stronger and stronger, and we can see from many verses from the Quran that actually enraged the disbelievers, specifically the disbelievers of Makkah. We also see in this verse that the description of our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam clearly says Muhammad is the messenger of God, and then it says the description of the Muslim is in they're harsh against the disbelievers, merciful to one another.
Yeah, I think the 10 minutes is over, so we will start now.
Sure.
Asking you some few questions and seeking some clarifications
Mm-hmm.
regarding the verse. So if you go back to the verse,
Mm-hmm.
do you have the verse with you?
Yes.
The number of the verse is 29.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at the two verses, 28 and 29, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
First question I have, or something to seek clarification rather than just a question, is that if you look at verse 28,
Mm-hmm.
what does it discusses? And verse 29, what does it discusses? Just give me one or two things that these verses are discussing, then we can move forward properly.
So verse 28.
Now.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah. Verse 28, well, literally it says, he is in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent the apostle with the guidance and the true religion.
Yeah, what does it talk about? Just tell me one thing the verse is talking about. Or
for
if
it to prevail over all other religion.
Not really. What's the main theme and title this ayah is discussing?
That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who sends the prophet and the guidance.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not really.
Okay.
You have an idea, look at it, man. You mentioned before. هو الذي أرسل
أرسل
رسوله
بالهدى
ودين الحق
Okay.
ليظهره على الدين.
كله.
Continue the ayah.
وكفى بالله شهيدا.
We stop there. What does the ayah say? What is it talking about?
He's saying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is enough as a witness.
Yeah, that's the translation you are giving me. What's the verse talking about?
My first understanding of the verse would be that it's saying Prophet Muhammad was sent by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with the true religion, and the purpose was guidance as well as for it to prevail over all other religion. And if we go into, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is suffice as a witness, and then verse 29 sort of in parts at least says that that was already pre-announced in the gospel, pre-announced in the Torah, and therefore the Ahlul Kitab, although the Muslims are also Ahlul Kitab, but the Ahlul Kitab who are not Muslim, who are not with the Prophet, had no excuse. We could even make a link with verse 26 of Surah Baqarah, and actually verse 27, because in those verses 26 and 27 of Surah Baqarah were addressed in the context of hypocrites trying to make fun of the Quran and of the use of parable. And then verse 27 says, verse 26 concludes by saying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't guide the fasiqun, and then 27 explains what the fasiquns are. Fasiquns basically are those who broke the covenant with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And verse 29 here in Surah Al-Fath makes it clear that they actually broke the covenant because they knew that Islam and the Prophet
verse
Muhammad.
28, what is he talking about? Universality of Islam or what? Universality of Islam.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
You agreeing with me or disagreeing?
No, I agree with you because it says prevail over all other religions.
We stop there now. What does it mean to say prevails over all other religions? Because yes, the one main title you get, there are other titles. The universality of Islam in this verse. But what does it mean to say Islam prevails over all other religions? This is very important. For me, this is the main key point of this ayah. And today it has been a locus of contention across the globe.
Okay. So first, in that context of Arabia, Makkah and Medina, okay, you had the disbelievers. They had no religion. They were just mushriks. So they were not from, they didn't even believe in Tawheed. And then you had the Jews, the Jewish people, and the Nasara, the Christian. Both those groups were, that we consider as Ahlul Kitab, were already foretold in their scriptures that there will be a prophet coming, and here are the signs of that prophet, and therefore they needed to then follow our blessed Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and join the ranks of Islam. Yeah. In today's context, if I guess you can look at it in many different ways, but if a Christian, for example, is convinced that Christianity is the final religion and that there's no other religion, then it becomes, it's difficult to see how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will look at it. If they have heard, if they know the truth, but they don't accept it, it's a different thing. But if they don't know the truth and they're following what they believe is certainty, then it's another thing. I read a long time ago an article by Imam Khomeini, rahmatullah alayh. Maybe I misunderstood, but he was arguing that even someone who's not from an Abrahamic faith, if they believe in something out of certainty, then it's unlikely that God will punish them because they had certainty in what they did.
So this is something maybe you need to explore more because we don't have enough time to go as to what does it mean to say Islam prevails over other religions. Is it through logic? Is it logical way? Or is it through military way? And there are so many opinions among scholars in this regard. This is something I think if you have time, inshallah, you can explore.
Inshallah.
Because a youth will come and ask you, I have my Christian friend, I have my Jewish friend. We go to school together, we work together. But now your Quran is telling me to prevail over all religions. What do you want to say? What are you telling me? What are you talking about? This is a very important. I was expecting you to discuss this, but time will not permit us. So but something to look into, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Tomorrow, when we have the workshop, we can also discuss it a little bit, inshallah. Now, Sheikh will ask you because we don't have time, and then there's more time.
So the two qualities of the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right in the beginning, is that they are harsh and they are merciful. Are they harsh towards believers and merciful towards non-believers?
No, the other way around. They're harsh towards.
Can they be harsh towards believers and merciful towards non-believers? So if I can extend the question that Sheikh was asking, that you can have colleagues who belong to some other faith, and if you're going to say, forget about that stage where it's going to be prevailing over other faiths by military force. Before that, the big question is being harsh towards non-believers. Can we have a situation where you are merciful towards non-believers and harsh towards believers?
Yes. Well, I think yes. Let me.
You'll have to support. I don't want your thinking. I want an argument supported by the Quran.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll try. So I would not be able to quote a verse, but I believe I've read in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, don't take non-Muslim, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was in Surah Hashr, or maybe not, but it clearly says, at one point in time, 5 minutes left. Okay.
We just started.
So you have 5 minutes to 6 minutes.
He has to justify his colleagues, the people he's working with, that he has declared that he's going to be harsh towards the non-Muslims. I'm asking him, can't you be merciful towards them by the Quranic justification?
Sure. So in this verse here where it says 29, that's, I think it's revealed in that context where the Muslims, because it also talks about a young tree growing up. It talks about that particular environment where the Muslim Ummah were just had just begun, and they were trying to grow, and they were being harassed, fought against, and that's the description here is about that particular community which had to fight against disbelievers, which had to fight against the enemy. They were attacked at Badr, Uhud, Khandaq, and also they had Hunain, but that was later than Hudaybiyah. They also had fights against the Jewish communities of Medina.
So, in other words, what you're saying, I'm sorry I'm cutting you short,
Sure.
because I'm going to hear another bell before even I can ask you another question.
Yes.
So, what I'm understanding from you is that the context of this ayah is that when Muslims are under attack from non-Muslims, that's when you can be harsh towards them.
Yes.
The corollary of that is if the Muslims are not under attack by non-Muslims, so you can be
Indeed.
merciful.
Indeed. Yes.
What about towards Muslim? When can you justifiably be harsh?
You can justify being harsh because the way you define someone being a Muslim,
You said if he's got a mark on his head, I can still be harsh with him.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, yes, you can. I mean, let's just go back few years in time when ISIS attacked Iraq.
Okay, so
yeah?
if a Muslim attacks a Muslim, you're allowed to be harsh with them.
Yes.
Okay, so the important point I wanted to bring to your attention is that this being merciful or being harsh is not absolute, it's circumstantial. But
yes.
the stance in each case has to be supported by the Quranic guidance. I'm not going to go into the details. It was the point I wanted to make. The second point you made in your presentation, I just want to make one clarification. You said that in the 6th year of Hijrah, the Prophet ﷺ came for Hajj.
I may have been for Umrah.
Yes, yeah. You kept on repeating it several times. It's Umrah.
Umrah, okay.
Umrah mabtula. So the important point is, you said that Muslims grew in numbers and in strength and spirituality. Very interesting. Where'd you get that from? Muslims grew in spirituality. And how do you define strong, growing Muslim spirituality?
Well, they started very few in numbers in Mecca.
Yes.
And then those early Muslims, fair play to them, they left their hometown of Mecca, they left their possessions, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala recognized that in the Quran. They arrived in Medina, and again, the Ansar in Medina, fair play to them, and actually Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala recognized that although they didn't have much, they gave some of that little bit to the Muhajirun. And if I am correct, he recognizes that in Surah Hashr. He says they were saved from the niggardiness of their self. He praises them. He praises both groups. But I guess just like any other human being, as you practice Salah, as you practice Quran, as you practice, you would grow in spirituality.
That
you will
is
become
your speculation. I want Quran-based evidence.
I can't think of a verse, I'm afraid.
So no, you're saving him. No, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
No, he was so happy when you rang the bell. Can I just
Sure, please.
ask you to read the ayah? Does it not give you the answer to the question? So we just discussed of the 5 qualities, 2 qualities, merciful and being harsh. Then what else?
It says those who believe and do righteous deeds.
No, you're going towards the end. I'm talking about the beginning part of the ayah.
Bowing and prostrating. Yes.
But then you said you have seen your bowing and prostrating friends with such a big mark on their heads, but you feel that they're not good people. So what is there in the ayah which says the true mark of a good bowing, prostrating Muslim is
to seek grace from Allah and His pleasure.
So this Muslim, if you ask him, he'll say, yeah, I'm seeking the grace from God. What is missing in that Muslim who is bowing and prostrating with a big mark on his forehead, but you don't like him? There's something missing in him.
Guidance. It's
Okay.
yeah, light of guidance maybe.
It's a fundamental question. The answer is in the ayah. I just wanted to bring your attention. Okay. Ahsantum. Jazakumullah.
Ahsantum.
Thank you.
Allah.
Shukran.
Thank you. Siraj, the
Son.
organizer said we should give you this Quran journal. It's a gift for you. For all the participants, but I think the Quran journal came late. So this is for you, inshallah.
So, do we know the purpose of this journal?
Do you know the purpose of the journal, bro? It's a nice journal. It's a Quran journal. Huh?
Yeah, no.
So what's the purpose of this journal?
So that I can make notes and ponder over verses and counter reference.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, please. Yes. Yes. Why?
No mic for her. So switch it off then. You can switch it off. Oh, lovely.
But your mics are on, so live broadcast will hear you.
Oh, can we use the mic?
You can use your mics, yeah. They'll be live broadcasting, but her mic won't be.
But what if we can't hear her?
Unfortunately, we don't have an alternative. Shall we move the table closer?
No, let's hear. Maybe her voice is louder.
Can you raise your voice? Okay, thanks. Thanks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم مثل الذين ينفقون أموالهم في سبيل الله كمثل الحبة أنتت سبع سنابل في كل سنبلة من مئة حبة والله يضاعف للناس والله واسع عليم. So in this ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving us an example or a parable of people who spend their property in the way of Allah. And fi sabilillah is something that we usually hear in relation to jihad or fighting. But in this context, it could be associated to anything which is in keeping with Allah's command and propagating His message and guiding people to Islam. The parable is one of a farming nature, which follows many of the parables that were given in the Quran and ones that we've been studying through this course of the competition. Because farming analogies never go out of date, something that's always relevant. People will have an idea of it. We'll always need farming.
Thank you. So few questions. Why are parables important and used in the Holy Quran?
Sorry, I'm noticing there some observers here. Can you hear the response that she's giving? You can. Oh my God, I got a problem. You translated the ayah saying that the parable of those who spend their property in God's way. Property here meaning? You did not elaborate, or maybe I missed it. Because if we are expecting amplification or reward, we need to know what is it that we need to spend in God's way. So let me tell you frankly, I don't own property. I'm staying on rented rented property. So does that mean therefore I'm denied of this? They spend their property, meaning?
It could be anything that you think that you own, so wealth, it could be time, it could be effort, so energy, it could be a variety of things that you can spend.
Okay. You said something, oh my God.
3 minutes more.
Sorry?
3 minutes more.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Goodness.
3 minutes.
So if we were to use this ayah, could it be the source of inspiration for your work for NHS? Are you working with the NHS?
Yeah.
Could this ayah be a source of inspiration for the NHS?
Yes, it could be. It could be that somebody who is encouraged to give up more of their time, to put more effort in, to perhaps, maybe not block off exactly on time.
Is the concept of NHS free volunteer service, or they pay the professionals?
They pay.
Do they also have facility for volunteerism?
Yes.
They do. Okay. Now I want to take you back historically. Suppose you as a Muslim migrant were already here at the time when the British government had not yet initiated the NHS. Would you as a Muslim support the move in the parliament for the concept of NHS based on this ayah, and how so?
I think I would, because I would think about it as enlifting society and upliftment of society in general. So it could be that I'm very healthy and I have no health issues of my own, don't have children, one of those people that is...
Yes, but Christian Britain, at the time when the NHS was introduced, it was still Christian. Right now it's post-Christian. Christian Britain was collecting charity in the churches, and they were helping the poor. So why need the NHS? No, the NHS does it cater only for the poor? Or so where is the concept of NHS in this ayah? It's not only about the poor. Notice the ayah doesn't say the parable of those who spend their property to help the poor.
I suppose it's in the way of Allah, so it could just be not just the poor, it could be when society is uplifted as a whole, so it could be that, you know, the equality and sort of making sure that the poor have access to the same treatments as the rich, so bridging that gap so that you don't have that society where you've got two polars where one side is experiencing health and well-being and the other side is suffering because there's no one to lift them up.
Okay, one final question because he's going to ring the bell now. So if you're going to multiply the reward, God is going to multiply the reward because he's all amplifying, all expanding. Hey!
Ask your question.
So if God is all expansive, you said that he will expand but not for everyone. يُضَاعِفُ لِمَن يَشَاءُ. How do I know where is God's will to expand for whom 700 times or multiples of 700 times? Because I want to see how to qualify for that extra, not only 700.
I think in the following ayahs it tells you about the etiquettes of charity, so they may be an instruction from me as a person to realize that what are the etiquettes of charity I need to make sure I adhere to in order to
Give me 4 basic etiquettes.
spending in the way of so in secret, so not
Number 2,
maybe number 2, not reminding people of
number 3,
charity, maybe choosing the most needy,
number 4,
choosing maybe a more prestigious day, so maybe the day of Friday or Laylatul Qadr to try and attract the more multiplying.
that's maybe in the hadith, it's not in the ayah. One crucial point which would have played a role where the Muslim would have said in parliament, yes, we support the concept of NHS based on this ayah. So there's a 4th point also. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Now we go to your second.
What's the second verse you're doing?
Chapter 2, verse 26.
226, yeah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله لا يستحيي أن يضرب مثلا ما بعوضة فما فوقها فأما الذين آمنوا فيعلمون أنه الحق من
Thank you so much. You're done with your presentation. Thank you. So a few questions. The first one, obviously, is the question I asked earlier on. But before I come to that, are there any reasons for revelation when it comes to this verse? This verse. Yeah, the verse in question, Quran 2 verse 26. No, reason for the revelation. Why did Allah reveal this verse? Something happened and it was revealed. What happened? Huh? Okay, you've tried. So you have asbab and nuzul, reasons for the revelations of the verses of the Holy Quran. And we don't have just one reason for the revelation of this verse. There are multiple reasons. So if you don't know, something to take note of, and then you can look into that, explore more, inshallah. But that's good. My second question is, why are parables important when it comes to explaining the truth? But Allah is powerful, isn't it? You agree? Why use parable if you are powerful? For people to understand. No, something like an insect, like a mosquito, which is controlled by human beings. Why would Allah use it? Okay, last question and then Sheikh, because of time. When you look at this ayah, Sister Shamim, and you look at the world we live in, what practical lessons do we get from this ayah? And how do we implement those lessons in our lives? Somebody comes to you and he says to you, I don't believe God exists. I don't. Say someone very close to you. Oh no. Your son or your daughter comes back from school and says to you, Mom, prove to me God is there. How do you use this ayah through your own reflection to explain to your son or daughter that indeed God exists. No, using this verse, yeah. Focusing on this verse. So how does that prove the existence of God? It doesn't. He used the hadith from Imam al-Baqir alayhi salam, where Imam explains, obviously looking at these insects and an elephant. What did Imam say? No, he mentioned something to the effect that what is in an elephant, you find it also in this small creature of Allah. Yeah, so something to think about. How do I use this to explain to my son and daughter that God indeed exists? This may look very minute, but we have a lot of amazing stuff in it. And Allah used this as a parable to draw people's attention, to go back to their senses. But something you can explore more, inshallah. Sheikh.
Sheikh, we have 10 minutes.
Oh, now you don't say before 5 minutes, you say 10 minutes.
I can't put it together.
Oh, mashallah. So we'll make it 15 minutes. خاموش کردن. Switch it on. Allahumma salli ala Salih Hamza. Alhamdulillah.
So being ashamed, you said that the question of how to ascribe a human feeling like shame to God, I think I'll want a little more clarification. So I'll give you two more feelings mentioned in the Quran. There are several more, but these two are commonly accessible to us, in that one is mentioned in Surah Mubarak Yasin. Ya hasratan ala al-ibad. God regrets what's happening to his servants. Regret is a human feeling. Or in Surah Fatiha, the anger of God is mentioned. غَيْرِ الْمَغْضُوبِ عَلَيْهِمْ. Oh Allah, don't let me go on the path of those on whom you are angry. Anger as a feeling, human feeling being ascribed to God. Regret being ascribed to God. Shame, feeling shame being ascribed to God. How do you justify this? What is being implied here? God is not human.
This is just my reflections, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala might not be human, but if we alienate him completely, then we're not able to interact with him as a Lord. So in order to give, for us to be able to interact with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have to be able to, be able to engage with him and to, understand these feelings and these kind of things, but also.
Yeah, but that line of reasoning would say, then I think it's better I have some sort of an image in front of me and I bow down before that idol or image or sculpture or whatever, and that'll get me closer to God. This is exactly the idolater's justification.
I feel like in this ayah we're saying that, the mushriks or the people who didn't believe were saying that, Allah should feel ashamed, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, I'm not ashamed. So we're ascribing feelings to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that he wasn't, that weren't from him, but in the Quranic ayahs he himself saying that.
So the response to that could have been that, sorry, there are some qualities that you wish to ascribe to God, but it is inapplicable to God because God cannot have human feelings. Subhanallahi amma يصفون. Glory be to God, and exalted is He from the descriptions that they make and attribute to Him. Yet here, that description is not disqualified. It is accepted. So how do you explain God feeling shame or not feeling shame? God feeling angry or not feeling angry? God having regret or no regret? Next question was about the electron microscope. So can you tell us that microorganism that was spotted on the back of the net? What is it?
From what I read briefly, it was a niche, so something that feeds off the mosquitoes, sort of like a symbiotic kind of relationship.
So then I would like to connect to the question that Sheikh was raising, and that is Imam Baqir. I think you said Imam Sadiq alayhi salam. It's Imam Baqir, isn't it? Imam Baqir alayhi salam says that the reason why the gnat is mentioned, because Sheikh asked you that a believer's response will be يَعْلَمُونَ أَنَّهُ الْحَقُّ مِنْ رَبِّهِمْ. The believer would say this parable is a demonstration of the truth from the Lord. The different aspects of this. One aspect is, as Sheikh was trying to emphasize, and that is the miracle of creation. And according to this hadith of Imam Baqir alayhi salam, the miracle of creation is that whatever you find in the creation of the biggest of the animals, for example, the elephant, you would also find in the gnat. So can you give me a quick comparison of what are the parts of a gnat comparable to the elephant? That's the example given, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the limbs, comparable to an elephant.
Elephant has 4, the gnat has 8
So plus 2, plus
or 6. Okay.
also a trunk, which an elephant has, and also a gnat also has as well.
The gnat has a proboscis to suck blood, and the elephant sucks water.
Shape of a trunk.
Okay.
I don't consider myself to be an expert in this kind of thing.
Okay, so can I suggest to you that would you say the Quran is trying to promote the study of insects through this ayah? So if somebody is interested to do entomology, we've got an entomologist, this is the ayah to look at. Would you agree? Okay. So I wanted to extend the argument to that little microorganism and find out that if the Quran wants to go beyond the gnat, فَمَا فَوْقَهَا, and something beyond in smallness would be that microorganism. So maybe the Quran is also encouraging virology then, or microbiology then.
Explicit terms in these, it may have been just over people's head, but now, as science is kind of progressing, we're able to find these small scientific miracles that were always present in the Quran.
So can I ask you about pharmacy? Do you think this ayah is also encouraging pharmacy? Yes.
Yeah.
How?
I think pharmacy is all about scientific discovery.
Okay.
And looking over things that exist currently and trying to repurpose them. And sometimes things that are discovered are not exactly brand new. Sometimes they are stem from something that already exists. So you may have a medication that we're currently using for one thing, but actually now we're looking at it and repurposing it for something else because there may be something minute in it that may be of benefit or that we might want to revisit, the same way that with the gnat
So final question. Sheikh Nuru asked, I want to flip the question of Sheikh Nuru. Sheikh Nuru asked if you come across an atheist and who challenges you, where is the evidence? Have you come across in your study of pharmacy theist pharmacists? Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. You have. For example, who is a famous pharmacist who is a open believer in God in a secular atheist culture? Sorry?
Me?
Alhamdulillah. Okay, great. Ahsantum. Jazakumullah.
How many minutes left?
You have 1 minute.
Oh.
Okay, one minute.
Okay. No. It's okay. I finished.
Oh, you finish yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought he rang the bell.
Can you read the verse, the first part of the verse in English?
Surely Allah is not ashamed to set forth any parable, that of a gnat, or anything above that.
Okay. Anything above that, what does it mean?
So anything above that may mean anything more minuscule than that. It could be anything above that in tininess, or anything. It could be anything above that, like we discussed, because something that lives on top of the gnat. It could be alluding to the scientific miracle that we have discussed.
So anything above that means what?
Anything smaller.
Can it be anything bigger than that? How? Smaller or bigger or both? And why?
I think from my understanding it's quite clear. It says anything above that, so it could be interpreted differently by different people.
No, don't look at him. Don't worry.
Yeah, so it could be interpreted.
Could be both, definitely, but you need to look into that. Could be both. Yeah, thank you, Shami. All the best. Oh yeah, John. Thank you. All the best, inshallah.
So we need to see the entries on the different miracles in that book.
Yeah.
Muzammil, I would like some water if you don't mind. If you can.
Yes.
Yeah, give to Sheikh.
No, what about him?
No, it's fine.
No, I like some cold
I'm
water.
smashing the tea. Oh, Sayyida. Salam, Sayyida. So how is Sayyida? Long time, man. I told you you've gone back home.
No.
start with the chit, and then we'll go to the one you presented.
Yeah, so 1 minute, let me finish this on the. So you start with the random one.
2941.
Okay. Sayyida. Sayyida, your name is Sayyida?
Jafar.
Jafar. Oh, Muhammad Nakuru.
Yeah.
I remember. Okay. Once you're ready, you start. Sheikh will be listening.
I'm listening. I just need to move a little.
Sounds like a plan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. The verse in question is from Surah Al-Ankabut, verse 41. It says, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم مثل الذين اتخذوا من دون الله أولياء كمثل العنكبوت اتخذت بيتا وإن أوهن البيوت لبيت العنكبوت لو كانوا يعلمون. This surah is revealed in Makkah, and in this verse Allah gives a parable for those people who take other than Allah as their guardians. The word used is awliya, min dunillahi awliya. So awliya comes from the root word walaya, which means when two things are very close to each other, and they take, as in they're really close in proximity to the extent that they take from each other. Now, the example of people who take other than Allah as their guardians is like the parable of a spider that makes for itself a house. Now, I think in Tafseer al-Mizan, Allama Tabatabai rahmatullah alayh says that the parable is not of the spider, but of the spider's house, of the making of the house. Now, a house normally has walls, a roof, a door, as in it has a structure. It protects whoever's inside the house. However, the spider's house is very weak. You don't see a door, no wall, no structure. It's easily, if water falls on it, or wind blows over it, the house gets broken, or as in it gets destroyed. So that's the parable of a person who takes other than God as their guardian. Now, it's for the idolaters, because they take other than God as their guardian and their protector. So they believe that an object or something else other than Allah is going to take care of them, or it has control over their affairs. So, and that's the spider's house is the frailest of houses. So having your believing that something else or another object or anything other than Allah is going to take care of you is a very weak, so to speak, structureless, as in it's not, it's very frail to have that belief that other than Allah is going to be your guardian. Um, um, Did they but know, at the end of the verse Allah says, did they but know. So if the idolaters knew that, like believing in idols or worshipping and taking an object as a guardian is not going to benefit them in any way, it's a matter of reflecting how an object is going to save me, for example, or have control over my affairs. Yeah, I think that's it.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay. What is this verse about?
Belief in Allah.
Where do you get that from the verse?
Anyone who takes a guardian besides Allah, so not believing in Allah, as in not having tawheed, that my belief is that I should, as in my own, Allah is the, as in I only believe in Allah and nothing else.
So if the verse discusses belief in Allah as per what you've just said, why the parable?
To explain us that anything else other than Allah is very weak.
Can you read the verse for me, either in Arabic or English?
مثل الذين اتخذوا من دون الله أولياء كمثل العنكبوت اتخذ.
Okay, stop there. من دون الله أولياء. Ankabut. What's the relationship between these two? Because these are the parables, isn't it? Read the verse again. مثل
مثل الذين
اتخذوا من دون الله
أولياء.
أولياء. مثل الذين اتخذوا من دون الله أولياء. Then what? كمثل كمثل العنكبوت. So what's the correlation, the relationship between these two? اتخذوا من دون الله أولياء and عنكبوت.
Ankabut is also a creation of Allah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where Allah is saying to those اتخذوا من دون الله أولياء, Allah said كمثل العنكبوت.
The spider thinks that the house is a protection for it, but and idolaters believe that other than Allah are going to protect them. So maybe that's the relation between the two parables.
Can you explain more for further? This is very important, Sayyida. Explain the same way and then continue.
So it says that the example of those who take guardians besides Allah.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who take other than Allah as their guardians is like a spider, because the spider, when it's building its house, thinks that the house is going to protect it, while it's the frailest of houses, because the smallest thing can break it. Now idolaters, when they're believing in idols, they think that the idol is going to have control over their affairs or is going to be their guardian.
So it's like there is something idolaters and this share in common.
The spider.
Uh-huh.
Which is the belief that the house is going to protect me, and for them they believe the idol is going to protect me.
So what's their conclusion? Therefore,
that other than Allah, no one in this world is ever going to be able to protect you.
Good. No time, because I wanted to ask something, but Sheikh has to ask something on this ayah. 10 minutes is over now, but
you get 3 minutes.
oh,
He has 3 minutes.
La hawla la quwwata illa billah.
So you are continuing.
لا لا تفضل شيخ حتى لا نتأخر عليهم بقى. So now we don't do that.
So you began by saying that this surah is a Makki surah. Does this ayah have an application in Medina? And more importantly, does this ayah have an application today?
So you sometimes, even though we may not be believing in idols, but then we may think that other than Allah, in different circumstances in our lives, can we begin to trust them more than Allah, and that may be a way to apply this verse to our lives, in that if any circumstance comes about where I'm meant to ultimately my trust should be only on Allah, and not like everything else is just a wasila, not it's not the thing that's providing me, but it's ultimately Allah.
So, min dunillahi awliya, is it negating all sort of awliya, or no, they can be awliya which are valid to take as their wilayah?
There is valid awliya, those that are directly, so like the Prophet and the Aimma, because so their proximity to Allah is very close, and us following the Aimma and the Prophets is having their wilayah ultimately leads us to God. So that wilayah is acceptable because we ultimately want to reach to God, but as in they understand God in the best way, and so it's okay to have their wilayah.
Give me the Quranic proof for that. Quran, one ayah of the Quran. Are you going to ring the bell for her? So if
the ayat of the tear.
Okay, how does that prove? You could be right, but you'll need to justify. So can I give you a clue?
Yes.
But then we'll deduct a mark for that.
That's fine.
Sorry?
That's fine.
That's fine. So there's an ayah known as the ayah of wilayah in the Quran. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Innama waliyukum Allahu. No, not ulil amr.
Oh, then. Oh, okay.
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 You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now your second verse say that it's I think Surah Al-A'raf verse 176. So you give us a minute before you start. Yeah, just Surah Al-A'raf verse 176. Once you're ready, you can say.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The verse says, وَلَوْ ولو شئنا لرفعناه بها ولكنه أخلد إلى الأرض واتبع هواه فمثله كمثل الكلب إن تحمل عليه يلهث أو تتركه يلهث ذلك مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآياتنا فاقصص القصص لعلهم يتفكرون. The eighth Imam has narrated that, as in there's a narration that says that the eighth Imam states that this is the story of Bal'am bin Ba'ura, and so Allah is explaining the account of a person who was good, but then he deviated. So it was at the time of Prophet Musa where so this man was given Ism Azam, and the Fir'aun asked this man to pray against Prophet Musa, and he was on a mount and he prayed, but his dua was not accepted, and he hit the animal to the extent that the animal passed away, and before the animal passed away, it spoke and said that why are you praying against the Prophet? And after, he hit the animal to the extent that the animal died. So if we look at verse 174, it says, 175, and recite to them the narrative of him to whom we give our communications. And the word used is فَانْسَلَخَ minha. Now, فَانْسَلَخَ is to come out of the skin, like to kind of shed the skin. So, and recite to them the narrative of the one who we gave our communication, but he withdraws himself. So he does, as in, he believes in so he has the ayat, but then he fansalaha, so he comes out of, as in he does not take heed of the ayat, and he comes out of it, and then the shaitan overtakes him. So فَأَتْبَعَهُ, so the shaitan goes after this person. فَكَانَ مِنَ الْغَاوِينَ. Now there's a difference between غاوين and ضالين. غاوين is when you remember the destination but you forget the path, and ضالين is when you I'm not sure if I'm making a mistake in the two words, but basically غاوين is when you are on the right track but then you come off it. You go astray after you're initially on the right path but then you go astray, and ضالين is you forget the destination. And then the verse in question gives the parable of this kind of person. So the word akhlada is used, which means it's stuck to the ground. So it follows its base desires and it's become very lowly. And the example given is of a dog that lolls out its tongue. So whether you attack it or you leave it, it still lolls out its tongue in thirst. The word hamala means attack, like hamla, so it's the parable of those who reject the ayat of Allah, and so it's whether you warn them or you don't warn them, they still are the same. I think I'm done. Sorry.
You're done?
Yeah.
Jazakallah khair. So let's start with the verse. You go back to the verse. You have the verse with you, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. My first question is, which people is this verse talking about?
Which people?
Which nation? Which people?
Bani Israel?
Bani Israel. Bani Israel.
Yeah.
Where did you get that from?
Or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know.
No, you're not.
Okay.
I don't think you are.
On the Tafseer.
No. You read it somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it talking just about Bani Israel, or is talking about all?
I mean, the Quran is a guide for everyone, so it is also for us.
Okay. So what's the first word of the ayah? Can you read that for me?
وَلَوْ شِئْنَا لَرَفَعْنَاهُ بِهَا وَلَكِنَّهُ أَخْلَدَ إِلَى الْأَرْضِ.
Who is that one? لَرَفَعْنَاهُ. That pronoun referring to who? You can read the English if you want. But the ayah is talking about somebody, third person, isn't it? It's talking of a third person.
Is it specifically to Balaam bin Ba'ura?
Ah, you mentioned the name.
Yeah.
Can you give me a bit of history of Balaam bin Ba'ura, and when did you get that is linked to this ayah?
So I don't know the history of this man, but it was in the Tafseer.
Yeah, I can't hear your voice properly.
I don't know the history of this person, but it was mentioned in the enlightening commentary and also as a narration in Tafsir al-Mizan.
Okay. What did he do?
So he was, he had Ism Azam, and Fir'aun asked him to pray against Prophet Musa. So he did, but then it wasn't accepted, and because of that so the narration says that the mount he was on, he hit the animal until the animal died, because it wasn't, yeah.
What's the relationship between this verse 176 and verses 175 and 78? These are three verses. What's the relationship? Are they connected, not connected? If they are not if they are connected, what's the connection? What are we getting there?
So verse 175 starts off by it's like the start of the story, saying that we gave them the signs. So وَاتْلُ عَلَيْهِمْ نَبَأَ الَّذِي آتَيْنَاهُ آيَاتِنَا. So he had the signs. So we give our communications, but he withdraws himself.
Who is talking here?
Allah.
To who? Who is Allah talking to?
The Prophet. He is narrating the story of this person to the Prophet.
Okay, quickly, and then you'll go to Sheikh because of time.
And verse 178 says, whomsoever Allah guides.
78?
You asked.
So I'm asking 75, 76, and 77.
Oh,
okay, you can go to 78 also, no worries.
So that's the story Allah is narrating of the person who rejects the ayat of Allah, and then Allah says, whoever Allah guides, He is the one who follows the right way, and whomsoever He causes to err, these are the losers. So guidance and misguidance is from Allah.
Allah misguide.
No, so for misguidance, the initial choice is the individual's choice. Like in Surah Baqarah verse 26, Allah says that He misguides the transgressors. So they're already misguided, and Allah increases in their misguidance because they initially chose to choose the wrong path. But with guidance, everyone has the innate nature to follow the truth. And so when you choose to continue following your innate nature, then Allah increases in your guidance. So for guidance, it is from Allah. For misguidance, it is the individual themselves who chooses to take the wrong path.
Okay. Sheikh will ask you, inshallah.
So the ayah says that, O Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, please narrate to them the important story about this person. Narrate to whom and why?
Narrate to the people, because so that they're aware that they may not fall into the same trap.
Or it's just ordinary people. There's no specific target audience.
I'm not sure.
Okay. This person was granted our communications. That's the translation that you read. And you interpreted that communications to mean Ism A'zam.
So, as in the Tafseer mentioned that this man was given Ism Azam.
Yeah, so the question is, Allah says that this person, آتَيْنَاهُ مِنْ آيَاتِنَا. We gave him some of our communications, according to your translation. If that hadith was not there in the tafsir that you're quoting, that it's Ism A'zam, what would your understanding be from the apparent words that we gave him some of our signs, we gave him some of our communications?
The Quran?
We gave him the Quran. But the Quran was not revealed in the time of Musa alayhi salam, and the person who got the revelation in the time of Musa alayhi salam was the Prophet himself, Musa.
Could it mean the Torah?
Sorry?
The Torah? So at the time of the Prophet Musa,
Yes.
the revelation was the Torah.
But that was given to Musa alayhi salam.
But then from the Prophet it goes to the people.
Yes, so then everybody gets the Torah, isn't it? Not specifically this person. What is the ayah trying to say? And in other words, can you justify that hadith which says that he got Ism A'zam, that Ism A'zam is a communication from the Lord? Can you find a connection? Is my question clear?
No.
Sorry?
Can you repeat your question?
So the question is, narrate to them the incident of this person whom we gave some of our communications. You are saying communications would mean Torah, but he didn't get the Torah. Everybody got the Torah through Musa alayhi salam. So what was, either we say no, the Quran just wants to mention an example of a person who was taught the Torah. Or no, there's something else that he was given. What is the justification of that something else being Ism A'zam? And the Quran says, no, we gave him a communication. So let me flip the question. What is Ism A'zam?
The name of Allah.
No, but it's not any ordinary name, isn't it?
No, it's not an ordinary.
Sorry?
It's not an ordinary.
So do you know what the Ism A'zam is? Okay. Let us presume it's a detailed discussion of what the Ism A'zam is. So let's say if I told you one of the names of God which can be Ism A'zam is Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, for example. Okay? So this person was given this name. God has many names, but he was given this particular name. How does it become Ism A'zam, the Hayyu Qayyum?
How does it become Ism A'zam?
In other words, he got this from God, and it was Ism A'zam. What was his name doing with him, or what was he doing with his name? What was the impact or the effect of this name on him? Because he was given it, and then the next phrase says, then he shed it off. That's what you said, isn't it? فَانْسَلَخَ مِنْهَا.
Yeah.
So you'll have to explain what is the covering by the name, and then what is shedding off the covering. Shedding off is removing the cover, isn't it?
Is it the guidance? Is it the belief and faith in Allah?
Okay, so the question is, how come God chooses to describe the bestowal of this special communication as a type of covering, and then the loss of this bestowal of this special gift as shedding off? Remember, this ayah was given to you as a parable, though the parable appears in the next ayah, 176, but 175 also is using a parable. Would you agree?
Yes.
To be given a special sign from God, the parable is like a covering. To lose that special sign from God, the parable is like shedding off. What's the similarity between getting the bestowal and removing and losing the bestowal as a shedding off? What is the message being conveyed to us about the nature of this communication? Is my question clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
The covering is given by Allah,
Yes.
and in order to preserve it,
Yes.
you have to, if you choose to reject the guidance from Allah, then you're going to shed off that covering, as in you lose
Agreed. So can I ask you, what are the two things that he must have done for which God decided to give him this special gift? And what did he then do after which then God decides that no, this has to be taken away from him? It's one of the greatest gifts God can give to someone. What did he do to deserve it? And what did he do to disqualify then? 5 minutes. Okay.
Is the answer here?
Sorry?
Is the answer in this verse?
If I give you a clue, then do I get let's say to deduct a mark?
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is in the ayah.
Straightforward.
Because he clung to the earth. أخلد إلى الأرض. So because he...
Yes, so that is the cause of shedding off.
Yes.
Before we come to shedding off, we want to know, what did he do to get it in the first place? Was he just blindly, randomly, undeservedly given that gift from God, or he did something to deserve to receive it?
His belief in Allah.
Okay, you'll have to justify it. Where did you get that from in the ayah? You could be right, but... Can I be a little more direct? So you say you've got a degree in education and psychology, right? And then you surprised us both by saying UX something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
can I?
next thing, yeah.
Yeah. So to me and Sheikh, UX is a special gift you got from God. We don't know about it.
Yeah, I did the first time I met him.
Yeah. So what is it that made you deserve get it? Could it be comparable? I mean, if you're saying this ayah applies to all times, so it applies to our times also. So you can have a person today who receives a special gift from God because they may have done something to deserve it, but then they do something to disqualify.
They searched for it.
Sorry?
They looked for it, as in...
They look for it. Okay. Where'd you get all these from? I want it from the ayah.
آتيناه.
Yes, but ذلك فضل الله يؤتيه من يشاء والله ذو الفضل العظيم. من يشاء. Who is it Allah wills to give? Does he give randomly without qualification or no? There's something that makes that recipient deserve to receive it.
So because we have free will and we choose...
Yes, so what choice did he make? Yes.
He chose to believe in the signs.
1, 2. There may be others who are believers also, but they may not get it. There's something else he must have done. Okay. So what did he do then that disqualified him?
He chose to go behind his desires.
Yes. So to follow desires, but with one important condition, when those desires oppose God's will. Otherwise, God has given us the potential of desires. So he followed his desires and not God's command. What else did he do to disqualify?
So there's two things here. It's أخلد إلى الأرض.
Yes, أخلد إلى الأرض. Meaning?
Remain on the earth.
Stay on the earth.
Or
Meaning? This is metaphorical. Meaning?
He was materialistic. I mean, he became materialistic, and the world was more of a concern for him than anything else.
Okay. So now, can you work out that first question I asked? What did he do to deserve to receive it in the first place? If this is what he did to lose it, what did he do in the first place to gain it?
Believed in Allah.
Sorry?
Believed in Allah.
That's not enough. There are many believers in Musa alayhi salam.
Sin-
Can I repeat my question?
How many minutes?
We're losing Ismi A'azam
Okay,
here.
let's finish this and then you, inshallah, and then I will ask the last one. Inshallah, Allah bless you.
He lost that special gift of God because he decided to become materialistic and to decide to follow his desires. So based on that, what do you think he could have done to be able to gain it in the first place?
He had a higher purpose.
Yes,
that
and
which is to please Allah.
and yes,
And he was working for the hereafter.
and this is a rephrasing of the same condition. And okay, I think one very important point that should come out, I can't leave the discussion hanging here, and that is this word is unique. فَانْسَلَخَ مِنْهَا. He shed it off. When do you shed off something? I'm carrying a bag with me. Do I say when I leave the bag behind, I'm shedding it off? I'm wearing a coat. I remove the coat, outer coat. Is that shedding off? I'm wearing a middle garment. I remove that. Inner garment. What is shedding off? And what is the parable? Why is this description of bestowal of this special gift being described in terms whereby once you lose it, you've shed it off? What is happening to this person when he had it? Is my question clear?
It was a covering for him.
What sort of covering? Is it just maybe I buy a big bag or a raincoat, or what is the covering? What is the implication of this nature of covering?
So shedding off would be used for like when the skin sheds off.
Okay. So
it's something that's stuck to you, but then
yes. So that gift that was given to him was so close to him, just like the skin, was just like the innermost garment that usually wouldn't be shed off easily.
which is
What is that gift that was given to him that was so close to him, just like his skin? Can you imagine how whatever this communication was, you're saying is Isma Azam, was so close to him? And then to shed it off. Is it easy to shed off your skin? What did he do? Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
Time is about
Time
this
is
one thing,
up,
otherwise
yeah.
I can't put
Yeah.
this last mark. Yeah, because I need to make my mind. This Balaam, what's the name? Balaam?
bin Ba'ura.
What lesson do we get from this? For this, I need to. In our current situation of the world or our communities, what really practical lesson we get out of his history?
That he was someone who was a believer, but then because of following his desires, he got astray. So us as believers should not be we shouldn't be content at where we are, because we can easily get distracted and follow our desires and go onto the wrong path. So it's not only disbelievers who are misguided, but believers also have a chance of getting misguided. And so we need to be careful.
Yeah, there are, so many lessons. This is good. If you look at his relationship with Prophet Musa, powerful relationship. Musa even used to go to him and refer to him, but suddenly made a U-turn. So It means we can't take things for granted, isn't it? Yeah, you need to read the history more into detail, Sayyida. Thank you so much. Bless you.
Can I ask for the answer of what it is that he did to shed off the skin?
Yeah, of course, now we're going to answer the Malakul Maut. Now he's standing. So that we can answer tomorrow, inshallah, one time. Mozambique. Yeah, so he followed his desire, but you know, you have to expand. What did he do? Oh, yeah, come. The journal. Unless you have your trophy already, so this is the journal. Oh, salam. Yeah, because I'm putting them out. But you can come. It doesn't matter.
I am doing 62 facts.
Lovely.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So I'll just read this verse first. It's Surah Al-Fath, verse 179. So 7179. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. وَلَقَدْ ذَرَأْنَا لِجَهَنَّمَ كَثِيرًا مِنَ الْجِنِّ وَالْإِنسِ لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ لَا يَفْقَهُونَ بِهَا وَلَهُمْ أَعْيُنٌ لَا يُبْصِرُونَ بِهَا وَلَهُمْ آذَانٌ لَا يَسْمَعُونَ بِهَا أُولَئِكَ كَالْأَنْعَامِ بَلْ هُمْ أَضَلُّ أُولَئِكَ هُمُ الْغَافِلُونَ. So this, just to give a bit of background on the surah first, and then a bit more on this verse in particular. So Surah Al-Fath, I think it's classified as a late Makkan surah. So normally the main features in this surah initially is about kind of rejecting signs of Allah. A lot of verses earlier on in the surah talk about a few of the prophets that have come and about the people who had rejected those prophets. And then there's a famous verse in 172 about the covenant of God. And then after that there's this discussion, verse 175 and 176, the ones that we just heard before me, related to one of the people from the Bani Israel. And then this verse here, which talks about, it talks about a few things. So if I go through the verse, so وَلَقَدْ ذَرَأْنَا لِجَهَنَّمَ كَثِيرًا مِنَ الْجِنِّ وَالْإِنسِ. So what that means is, and certainly we've created for hell many of the jinn and the men. So this is quite a controversial area in terms of the Tafseer, especially with the discussion of what does that mean. We have created for hell many of the jinn and the men. So there's a discussion in the study Quran and in some of the other Tafseer about what that means. Does that mean that God has created people for Jahannam, or does it mean something else? I think what I understood is, I think there's a discussion between some of the two groups, between the Ash'ari and the Mu'tazili, about what this means. So the Ash'aris take this quite literally to mean there are a group of people who are created to go into Jahannam, because they take this very literally, whereas the Mu'tazili belief is actually that conflicts with some of the other verses of the Quran, especially, for example, the verses which say, we have created you for worship, or we've created you for mercy. So, for example, chapter 51, verse 56, I didn't create man and jinn except to worship me. And I think chapter 11, verse 119, which talks about God creating man for mercy. So that conflicts with the Ash'ari interpretation of this verse. So the way that this is reconciled is that the word li, the use of li here, li Jahannam, doesn't mean that they're created for Jahannam in that sense, but the interpretation might be that we created man and jinn, but you ended up in Jahannam. Kind of that's the way it's seen. In Al-Mizan, Allama Tabatabai has a slightly different analogy. He uses an analogy of a carpenter, for example, who's building something made out of wood. So he says when he's built or he's carved something out of wood, there's some excess wood. Now that excess wood was, even though it's excess and it's waste, it wasn't created to be waste. It was fashioned, and then that ended up being excess. So that's kind of the way that he discusses this, which is, I guess, another way of interpreting what this means. So God didn't create people for Jahannam. He created man with everybody aiming for perfection, but because of trials and tribulations, some people end up in Jahannam. So that's that first bit there. And then it goes, لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ لَا يَفْقَهُونَ بِهَا وَلَهُمْ أَعْيُنٌ لَا يُبْصِرُونَ بِهَا وَلَهُمْ آذَانٌ لَا يَسْمَعُونَ بِهَا. So they've got hearts which they don't understand, eyes with which they don't see, and ears with which they don't hear. There's a couple of areas in the Quran where similar discussions I had about using the heart for understanding, using eyes for more vision rather than just physical vision, and ears for kind of hearing signs rather than just a physical hearing. For example, in Surah Baqarah, verse number 7, I think, خَتَمَ اللَّهُ عَلَى قُلُوبِهِمْ وَعَلَى سَمْعِهِمْ وَعَلَى أَبْصَارِهِمْ. So God has sealed their hearts and قُلُوبِهِمْ وَعَلَى ختم الله على قلوبهم وعلى سمعهم, and their hearing, and their أبصارهم, their vision. And similarly, I think there's another one, chapter 41, verse 5, which is similar about the hearts being covered, the ears being heavy, a veil over their eyes. And then there's the parable where it says, أُولَٰئِكَ كَالْأَنْعَامِ بَلْ هُمْ أَضَلُّ. So they are like cattle, and then it goes, بَلْ هُمْ أَضَلُّ, actually they're worse. So it's quite a nice description, because first it says they're like cattle, and then God goes further to say actually they're worse than cattle. And then أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْغَافِلُونَ, they are the heedless ones. They've got ghafla, which is this kind of ignorance or heedlessness. This discussion of why cattle is used, and why Allah then goes to say they're worse than cattle, which is quite a thing to say, that some people can be worse than cattle. This isn't unusual for the Quran to mention it. Something like this, for example, in Surah Al-Fath, they talk about God being able, people being able to be very, very high, but then being able to be very, very low, asfala safilin. There's kind of four possible reasons mentioned in study Quran of why people may be worse than cattle. One of them is cattle can be guided by a herdsman, but here God is saying that these people can't even be guided. So it's kind of, that's one example of why they might be worse than cattle. Secondly, cattle don't have intellect, but humans have intellect. So you can't expect much more from a cattle, but you can expect more from a human being. A third reason might be, what's mentioned is that cattle seek nourishment from the ground. So they seek the bounties of God, what's given to them, but the idea is that these people might not be seeking the good nourishment from this earth. And the fourth one is that there's some evidence in the Quran about animals recognizing the creation, the creator. So for example, يُسَبِّحُ لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. So everything in every creation in this earth recognizes God, but these people don't recognize God. So those are four possible reasons of why God might say that they're worse than cattle. And then finally, as I mentioned, it says, أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْغَافِلُونَ. They are the ignorant ones. So the main theme from this God is that some of these people are like livestock, and they're seeking their carnal desires, kind of the animal desires, which is why this parable is used.
So we've got only 3 minutes. Maybe I can ask a question, and then
Sure.
Sheikh can ask something, just for clarification. Yeah. You mentioned of Asha'ira and Mu'tazila. So who are Asha'ira, who are Mu'tazila, and what is the standing point of the Ahlul Bayt in this regard?
Yeah.
Because you gave two opinions of
the
other theological schools, if you like.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know much about the theology, but my understanding is that they're both within the Ahlul Sunnah, the Ash'ari and the Mu'tazila.
But then we have theological schools,
yeah.
And we have different jurisprudential schools.
So there are two theological schools. Two theological schools?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So those two are two of the theological schools.
Faded to some extent, but yeah.
So the Ash'ari, the Ash'ari idea.
Like your name.
Yeah, exactly. is quite. I think my understanding is it's quite literal in their understanding. I think when it comes to free will, there's this idea of a lot more predestination rather than having free will. The Mu'tazila seem to be more in keeping with what the teachings of the Ahlul Bayt have.
Just what is the standing point of Shi'as, Ahlul Bayt in this regard?
It's more towards what the Mu'tazila say. So what we would say here is that man is not being created for heaven. As Allama Tabatabai says, man is created to worship God, or man is created for worship. But because of the trials that we have, some people don't manage to enter God. But it's not that people are created with an inclination to do sin or to end up in hell. my understanding
Sheikh,
is.
if you have a question on this verse. Yeah, sorry, we're rushing by.
1 minute.
1 minute.
So you offered the analogy by Allama Tawatabai rahmatullah alayhi of the carpenter, that he carves the wood for the purpose of fashioning some useful furniture, but then there is the unavoidable excess wood that ends up as wastage.
Yeah.
So can't somebody argue against that analogy by saying that, but God is the best of the creators? If at all you want to use the carpenter analogy, then he's the best of the carpenters who can make use of every inch and centimeter of the wood without wastage.
Yeah.
How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I'll be honest with to be completely honest, I read that analogy and I'm quoting it because I read it, but I did think the same thing.
Okay.
And I don't know if I'm not sure if that analogy has. From what I can remember, I can't remember seeing justification for that analogy in the Tafseer, but obviously I can't remember if he's justified it from the Quran, that analogy. He gave that analogy and he gave us a similar-ish one with is very similar about this idea of kind of waste. The one that's mentioned in the study Quran, what the Mu'tazili idea is, seemed to resonate more with what I've kind of grown up understanding.
Okay, so let's keep this analogy aside. The fundamental question is this, that would it be a failure on God's part that the creation that he has made as the best of the creator and as the best of the creation then ends up in the hellfire?
No.
And what percentage? Look at the numbers.
Yeah.
What does the translation say?
Many of the jinn, kathiran min al-jinn.
Many.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is this not an indication of the failure on the part of the best of the creator creating the best of the creation?
I don't think so, because I think people are created in the best fashion, right?
By the best of the creators.
Yeah. So we're all created in the perfect way and with that potential to reach perfection.
Right.
And it's a failure on our part that we've ended up in hell, not a failure of the creator.
So where is the failure on the part of the human being?
Well, this verse would suggest it's about kind of feeding your carnal desires rather than kind of godly desires. No,
that was the previous ayat being discussed with that other candidate.
So here about cattle, they're like cattle, right? So my idea of that is that the reason that people end up in hell is because of not using your heart, your eyes, your ears in the kind of the metaphorical sense, and being kind of not following those. So it's a failure on our part of being carnal, not godly.
So the important point is this: are those relegated to the fire of hell necessarily the ones who follow their carnal desires? How would you justify the oppressors who are brutal and violent against the innocent victims? Are they the docile cattle who just follow the desire to forage on the herbiage of the green pastures?
They would probably fall under another category. They're probably more parables in the Quran to discuss those people. That would be more severe, I guess. You're right. They're not like docile cattle.
So it's possible the ayah is even alluding to this type of group of people.
Who the oppressors?
Yeah.
The first bit, they have hearts which they don't understand with, they have eyes which they don't see with, ears which they don't hear. So that's a possibility. That group.
So what is it that their hearts? They're very intelligent people. They're professionals. They can design some of the best technologies that can amaze other human beings.
Yeah.
Yet the Quran says no. They've got hearts that don't perceive.
Yeah.
What is it they're failing to perceive? They're super intelligent human beings. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think.
I mean, you can't conduct oppression at that scale.
Yeah.
It's amazing. In history, we haven't seen this degree of oppression.
Yeah.
And yet the Quran says, but no, they're heartless people.
Yeah. I think their hearts have become like that. Right?
Sorry?
I think their hearts have become like that gradually over time.
So what is it they have been failing to do which makes them reach this, stoop this low?
Yeah. Well, we would probably say failing to recognize God would be one. That would probably be the one I would think.
Okay.
But there might be more than that. There's people who don't recognize God who are good people, right?
Good people in what way?
Sorry?
Good people in what way?
Good people as in they wouldn't oppress. They're not oppressors.
Okay.
So it might be more than just recognizing God. I think, yeah, it's a good question. What is it that they're not doing? So I think maybe it's not just maybe it's about godliness rather than recognizing God. So it's about the values, maybe I'd say Islamic values.
Partly, but not fully.
Time is up, but
okay.
Next time we'll. Is it akhlaq with religion or akhlaq without religion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it akhlaq with religion or akhlaq without religion?
What do you mean?
Oh, good. I'm talking about goodness, innit?
Yeah. I think you can have goodness, akhlaq, without religion.
Okay, that we'll discuss later.
Yeah. Sure.
Mostly next one, Surah Al-Jum'ah.
Yeah.
Verse number 5.
Yes.
So we'll reduce the minute from this one, don't worry.
Okay, so. Okay. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. مثل الذين حملوا التوراة ثم لم يحملوها كمثل الحمار يحمل أسفارا بئس مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآيات الله والله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين. So this is quite a short surah. So I think understanding this verse probably needs to be understood in the context of the surah itself. So Surah Al-Jum'ah is a Madani surah, and it's named Surah Al-Jum'ah because of Friday, the Friday prayers. I think it comes from the root word similar to Jama'ah, like gathering of people, my understanding is. There's lots of rewards for reciting the surah, especially Thursday night and Friday, during Friday prayers and also on Thursday night. And there's lots of qualities mentioned in the Tafseer about reciting the surah as well. It's one of the, I think they're called the Musabbihat. There's 5 surahs which begin with kind of Sabbaha or Yusabbihu around this part of the Quran. So this is the 4th of them. And there's kind of 3 main areas of this chapter. The first 4 verses, God initially praises himself, and then he talks about the Prophet Muhammad and praising him and being part of his grace. And then from this verse, from 5 until 8, there's a discussion about the people who were given the Torah, which is kind of believed to be the Bani Israel or the Jewish people. And then the last 3 verses are talking about Friday prayers. If I just go through the verse first, and then I'll kind of explain the context in which it might have been revealed from the Tafseer. So, مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ هُمِّلُوا التَّوْرَاةَ means the likeness or the similitude of those who are given the Torah. So hummilu, I think the discussion is that hummilu means that they were charged with it, they were given a responsibility to act on it as well, rather than just being given the book. ثُمَّ لَمْ يَحْمِلُوهَا, and then they didn't act on it. كَمَثَلِ الْحِمَارُ يَحْمِلُ أَسْفَارًا, they're like donkeys which are يَحْمِلُ, the same word, carrying asfara. So asfara is defined as being a book, but I think it comes from the root word in Al-Mizan. he quotes Al-Raghib, who says that this word suffer comes from where some people in society used to kind of remove a bit of their turban, so it's kind of uncovering a secret almost. So it's not just a book, but it's a book which has secrets to it, and I think that's quite relevant when it comes to understanding what this verse says after this. And then it says, بِئْسَ مَثَلُ الْقَوْمِ الَّذِينَ كَذَّبُوا بِآيَاتِ اللَّهِ. So evil is the likeness of a people who belie the communications of God. So they were given communications of God and they belied them. وَاللَّهُ لَا يَهْدِي الْقَوْمِ الظَّالِمِينَ. And God doesn't guide an unjust people. So in terms of the context of when this was revealed, I think I've come from reading the Tafseer, there's kind of three possible ideas of what the context of revelation here. One of them suggests that this is referring to the Jews at the time of the Prophet who were denying the Prophet even though the Torah mentioned that the Prophet will be coming. The second argument is that this is referring more generally to the Bani Israel and some of the things that they had done in history which were not respecting or kind of acting on the Torah that had been given to them. And the third one, which is mentioned by Allama Tabatabai in Al-Mizan, is that this verse is actually the kind of the Sha'n and Nuzul is related to the last verse, which is a specific incident in Medina when Friday prayers were happening, which I'll get to. So the first one, which is mentioned, I think it's by Al-Alusi, which is saying that even though in the Quran it mentions that the Prophet is going to be coming, so I think it's chapter 7, verse 157, it mentions that the Prophet is mentioned in the Torah and the Gospel, that they rejected him. The second possibility, as I mentioned, is about the Jews not following the book, and there's lots of verses in the Quran, especially in Surah Al-Baqarah and Surah Al-Ma'idah, relating to this. So for example, they distorted the Torah, I think in Surah Al-Baqarah verse 75. In Ma'idah 15 and 41, again about hiding bits of the Torah and altering it. And then there's a discussion about the rabbis who weren't forbidding the Jews from doing particular actions in Ma'idah 63. And then in Baqarah 87, there's a discussion specifically about them rejecting the prophets, which is related to this idea of kadhabu bi ayatillah, kind of rejecting some of the prophets or belying them. So the discussion which is had is that just as a donkey who carries a book doesn't understand what it's carrying, whether it's carrying kind of a masterpiece or whether it's carrying some sticks and stones, it won't realize what it's carrying. It's a similar analogy to what was happening with the people of the Torah. In Al-Mizan it says it's particularly related to what happened in verse 11, which is when the Prophet was praying Salat al-Jum'ah, there were 3 instances where a trade caravan would come from Syria and they would be playing tambourines or music or singing, and a lot of people would leave the khutbah, the Friday prayer, to go and see what was happening in this trade caravan. And this happened on 3 separate occasions. I believe only about 12, there's some narrations which say between 7 and 40 people, but 12 people, I think Jabir bin Abdullah al-Ansari narrates that he was one of them, where they would stay, but the others would all kind of disperse. And this happened 3 times, and then the idea is that maybe this verse was revealed or related to that. And I think there's lots of narrations which support this. One of them is that the Prophet said that people who don't listen to the Friday prayers, the khutbah of the Friday prayer, are like donkeys carrying books. So that would support this idea that was the context of this revelation. So the idea then is that this verse isn't just criticizing the people of the Torah, but it's actually serving as a warning to the Islamic community that if you aren't careful, you can end up being exactly like what had happened to the people before you. So it's not so much just a criticism of a past community, but it's more a warning for the ummah to come. And I think the main tafsir seem to kind of mention that a few times, that this isn't just looking at a historical event, this is a warning for the ummah. And I think there's some narrations as well about the Prophet warning that this ummah could end up in the same traps as what happened to the Jewish people. I think there's one that says that they read the Torah and the Gospel, but they don't act on them. So that was the main interpretation of this verse.
No, thank you so much, Doc. Now it's our turn to ask a few questions and seek some clarifications. So the first one is, who are God talking about in this verse?
So, مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ هُمِلُوا التَّوْرَاةَ, people who were given the Torah.
Who are those people?
The Bani Israel. The people of Prophet Musa.
Bani Israel or people of Musa?
Musa, because it's the Torah was revealed to Musa.
They're not Bani Israel.
Okay, so the people of Musa. No, are they not?
No, I'm asking you.
No, they are from Bani Israel. Prophet Musa was sent to the Bani Israel, and he was given the Torah which he gave to the people. So it was the people in that time, I guess.
Good. Now, who's been addressed? Who's the addressee of this?
So the next verse directly refers to the Jews. قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ هَادُوا. And then the next verse after that again.
Before we come to that,
okay.
This مَثَلُ الَّذِينَ حُمِّلُوا التَّوْرَاةَ. Who is being addressed to?
So I guess this is where the tafsir speak about who it could be addressing. So some of the tafsir that say that this is just God is just mentioning that this is what happened in the past.
Yeah.
But some of the tafsir seem to suggest that the Prophet was using that, or God is using that example to speak to the people in Medina at the time because of what had happened with the Friday prayer and not paying due attention to it. So actually it's an indirect message to the Muslim population that this is what happened in the past, but we're warning you, basically, is my understanding of from reading the tafsir.
And then you wanted to say the next verse, قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ هَادُوا. What happens there?
So there, for the next couple of verses, God is speaking to the Jews and saying that if you're
speaking to the Jews here.
قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ هَادُوا إِن زَعَمْتُمْ. So yeah, the next verse.
Who is he speaking to?
In verse 6.
Yeah, you quoted قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الَّذِينَ هَادُوا. Who is God speaking to?
The Prophet. Cool.
Yeah.
So he's saying to the Prophet, say to the Jewish people.
Okay.
If you think you're the favorite.
Okay. Now we go forward because of.
Sorry, you have 10 minutes now.
Okay, so I will quickly and then she can come. You mentioned Al-Lusi.
Yes.
It is said in the book of Al-Lusi. What's the book of Al-Lusi?
I'm not sure. I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you read it in Al-Mizan, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's important to find the book. He has a Tafseer Ruhul Ma'ani.
Yes, yes, that's right. Ruhul Ma'ani Al-Alusi. Yeah.
So it's important to mention because, okay, Al-Lusi, it would be like you just quoting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's very important. Last thing, because of time, actually, I've got a few things to ask, but let's sacrifice those. When you look at this verse and contextualize the verse, what practical lessons do we get out of this verse?
Yeah. So there's a lot mentioned. So for example, in Enlightening Commentary, he discusses.
Now I want your reflection.
My reflection?
Yeah.
Okay, so my reflection is, so what I take away from the verse is, firstly, we have to be very careful when it comes to the book of God, the Quran, that this shouldn't just become an ornament that we have kind of that we recite as a routine in kind of the beginning of a wedding or an event, and we have on our shelf, or we kind of put these talismans on our
we should do this at the beginning of the wedding.
No, we should. But I'm saying that we can't limit the Quran to just that. So I think it's much more about understanding the Quran, and the end of the surah also kind of the importance of Friday prayers kind of mentioned.
Yeah, so that's
well.
okay. That's one.
Another layer.
Let's ask you, and then we see where it takes us to.
Okay.
Asant.
Thanks.
Asant, Doc. Bismillah, Sheikh.
You pointed out that this ayah could be a warning to Muslims that avoid the fate of the people who are charged with the Torah and they fail to discharge their duty.
Yeah.
And you said one example of the failure to discharge the duty would be the Salatul Jumu'ah. So is the failure restricted only to Namaz Jumu'ah, or does it apply to other cases? If yes, you gave references of the failures by the people of Torah. So what about the Muslims?
Sure. So definitely, the Friday prayer is one of them, if we look at the context in which this was revealed.
So how is a person who does not attend Friday prayer a donkey?
So I think it was more not understanding the value or the importance of remembrance of Allah. So the idea that when the Prophet is there giving a khutbah, that something trade or I think it says not just tijara but lahu as well, which is kind of almost like entertainment. I think they had music and things at the time. So leaving an important discussion with the Prophet of God who's giving a lecture to you for that. So I think it's not recognizing who you're with and what you're gaining and choosing merchandise over Islamic worship or kind of the value of that. I think it's more subtle than just the Friday prayer.
So can you refer to ayah number 9?
Yeah. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu idha nudiya lis-salati min yawmil jumu'ah. Yeah.
So how do you connect the two?
So this verse is saying that when Friday prayer comes, hasten. So I think it's saying kind of rush to the remembrance of Allah and leave off trading. So
ذَلِكُمْ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ
that's better for you.
إِن كُنتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ.
Yeah.
So what is it that a Muslim attending the Friday prayers ought to know and therefore not fall into this trap of becoming a donkey who fails to discharge the duty that he has been charged with?
Yeah. So they might think that by trading I'll earn more money, that's more important to me. But God is saying, even if like...
So I'm attending the Salatul Jumu'ah. The Imam is giving a khutbah. What is it in this khutbah that is better for me than attending to, let's say, an important business deal or attending to customers? Assuming that there were two aspects or reasons that they abandoned the khutbah. One was the tijara.
Yeah.
Not walahv.
Oh.
What is the reason for distraction?
So it's tijara aw lahu.
Aw lahu.
Yeah.
So it's either of the two. Could be both, could be one of the two.
Yeah.
So even attending the tijara, assuming there was no tambourine and no musical instruments to entertain them, even then if they're left still. So what is it that trade with all its benefits is lesser than listening to the khutbah? And not lesser, it makes me a donkey, God forbid.
Yeah. I think this idea that you might not see it, but worshipping God is having more value for you. I think there's a verse in Surah Nur which says something similar about the one after the verse of Ayat Nur about men who merchandise doesn't distract them from worship of God.
Yeah.
So it's this idea that if you're focused on your Lord, then trade shouldn't be something more important than that.
Okay. So everything has its allocated time. I'm running a practice. I've got patients waiting for me. And it's time for salah. When am I justified not to go for prayers when a patient is waiting for me? When would I be a donkey, God forbid?
Yeah.
if I attended to a patient?
Yeah, I think that you could argue that seeing a patient in that sense might be more a duty, like a moral duty, rather than chasing. I guess it depends on your
My
intention.
secretary has overbooked me.
Hmm.
She's kept me busy till the namaz time becomes qaza.
Yeah.
Who is the donkey, the secretary or me?
Yeah. So I guess maybe the lesson from this is just like the practical lesson I would take from this is, in your life, try and prioritize.
Doctor,
this.
you don't appreciate my problems. The patient is crying to the secretary.
Yeah.
Why are you delaying my visit?
Yeah. So
And you say, but sorry, the doctor needs to attend Friday prayers.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand. I think it would be more like on a practical level for me. That would be over the next few months. Why don't I try and sort out my rota so that I can be free on Fridays, because that is a time that God has allocated for Him.
So one practical tip: how are you going to do that?
So I guess maybe what this is saying is that chasing trade and merchandise.
No, you're offering an essential service.
Yeah. So I think that's understandable. If people are like, I don't think in an ideal situation you could have everybody who's doing emergency services leave for Friday prayers, right? There's kind of essential services need to continue.
Okay, so emergency life-saving services are exceptions.
Yeah.
But he's on duty. He's in the ER from the beginning of the Ada time till the Qaza time.
Hmm.
And there's been a disaster, and there's a long queue of patients who need urgent attention.
Yeah. I don't think that would be classed as being a donkey. I think there's probably an understanding there that that's not what this verse would be referring to. This is just my interpretation.
Okay. So let's say you had the choice. You have elective cases and emergency cases. How are you going to design your time allocation such that you'll be able to go for Friday prayers and come back?
I think a lot of people do that.
How do they manage? They keep patients waiting.
No, they just change the timetable.
Booking timing.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So it's doable.
I think it's doable.
Alhamdulillah. Coming back to... No, he's accusing now Muslims of being donkeys. The ayah is talking about people of Torah. And he's saying, no, the ayah applies to Muslims. So I want to find out from him, what is it that Muslims could be doing other than not attending Friday prayers, which would make them donkeys according to this ayah?
Okay. So firstly,
give me references from the Quran.
Okay. So tijara. So from this verse, tijara o lahu, right?
Yes.
So anything.
No, the one of the donkeys.
Okay. So
you said that this can apply to Muslims also.
Yes.
One application is Friday prayers.
Yes.
What other cases are there in the Quran where the Muslims are failing to discharge their duty of receiving the Quran?
So maybe if we look at what the people of the Torah were charged with, and then we can extrapolate that to the Muslims.
Okay.
Is that a way of doing it?
You'll have to make a fantastic comparison. I don't know.
Were you thinking something else?
No, you're thinking along the right lines. It's just that you need to give specific examples.
Yeah. So
whether those examples are applicable to Muslims or not.
Sure. So if we look at what the people of Musa were charged with, so one of them was altering kind of the word of.
Good. Give me an example of what Muslims are doing to alter.
So what we're seeing now is a lot of interpreting the Quran to suit what we're doing.
Example, yes.
Okay, so if I were to say, well, there's a lot of fiqh examples of this where people will try and maybe adjust the interpretation of verses and it's relating to hijab or
hijab.
That would be one example, right?
So what are they saying? What does the Quran say, and how are they interpreting it to mean no hijab?
So one thing you often hear is, hijab isn't mentioned in the Quran, so
it's not mentioned in the Quran.
As in it is, but not in that context. So I'm just giving examples of what people might be saying.
Not you.
Not me, no, of course not. No. I'm quoting people.
So according to you, these are donkeys.
I think that that might be one area where we're neglecting the Quran.
Good. Another example?
Another example, so there's when in
No, in the fiqh list.
On the fiqh list. Okay, so I think what we're seeing a lot now is this idea of maybe same-sex relationships being acceptable.
How is it justified from the Quran?
There's discussions about the time of Prophet Lut and what actually happened there, and was it the relationships that were the problem, or was it what was actually being
So are you
done?
saying it was consensual?
Yes. So I'm saying that's what people are,
yes.
are saying. I'm not saying this. Yeah.
All right, okay. Listen, we're being accused of being donkeys. Be careful.
So how is this verse applicable to your profession? So this eat it from the bread. How is this verse applicable to your profession as a medical doctor? Because it's very important for us.
Yeah.
It's what you take away from this competition. That's what matters to us. That's why we ask you questions when you came before you said that.
So I think this one. So I think this whole idea of this book being this word kind of it wasn't just handed to them. It was given as kind of it's got secrets in it, right? This book. So I think that's what I've taken away, that in a busy life, finding time to read this book and understand it and appreciate it, you can find the time. And I think
what will be your practical tip for whoever is watching you as a medical doctor who's extremely busy, NHS keeping you so busy, and paying you a lot of money, and they pay you big money. So I'm joking.
It would be.
What would be your practical tip?
Yeah. So work-life balance. Don't just keep working. Find some time to take time away to read about your religion and read the Quran, understand it, take lessons from it.
Ahsantum. Jazakumullah.
We break for 5 minutes. We'll come back by 5:10.
Ahsantum. Thanks.
That's good. Sounds good. 5:10 we come back, yeah?
Sorry, who is your recitation teacher? Sorry?
Huh?
Yeah, I want to know.
Or what's her name?
Yasmin.
Or you do it online? From Egypt. Why it seems like you like Egyptian. Oh, mashallah. Very good. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Alhamdulillah.
Let's go now. Bismillah.
With his full recompensation.
Why the parable in this verse? Or in the two verses, if you like? Particularly in this verse.
Imagery of something that we use every day, there's something that everyone can relate to, and that's for people, and that's kind of saying the light of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Maybe we can look at like light, like guidance, like knowledge, that's it. So is it a contrast for people to grab the attention of disbelievers? And as the purpose of parables as they are, we need them because they explain difficult concepts in a visual way as well, or abstract concepts.
Yeah, in other words, what I'm trying to arrive at is, what do you say of the relationship between those who disbelieve, وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا, and then the mirage? Why would Allah, in the midst of talking about those who disbelieve and their actions, using mirage to help us appreciate what he's trying to say?
Because their actions exclude Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And in study Quran it says that even the good actions of disbelievers are included.
So what's the purpose of using mirage here in this parable? That's what I'm trying to say. Is there anything unique?
It's not real. It's empty. It's purposeless. It's an utter disappointment when that person reaches it to come and find it that it's actually nothing. And I think it's probably what they will find on their judgment, because even perhaps the good actions that they may have done, which they thought that didn't include Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and they didn't count towards anything, they will find that actually they were nothing.
Yeah. I think we have 1 minute if you can use that, and then we go to your next one, which I think you want to talk more about it. Inshallah.
So the parable is about the actions of the kafir. You said that it can be extended to even the atheist. Tafseer which? Al-Mizan, okay. So what is it about the atheist, or what is it about the kafir that makes even his good acts? There was one presenter before her who spoke about the good acts that are done even by the kafir.
Oh yeah.
So the kafir may do some good acts of charity, humanitarian acts, saving mankind, rescue of orphans. In your OT, for example, they come and help these needy newborns. They're doing good acts. So is this ayah dismissing only the evil acts, the wrong acts, or no, even the good acts of the kafir are being characterized as pursuing a mirage?
This perspective is from the study Quran, and I don't always class this as the best commentary. But my opinion on this would be, I think if there's an act that excludes Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so if it's an act with some sort of recognition in your heart that you've done of a greater
No, I need to have a follow-up question on that.
We carry it forward, then you start calculating the time for the next one. Yeah, we carry
So,
it forward.
Miss Alia,
Miss Alia.
if that's her.
Yeah, Miss Mavani. Yeah?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Miss Mavani.
So, if we have a kafir, and you're saying that he or she, for some purpose of serving a higher power, does a good act. What is it that is guiding this kafir to be able to discern and ascertain the virtue of this good act as something that would serve the higher power, when they don't have a clear concept of who the higher power is, whether that higher power has created and abandoned the creation, whether that higher power has created and is in contact with the creation, whether that higher power has created and is contact and has sent his message. How do you justify a good act by such a person when they're totally disconnected from the higher power and saying, no, well, it could be a virtuous act? That mirage, higher power, is that not a mirage itself? Higher power tells me I need to do this. Is that not a mirage itself? So there are two areas of ambiguities. Number one is the nature of this higher power, and number two is the ambiguity of what that higher power expects from me. What is it that's guiding the individual to be able to ascertain that this particular act of goodness is something that ambiguous, fuzzy, I don't know what that higher power is, expects from me? So this individual who's drowning has some conception, yes, there is a higher power, and that higher power, I am pleading to him to save me. That's the only thing that is being endorsed by the Quran. But beyond that, the nature of this higher power, the duties that the higher power has imposed upon, the Quran doesn't endorse that, does it? Okay.
Thank you. Now we go to the main verse. Yeah. That is 24:35.
Yes.
Yeah, I think your 10 minutes is up. So I'm going to ask you for a few clarifications, and then I have a question or two because of time, yeah? So you mentioned a tradition from Imam Ali alayhi salam, which he says, I've not seen anything except I see you before it, with it, and after it. What's the connection between this hadith you quoted and the subject of this particular verse? And why did you quote it? Yeah, but this hadith, is it talking about light? Do you have the translation of the hadith there? Do you have the hadith with you there? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so the hadith, if my memory serves me well, said I've never seen anything except I see you with it before it and after it. Obviously referring to Allah. No, I'm coming to the light. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the connection between this tradition you quoted and the subject in question. There may be connection. Maybe Allah is light, isn't it? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So what will be your explanation quickly? Then we go for it. I'm trying to understand the relevance of the. Yeah. Oh. Sure. Okay. Second clarification. What is Bihar al-Anwar? Because you mentioned it, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So if I ask you, tell me about Bihar al-Anwar. Because you quoted it as your of from who is the author of Bihar al-Anwar? Is the hadith from Ahl al-Bayt? Of the ahadith, yeah, from them, yeah. So who is the author? Difficult one, isn't it? Oh, lovely. Maybe it's the brother of Allah. Yeah. So it's Allama. It's called Allama. Bakirul Majlis. Yeah, so you have an idea, which is good. Sometimes you need to inform your audience. I think it's crucial, yeah? And then you did mention also Ziyaratul Jamia Al-Kabira. What's the connection by quoting Ziyaratul Jamia and the discussion on the verse of the light? Yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. So what's the purpose of Ziyarat al-Jamia al-Kabira here when you quote it? You mentioned Ziyarat al-Jamia. Why? Why did you mention it? Where is it from, this Ziyarat al-Jamia al-Kabira? No, it's a ziyarah of Ahl al-Bayt, but who is the author of this? Not really. Yeah, from my understanding, it's from Imam al-Hadi alayhi salam. Yeah. Because it's very important when you quote, you need to be able to
qualify it properly. Yeah? And then the last clarification really I want to seek. You said you did not find it in Tafsir Namuna, but you found it in Al-Amthal.
I would be honest, I didn't open, I don't have...
No, definitely, I do understand.
I found it somewhere else, but yeah.
But not in Namuna, but in Al-Amthal. So you know what is Amthal? Amthal is the Arabic version of Namuna. Yes, it's in Arabic, Tafsir Al-Amthal, isn't it? And then, of course, the Farisi one is...
It's funny, I did actually look it up, and it said Arabic is this and Persian is Namuna.
MashaAllah. Yeah, so it's good. Just some clarifications to appreciate the... So that the question I have for you, because we don't have time. What is this nur? Because you explain the meanings of nur, you give verses of the Quran. Very good, mashallah, impressive. So why nur? Why?
I don't think anyone can tell us what this nur is. We can only try and understand from the different references being different what this nur is.
So what lesson do we get from here, which is applicable to us?
So, from this verse or the
Yeah, the verse of the light. There's a lot of discussions about light.
Yeah, absolutely.
Light upon light.
So one of the things that I get a lesson about it is how I can take this lamp and lighten it to my own life. So for example, the flames of my faith, instead of having ups and downs, I can try and regulate to make sure that that's a constant guidance, that constant flame going on towards seeking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or being close to Him. The zujaja needs to be kept transparent and clear and not full of soot, whether that's sins, that's negligence, that's ignorance, all of those things. And making sure to continue to expand that mishkat, through pursuit of knowledge, through ma'rifah, through tadabbur. For me, that then leads to light upon light. That's nur ala nur on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. I think Sheikh will take over from me, inshallah.
So Sheikh asked you about the hadith that you quoted from Biharul Anwar of Amirul Mu'mineen alayhi salam saying that I have not seen anything but I see God before, I see God with, and I see God after that thing. And then he asked you to explain that, and you gave the example of looking at a flower and you see God before it because God is the creator of the flower, and you see God with it because I missed that point, because he has created it, with it, keeps it upright, maintains it, and he sees God after the flower. So in your profession, in OT, how would you see God before, with, and after that sick child? Sorry? Yeah, so can you give us a perspective? Right.
5 minutes, okay.
So sorry, interrupt. Do you see God before the bell, with the bell, and after the bell? No.
Solid.
You see after. So coming back to that sick child. During means when you're treating the child. Yeah. Yeah, but scoliosis, you as a therapist would be offering some brace or back support or whatever. So are you telling me there is a natural compensatory process before you offer the artificial support? Oh. Okay.
MashaAllah.
Okay. The law of the land, does it allow mercy killing? Sorry? For example. Okay. So a mother who has been diagnosed prenatally to be giving birth a cerebral palsy baby, can she justify a request for abortion? Sorry? Oh, it doesn't apply to. Can you imagine a severe case where it could justify? Possibly. So now that mother is requesting for abortion. How are you going to explain God before, God with, and God after that a severe cerebral palsy patient? Unborn baby. They should take him too? Oh. We're seeing.
Keep explain that.
No, we're seeing God before, with, and after. And that.
Where is he?
No, we need to introduce him to come and see God in real life. Where is he? Where is he?
So they used sort of really enhanced ways of communicating with him, and they found out that even after all that he had taught them, he had been very adamant that he did not want to be left, but he wanted to be taken off. They found out that actually he wanted to stay, he wanted to live as he was, completely saved.
So you quoted for us a hadith of the 8th Holy Imam saying that God is the light of the heavens and the earth, meaning that God is the guide of the heavens and the earth. And I'm presuming what you meant is not the structure of the heavens and the earth, but the dwellers of the heavens and the earth, right? So now we want to see light, and there is a massacre ongoing. Innocent children are being killed, innocent women are being killed, and somebody's going to ask, where is this nur of God that you keep on speaking about? Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. How would you explain that?
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely nur there. We don't perceive it as that because we see it as healing, we see it as destruction. And what we don't see is the afterlife. You know, in Surah Al-Imran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, I know they're not classed as maybe true martyrs, but in some ways they are because, you know, they don't see them as dead and, you know, see them, they're happy, they're living, they're not.
So if you're using that logic, can I flip it? So can you have people who are living physically, but they are not nur, they are dhulumat? Yes. Do you have evidence from the Quran for that? Okay, I'll rest my case here.
Alhamdulillah. You will have the Ali. Oh, you have the best reference. Give us. Give the verse. Give the verse, Ali.
I mean, I know after Ayatul Kursi, we have that where those who disbelieve their guardians are those who take them out of light into dark.
Which one? Allah waliyyu alladhina amanu.
Yeah.
Walladhina kafaru awliyahum at-taghut.
Yeah.
Yukhrijunahum min an-nur ila adh-dhulumat.
Okay.
So how is this verse applicable to your profession?
So this particular verse.
Yeah, Sheikh ask you.
It's about seeing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's light and like keeping my own lamp clean so I can see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because sometimes you feel, you see these things and you think, well, you know, why Allah did this? Why did that child die? Or there's recent child I treated who died out of cancer. It was doing really well. Why did that mother take so much loss and that baby born and she was, you know, you cannot explain some of these things because the actions of people and they're not, you know, they're not natural disasters, but the actions of people and it's difficult to explain.
Alhamdulillah. Salawat. Well done.
I just need to stretch myself.
Oh,
Ya Allah.
Well done, Ali. Well done. Next person. No, Sheikh is not going to just stretching it. Do to Monday. No, you shouldn't go to have to name. Everybody have to name. No, you shouldn't. Doctor, you shouldn't be physician. But if you can, you should Surah كم بدو برابر So the first verse is 7176.
No, no, first I'll have to get the name. Hassanain Ashariya. Are you related to the other one, Mohsin?
Yeah, pass it to him.
Oh, okay, okay.
7176. Hassanain, yeah, his name is Hassanain.
Oh, so you are also like him, a GP?
Yeah, I'm a GP.
Oh, okay.
There are so many GPs at Hyderi. And then Istanbul and Birmingham, a lot of pharmacies. Foja, man. Foja with so many pharmacies. Few like Zainab, the lawyers. Lawyers men are scary, that's why. So Habib Hassanin, your full name is Hassanin?
Ashariya.
Oh, you're also Ashariya?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, man.
I didn't know, man, bro. Really? So you are related to Muslims?
Yeah, our parents and brothers.
So what is it that attracted you towards tafsir?
I just wanted to challenge myself and have fun with the Quran.
Okay. So is this the first time you are?
Yeah, first time.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. And how did you prepare for it?
So all the time, what most people have done. So Tafsir Mizan.
Okay, okay.
Writing Quran.
Yes.
We study Quran by Sayyid Nasr.
Yes, yes.
And I listen to a few lectures online as well.
By whom?
Like Noman Ali Khan.
Oh, Noman Ali Khan. Okay. Alhamdulillah.
How long did it take you to prepare?
Well, it took me a long time.
Oh, really?
I underestimated it.
Well, you took you many months.
No, I left it last minute, and the last minute I was unfortunately.
Oh, really?
So, what is the random worst?
The random one was Surah Al-Fath, verse number 176.
Okay. And
your choice?
My choice for verse is Ayatul Nur.
Same one here.
Oh, same one. Oh, really?
But it's a different perspective. I promise it's the same.
Different. So we'll ask different questions. We'll ask different questions. We'll go into grammar and stuff.
Okay. So you are coming back tomorrow?
I need a different Quran.
More questions, I guess. Because we've been grilled, honestly.
Oh, Mr. Kaji. Oh, you going? Really? Yeah, because
No, but he's coming back.
Oh, tomorrow you're coming back, yeah. Mr. Kaki. I think Sheikh is going also. I've seen his driver here.
Ya Allah.
The Frenchman is here to pick you, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, the older man, the one who normally picks you. Azimina's father.
No. This time they sent somebody else for me.
Because I saw him just now. He entered anyway.
Maybe for some other
For someone. So your choice is that one. Yeah. So we use that. Yeah, ready. We are ready. Yeah, you want to, yeah. It's good for us. Unless if you are doing taqiyya, you don't want people outside to. If you don't want NHS to hear, that's okay. You don't want Mr. Kiesta. No, Kiesta will pay you more.
After what you said about Bangladeshis and thinking
He's stressed about the Bangladeshi miskin. He lost it from there. Islamic mosque.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ولو شئنا لرفعناه بها ولكنه أخلد إلى الأرض واتبع هواه فمثله كمثل الكلب إن تحمل عليه يلحث أو تتركه يلحث ذلك مثل القوم الذين كذبوا بآياتنا فاقصص القصص لعلهم يتفكرون صدق الله العلي العظيم. So this verse essentially, if we translate it first, so had we willed, we would have raised, if we had pleased, we would certainly have exalted him thereby, but he clung to the earth and followed his low desire, so his parable is the parable of the dog. So let's start with the beginning part of the verse. So essentially, this verse needs to be taken in context with the previous verse. So the previous verse is وَاتْلُ عَلَيْهِمْ نَبَأَ الَّذِي آتَيْنَاهُ آيَاتِنَا فَانْسَلَخَ مِنْهَا. So this is, and recite to them the narrative of him to whom we gave our communications, but he withdraws himself from them, so the shaitan overtakes him. So it's fairly consistent in all the commentaries that I was reading. So that was Al-Mizan, Study Quran, and the Enlightening Commentary. And one of the evidence that they give is the hadith by the 8th Imam alayhi salam, which says that this is in relation to a man named Balam Ba'ura, who was a man during the time of Nabi Musa alayhi salam, who was gifted with either signs or knowledge. Some references mention the Ism A'zam, and he was able to perform certain actions or miracles. This was then taken away from him because essentially he belied God's signs, and he traded it for a small price. The small price that he traded for, which the verse alludes to, is أَخْلَدَ إِلَى الْأَرْضِ. So he clinged to the earth. So this clinging to the earth is mentioning that he was essentially chasing dunya instead of akhirah, and because of this, the sign was taken away from him. The fifth Imam alayhi salam in Tafseer al-Mizan by Alama Tabatabai, there's a hadith by him which mentions that anyone who prefers lowly desires, so it's not only to be taken in the context of this man, Balam bin Ba'ura, it's also to be taken in the more general context, meaning this can be applied to anyone who prefers lowly desires as opposed to greater desires, so that which is with God. The grammar is very interesting. So the beginning of the verse in question, verse 176, it starts with walau. So this walau is essentially, it's a hypothetical walau. So what it means then, there was a potential for him to reach even higher stations, but because he did not act in accordance to what was right, this was taken away from him, and he was then a lowly person. Essentially, it shows that he had missed potential. This is further supplemented in other verses of the Quran. So in Surah Al-Fath, the lowliness of this world is asfal safilin. And then if we go to the end of the verse, actually no, I'm jumping around a bit too much. Let's go to the actual parable. So in tahmil alayhi al-hath. So the example, the parable is of the dog. So if you attack him, he rolls out his tongue, and if you leave him alone, he rolls out his tongue. The commentaries were essentially mentioned that this is an example of if you try to guide him, there is no response, and if you leave him alone, there is no response. Essentially, the person is left to his own whims and desires, and therefore he's misguided. If we go towards the end of the verse, that says لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. So therefore relate the narrative that they may reflect. This is a very oft-repeated phrase in the Holy Quran. If we look at Surah 59, verse 21, it is mentioned to reflect, for example, the example of the Quran being revealed onto the mountains. You would have seen it crumbling, trying to also exemplify or raise the status of the Quran, how magnificent that it is. And then also in the verse it mentions وَابْتَبَهُ هَوَاهُ, and he followed his low desire. There's another verse in the Holy Quran in Surah 25 verse 43 that mentions have you seen the one who takes his lowly desires as his Lord? So this can be taken in comparison and relation to this, that sometimes we need to be ignoring our lowly desires and actually looking at what God desires for us, and that's where true aflah, true success lies. The fact that the parable talks about this dog, that if you attack it or leave it alone, the reaction is the same. This is also comparative to Surah Baqarah, verse number 6, where it mentions that if you warn or you don't warn, they will not believe. So it can be used as a tafseer of this own verse. And Allah does not guide the wrong. So in Surah Jummah, verse number 5, the parable of the donkey carrying books, Allahu la yahdi al-qawm al-zalimin. So Allah does not guide the wrongdoers. And there's an interesting discussion that then comes about with free will and predestination about whether this misguidance is from God or whether it's from the people themselves. And we can answer this through another verse in the Quran. So in Surah 22, verse number 10, God is never unjust to his servants. So if God is never unjust to his servants, in reality it is us who are unjust to ourselves. So we are the ones that are oppressing ourselves. Yeah, I think I'll open to questions. I'm better with prompts. Oh, okay.
Classic. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this ayah is talking about who?
It's talking about a man during the time of, one of the interpretations
Yeah.
is that it's talking about a man during the time of Nabi Musa, Bal'am bin Ba'ura, who was given signs from Allah or an Isma A'zam, and he was able...
So who was he?
So he was a preacher. So he was someone that helped propagate the message of Prophet Musa alayhi salam. He helped to give lectures, kind of essentially like a scholar, like a sheikh.
Can you look at the verse where he said, فَانْسَلَخَ مِنْهَا?
I'm going to use this.
Yeah, you can check that.
I don't like
فَانْسَلَخَ.
this.
To explain to us about this man, man, because I think that term, of course there are other terminologies in the ayah, is explaining something beautifully. فَانْسَلَخَ مِنْهَا. You have the translation, isn't it?
No, I don't like that font. ولو زال فلا أخلد الأرض وته هو فمثل كمثل الكلب. Where is it in the verse? In the previous verse?
وَاتْلُ
عَلَيْهِمْ
175, yeah.
So, what was the question? What's the relevance of this?
Yeah.
So this fansalakha, so this is essentially a form of shedding. It's taking something from within and moving it outwards.
Why is Allah using this term?
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is using this term because hidayah or guidance is something that sits in the qalb internally. When something sits internally and it's not being used, it is taken away. So if it's taken away, it's kind of like our skin. We have multiple layers of skin and it's constantly shedding. So from the base layer to the top layer, they have 7 layers of skin. When something isn't being used, so the top layer no longer has a use, then it is shedded away. He's stopped utilizing or remembering God in the correct way or using his knowledge in the correct way, and therefore it was shed. Because you don't act on something, it no longer becomes relevant to you, and it is taken away. So it was pulled out from him, essentially.
My last question, then you go to Sheikh to ask. If you look at beginning of verse 176, yeah? وَلَوْ شِئْنَا لَرَفَعْنَاهُ بِهَا. This ha refers to what?
So this ha refers to ayatina. So in the previous verse it says وَاتْلُ عَلَيْهِمْ نَبَأَ الَّذِي آتَيْنَاهُ آيَاتِنَا. So this ha is I think it's the damir.
Yeah, it's the damir.
Of this ayatina. So
why is the damir of ayatina? Can you just give me a bit of explanation?
Because it's kind of like a double-edged sword. That's the way I see it.
Okay.
Is that this ayatina, what's alayhim alladhi ataynahu
Yeah.
Yeah, so this ayatina, it's a blessing, it's a ni'mah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If used in the right way, can help you to elevate higher levels in proximity to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But if it is used in the wrong way, then it's fansalakha, it's taken away from you. So then you drop to the lowest of the asfala safilin.
Okay, now you have 3 minutes. I think Sheikh will ask you then. Oh, really?
You missed the first part.
Oh, first of all, did you? Okay, Sheikh, you have a question on this? Yeah, for then you cut it off. But it's very interesting verse.
You quoted a hadith which says that though the ayah is about Bal'am, Ba'ura, but the specifics of the case can apply to other instances also. So I don't want to get personal, but hypothetically, let's say as a successful GP, a survey is conducted of your patients and they say, wow, this man is a godly GP. He's got a sense of compassion, insight, quick diagnostic ability, goes out of his way, is there before time, is available after time, godly qualities. So would you consider that as God granting this GP with some extra spiritual gifts?
Yes.
The way Bal'am Ba'ura
Yes.
was given. Yes.
Yes.
So what can go wrong with this GP such that these spiritual gifts which envelop the person, they get shed off, or like you said, the top layer of the skin unused?
Yeah. So I think the biggest worry, or the thing to take heed of, is realizing that these blessings are all from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As soon as you start to think that they are from you, from within yourself, then you start to rely on yourself. And this is in complete contradiction to the Quran and what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala teaches us. It's about knowing that everything that we have is totally from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we are totally dependent on Him.
Dr. Hasnain, one of the most rigorous fields of study is medicine. How many hours per day do you have to put in studying and then practicing, and then you reach a level whereby you get some sort of certification, and then you have to maintain your standard? And you're saying, no, all of this is from God. What about that doctor who says, oh, well, if everything is from God, what am I?
It is from God.
Sorry?
No, truly, it is from God. I stick by it. In Surah Al-Fath, there's a verse that says, Ya ayyuhan nas antumul fuqara'u ila Allah. Oh mankind.
So give us your journey.
Sorry?
Give us your journey.
So my journey. Maybe I'll do it.
Sorry?
So my journey is my journey, I'll just take it off the mic.
Yeah.
Is I did my A-levels, I applied for medicine. I did not get into medicine. I took a gap year. I reapplied to medicine, and then I got in. Did 6 years of med school, then took a year out again. Then did 2 years of training in the hospital, then 3 years training.
Sorry, I didn't mean the secular atheistic journey. I meant the godly blessings journey.
Godly blessings. We would never be able to. I don't mean this in a. It sounds very superficial, but we can never count the ni'mah of Allah. There's so many blessings that everyone has been blessed with. If we only look at, for example, in my day-to-day.
I meant your medical training.
Yeah, my medical training.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So with my medical training, the fact that there's so much information, it's impossible to learn everything in absolute detail. Sometimes with the questions or the patients that you are tested with, it is, some would say pure luck, but in reality it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's hand behind it all.
So you're saying that you can face patients with presenting with difficult conditions, yet you get that insight to be able to diagnose fairly accurately, and therefore that helps you then to provide the treatment that can facilitate.
It happens a lot, and I'm not just saying it happens. Sometimes there's a topic that I haven't touched
Yeah.
or read about
Yeah.
since medical school,
Right.
and it will suddenly come into my mind, and I will know the treatment plan for it when it's not something that was active in the forefront of my mind.
This patient, how would you diagnose her? She's
She's disciplined.
No, so is this experience of yours, have you shared it with others? I mean, are others also
I tell friends.
experiencing a similar
I feel like everyone
non-believers?
I haven't actually discussed it with non-believers. I discuss it mainly with my friends and family.
Okay.
I haven't discussed it with non-believers.
So now, what is it that you need to be? Because remember, this ayah is, as you said towards the end of the ayah, فَقْصُصِ الْقَصَصَ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. What is your tafakkur about what to avoid so these blessings are not taken away?
So the thing
so
to avoid.
one thing you said that to recognize regularly that this is from God.
Yeah.
So what do you do on a regular basis before, with, and after you see the patient?
Shukr.
Sorry?
Shukr.
Shukr.
Gratefulness. وَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُم. If you are grateful, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will increase you.
Okay, good.
So if you're able to recognize that it's from Allah, He will continue to give you more, and He will bless you with more guidance and hidayah.
So what is the extra guidance that you experience when you do shukr?
So
لَأَزِيدَنَّكُم.
I think it's sometimes it can be in forms of that feeling of relationship of closeness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in different forms, whether that's in salah or reading Quran, or whether it's interaction with your family. There's many different avenues in every aspect of life that it can apply to.
Okay. I'm sorry, I would have liked to
No,
ask
it's
more
okay.
questions, but
Time is.
No, that's all right. That's all right. No, that's fine. Sorry. Yeah, yeah.
24:35 is your second.
Yeah, let me just find it. No. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله نور السماوات والأرض. مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح. المصباح في زجاجة. الزجاجة كأنها كوكب دري يوقد من شجرة مباركة زيتونة لا شرقية ولا غربية يكاد زيتها يضيء ولو لم تمسسه نار نور على نور يهدي الله لنوره من يشاء ويضرب الله أمثال للناس والله بكل شيء عليم. صدق الله العظيم. How long is this now? Okay. I know the previous candidate also did the same verse, so I'll try to skip over it and then maybe we can do more on the questions, inshallah. So this verse starts off, Allahu nur as-samawati wal ard. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the light of the heavens and the earth. I think to understand this verse, first we need to look at what light is. So there's many different examples of what light is and what its function is. Some, and not limited to this list, essentially is that light is something that beautifies things, allows you to see color. Life is something that gives life. Without light, there would be no life on this earth. There would just be death. Light is something that guides. If you think of a ship in the dark ocean, they use either if you think in the previous days, not with modern technology, they use the stars or the moon as a guidance, so the North Star. Light is something that purifies. It can be used to kill diseases, whether that's like phototherapy or UV therapy. And light is also something that allows you to see yourself. So light in its essence is something that is bright and it gives light to other things. It gives brightness to other things. In the Tafseer, it mentions that in all of them actually, the ones that we've discussed, it mentions that the light can be used as a parable of Allah's Dhat, so His essence, and it's a means of kind of proving Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's existence. Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala illuminates the world and He sustains it because He is its provider. He also sustains it. He is the Rabb. He is the nurturer. And if we look at all things in our theology, all things are elevated because of their relation to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is an example of the light, giving light to other things. If we look at the Quran, the reason it's manifest is because it's the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The reason we revere the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is because he is the final and the greatest messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If we look at the religion of Islam, it's because it's related to the religion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Tafseer, especially in Al-Mizan, Allama Tabatabai mentions there are two types of light that this verse specifically talks about. There is the universal light that is for everyone. And I interpret this as almost as the Ar-Rahman, so the mercy that is applicable to everyone. And then there's a second light in Al-Mizan that this mentions, that it's a special light specifically for the believers. So this is a ma'rifah to know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is my own interpretation, see this as the Ar-Rahim. So this is the special mercy that's specific for the believers. There are many interpretations of what the light is. I'll try to run through them quickly, so then maybe we can do more in the Q&A. Is that, so the light is the Quran itself. In Surah Ibrahim, the first verse, it talks of the light that was sent down, meaning the Quran. There are other verses in the Quran that mention alludes to guidance, and this can be seen in Surah Hadid, verse 28, where the disbelievers on the Salat and the Day of Judgment are asking for the believers to share some of their light so they may walk on the path. They cannot see the Salat without having some light. The light itself can also be seen as faith. So in Surah Baqarah, verse 257, the second one after Ayatul Kursi, light is something that takes people out of darkness into from darkness into light, and vice versa. And also the Holy Prophet ﷺ is mentioned as light himself, as the previous sister mentioned. So Surah Ahzab, verse number 46, it talks about the Prophet being light. This light, the one that I like to focus on is as guidance. And an example that can be seen is in Dua Abu Hamza Thamali. Imam Sajjad says, بِنُورِكَ اهْتَدَيْنَا. So by your light we are guided. So without this light of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we would not be guided. There would be no guidance. Going to the actual parable. So مثل نوره كمشكاة فيها مصباح. So مثل نوره كمشكاة فيه. So the example of his light is like the niche. In it is the misbah. So drawing this relevance to my background as a doctor, the niche in olden days was actually like a curved object like this. I can't really do it as a 3D, but essentially it's a curved object. It's a bit like our rib cage. So exactly how our rib cage is formed, it looks like a niche, and inside that niche is a misbah. So the misbah is the lamp. And if we continue with this kind of medical kind of explanation, this misbah is the heart. So the heart is the thing that we refer to with the guidance. In the lamp is this glass exterior. So the point of this glass exterior that we can see is the rib cage. The glass stops the candle or the flame of the light being put out. So in the same way, the ribs act as a protection for the heart itself. So the glass is like a shining, luminous. Kawkab is a shining, luminous star. It's not just like a najm. I think in older days they used it for Jupiter or the North Star itself, something that goes to guide them. It's from a blessed tree which an olive tree. So if we look at types of oil, the most blessed type of oil is the olive tree, the olive oil, so the purest form of oil. And it's neither Eastern or Western. So it's trying to show a universality. It's not limited to one specific region or one group of people. This light is for everyone. So this oil wants to, it's so pure that it wants to catch light. The way that, this is purely my interpretation, see this is that all human beings are created with this fitrah in Surah Rum, verse number 30, Fatrah Allah. So this, everyone's been given this guidance, the fitrah which lies in their heart, in the misbah. And this light wants to return to Allah. It wants to seek Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's guidance. It really wants to catch fire. That's what this part of the verse is, I take it to interpret it. Nurun ala nur. So light upon light, it's not showing multiplicity. There's only tawheed, there's only unification of light. So it's just an excellent, it's a light upon light showing the intensity of that light. When that light of guidance hits the heart and we try to seek closeness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that light only becomes greater and greater, and that's why the adjective of kawkab is used, because it's a bright shining star. Allah guides to His light whom He wills. So this guidance, we are unable to be guided without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's what this part of the verse essentially is saying. وَيَضْرِبُ اللَّهُ أَمْثَالُ النَّاسِ. And Allah gives example to the mankind. وَاللَّهُ بِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ عَلِيمٌ. And Allah, with respect to all things, is all-knowing. I think we'll go to questions.
Okay, thank you. Ahsantu.
Ahsantu.
So the first question I have, Habibi. Why is light so unique?
Why?
Yeah.
Light is so unique because it is something that I'm not sure that we as mankind have still not understood. We can break it into parts as waves, but light in its essence by its essence, it is, I can't explain it, but it is light. Light cannot be created out of nothing. It has to come from an original source of light. That is why it's so unique. And that's why I think the parable is used to explain the essence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is that this light is something that is manifest by its own being. It's essentially the wajib al-wujud, it's the necessary existence.
So you reckon light, is it Allah or something else?
So the interpretation can be taken as both. So for example, in Josh al-Kabir we say, Allah khaliqun, He's the creator of light, munawwaran nur, He's the illuminator of light, He is the first awwalan nur, He is the last light. Some interpretation can be taken that it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Himself, but other interpretations that it can be guidance coming from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
How do you reconcile between the notion that Allah is the light or something else is the light?
Nothing else is the light except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
But you give us so many meanings of light.
But those are extrapolations from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So as I mentioned, they have relevance and importance because they're coming from the light of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, like the Quran, like the Prophet, like Hidayah, guidance.
So now, Ahl al-Bayt, are they light?
They are light.
How?
So I haven't got the
now
references.
You have to give me with some references.
Oh.
From here, whatever I'm going to do, you have to give me some references. Ahl al-Bayt, are they light?
Yes, they are light.
So references, you can either give me Quran or Hadith or Ziyarah, where...
So I don't know the references. I can give you that Hadith, but I can't give you the references.
Yeah.
Should I still give it?
Yeah, basically.
So there's references that the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the first light created, and Imam Ali alayhi salam was created from his light. There is other references, like the sister mentioned previously, that in Ziyarat al-Jamia they are lights. They are lights which they are lights, and then I think there's a verse similar that comes after this, that in their houses guidance is revealed. So in these lights, that's what in Surah Al-Jama it comes, it describes other
خلقكم الله أنوارا.
yeah.
فجعلكم بعرشه مخدكين.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Isn't it? Now look at the ayah, Habibi. الله نور السماوات والأرض. مثل نوره كمشكاة. This car, what is that?
This is the ka is of a simile. It's like it's a.
Explain.
So مثله نوره كمشكاة. So his light, مثله, is the example like. So it's the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's light is not this specific thing, it is like this. The reason parables are used because it's the only way that, it's not the only way, but it's one of the best ways to provide understanding for people by giving a metaphor and analogy.
Why will Allah use mishkat here?
He would use mishkat because at the time of revelation there was no electricity, so they used mishkats for their source of light.
Where did you get that from, bro?
Where did I get what from? There was no electricity back then.
Yeah.
That
they were using mishkat.
Huh?
That they were using mishkat.
They were using mishkat. I'm just using, I guess, history. I'm just using history.
Okay, so this car is a simile.
Yeah. كمشكاة فيها مصباح.
What is misbah?
Misbah is a lamp.
No, explain more.
You want?
Yeah, these are all parables, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
You need to delve in.
So misbah is a lamp. So it can be used. Essentially, a lamp is something that is both portable, so you can take it with you as a light. So essentially, it's something you hold with you. You can take it out of the house, but when you're in the house, you put it in the mishkat, so then you can put it there. It's something that allows you to see in the night. It provides light, it provides warmth, it provides comfort, it provides hope. We can see many examples when people see the common parable of the light at the end of the tunnel. Light is something that's seen as hope as well. So this misbah is this lamp that you could take with you. There's different interpretations. So if we want to, I think in the enlightening Quran Tafseer, it mentions that this misbah can be seen as the heart of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Other interpretation or hadith mention, I don't have the reference, that it could be Fatima Zahra alayhi salam or Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam.
No, I think because of time, Sheikh will ask you some few questions, and if we still have time, then. Huh? Oh, lovely.
Oh, lovely.
We have 10 minutes, so Sheikh, you need water, I think.
You said Allama Tabatabai rahmatullah alayhi interprets this light here to either refer to the essence of God or the guidance from God. So light, and all the description that you gave about light, that it's beautiful, it shows colors, it's got, I don't know, a source of energy and heat and these are all physical characteristics. When we say it refers to God's essence, light. So are you talking about the application of some of the qualities of the physical light to God's essence, or are you saying that no, the essence of God itself is light, but the nature is different, it's not the physical light? When he says light refers to the essence of God, Allahu nuru samawati wal ard.
So I think he refers to it not in the literal sense that it is the essence of God.
Right.
It is used as a parable to understand the essence of God. That it is a light that it's not something that can be created, it is something that is necessary to exist to give light to other things.
So you're saying that all those features that you describe about the light, therefore don't apply to God, or they do?
So you
All those features that you mention about light,
Hmm.
it's a beautiful entity, I don't know, it's gives colors and source of warmth, I don't know.
No, they do. They do apply to God.
Sorry?
They do apply to God. In my
They apply to
understanding,
God.
they do.
How do they apply to God? So, for example, light travels at a velocity that
Oh,
is
no, so
7
no.
times.
If we're talking light in the physical sense, then we're taking it as we're limiting it to time and space, so then it cannot be applied to God because
yeah, so
God's far above
what
the earth.
about light is going to be applicable to God? I mean, all
So the
those,
attributes
all
of
those
God in terms
descriptions
of-
were physical.
Yeah.
And then you're saying, no, this is a parable for God. I'm missing the connection.
So the relation between these physical attributes of light help us as a further metaphor or a further simile to understand some of the qualities or attributes of God. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't look like it.
So light by its physical nature, at the core of it, being a wave or a particle, is just a packet of energy, right?
Mm.
How does that apply to God?
That doesn't apply to God.
It doesn't apply
No,
to
no.
God.
So I'm talking about the actual attributes.
Sorry?
itself. The characteristics. So no, I don't mean the physical characteristics.
Yeah.
So I mean for example, the metaphysical or the understanding of what light can do.
Yes.
In terms of guidance, showing the way.
Aha. So it's the impact and the effect of light that can be comparable to God. Essence of God, or actions of God, or qualities of God.
So it would be qualities. It wouldn't be the others. I don't think. Qualities. So they can help us to understand, for example, his sifat, his names. So, for example, light is something that beautifies. Allahul Jamal. Light helps to guide. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Al-Hadi. It can make us. It can help us to understand his sifat.
God is the creator. Can light be used as a parable for that? God is a sustainer. Can light be used as a parable for that?
It can
God
be
is the guide, all right, accepted.
Sustainer, yes, it can be. So if we look at the plants, for example, the ecosystem, they require light to photosynthesize, to produce energy, to sustain themselves. And if we go to the first step that they need light for that, that is one application of light sustaining.
So interesting is that the first part of the ayah doesn't say this is a parable. Allahu nuru samawati wal ardh. It's a statement of fact. Mathalu nurihi, then the parable begins. So what's the difference between these two? The first phrase, Allahu nuru samawat, and mathalu nurihi.
So Allahu nuru samawati wal Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the light of the heavens and the earth. He is the
not the physical light.
Not the physical light, no. I think this is a parable of him being the Rabb, the nurturer. So without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there would be no samawat wal ardh. Without him maintaining it as the Rabb with his light, it would cease to exist.
So you mean Allahu khaliqu an-nur, and this is the nur which is of the samawat and the ard.
That can be one interpretation. It doesn't need to be limited to that. It could also be Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. There is no heaven and earth without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's light. doesn't need to be a created light.
But not physical light.
So not. Sorry, say that again.
So what I'm saying is that if the parable is not the physical light, and if this is a description of God as light, the nature of this light is not clear now, except for the fact that you're saying it has certain effects which can be compared to the physical light.
So it can also be metaphysical in the sense that it sustains. So without this light, there would not be any heaven or earth, heavens or earth.
So you're taking that physical quality and then applying it to God, but in the metaphysical sense.
Taking that physical quality, but it could also be the opposite. It could be the metaphysical, but then applying to the
No,
physical.
you see, what you need to do is to be able to use a concrete entity like light, which by nature can be a wave or a photon or energy particle. And we're saying, no, forget all these concrete material attributes. We're looking at the impact, but then we're referring to a metaphysical reality.
We're referring to Allah in a physical reality.
Physical reality.
I think it's both. Not both, but you can't take something physical and make it metaphysical. It's everything is different. I don't want to open a can of worms. There's different realms, and there's alam al-dhar, there's so many different avenues to it. If we limit something to one realm, then we're failing to understand the full scope of that light.
So in the Dua Joshin Kabir, Allah says that God is Nur al-Nur, Khaliq al-Nur, Muqaddir al-Nur, Raziq al-Nur, I don't know, Munawwir al-Nur, and Mudabbir al-Nur, and Nur al-Nur. So what is this referring to? Physical reality or metaphysical, or?
It's referring to both.
More nur will come, inshallah. Inshallah tomorrow morning. You've answered. You finished the answer.
Okay, okay. But then people's dinner.
Yeah, no, I'm not eating dinner. After this, I'm going to take a nap.
Okay. Oh, so they're taking dinner themselves.
Yeah, the dinner is gonna be here. So once we finish, we're gonna serve. 7:30 this. We're going to that.
I'm having this thing. How do I put this one on?
Until the time. Oh, you don't know, but you're a public speaker, man.
I don't use microphone.
Oh, you've never spoken here. Okay,
No, I'm doing okay.
Solid. Oh, mashallah. So make your teacher proud, bro.
This one?
Mahdi,
Yeah.
make your teacher proud.
Will do.
Inshallah. Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على خاتم النبيين محمد المصطفى أبو القاسم محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. The verse I've been given, Surah 14, Surah Ibrahim, Ayah 24. And then Allah talks about, and should I read the translation? Okay. I'll just find it quickly. صلوات على محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Surah 14, Ayah 24. Allah says that have you not considered how Allah sets forth a parable of good word, being like a good tree, whose root is firm and whose branches are in the sky. And so my personal understanding is that there's three things to be understood first. First thing would be what is meant by good word. When Allah says that the parable, He sets forth a parable of good word, what is this good word that Allah is referring to? Second thing is that He compares it to the good tree. And then the third thing are then the attributes of the tree, how Allah describes the roots that are firm and the branches that reach the sky or the heavens. And so amongst the many different tafseers that I read through, my understanding of what this good word is, what the good word would be in this scenario would be righteous speech. In other words, you could label it as the shahada, you could label it as, Allah's kitabullah, you could label it as righteous speech in general. And so when Allah compares this righteous speech to the tree, then He gives us attributes of the tree, right? And so this analogy that Allah has given us of a tree, He says that the roots are firm. And in a tree, if you look at it, the roots need to be firm so that the tree is stable, in the sense that if you have a tree outside, the roots need, for it to stay intact, its roots need to be firm. It needs to be grounded. It needs to have that stability to it, so that it can resist the rain, the wind, etc. And then it says that the branches are tall, in the sense that the tree is beautiful. It's nice to look at. It has a magnitude towards it. It has a weight to it. That its branches are tall. And so when we apply this into our lives, for example, Allah says that we should have a righteous speech, and it's like the tree, and its roots are firm. When we apply this righteous speech to ourselves, that we should have righteous speech, then we also need to have firm roots. What is meant by this? When we say firm roots, of course, we talked about stability. But when we apply this to ourselves, it talks about the strong faith in our heart. That every mu'min, every believer, he has that yaqeen in his heart. He has that iman in his heart. He has that piety in his heart. That he understands Allah, he understands His Prophet, and he understands the Imams. And so when Allah talks about the roots, it reminds me of the usul-e-din, of the roots of my religion. For there's Tawheed, the Dalat, Nubuwwat, Imam, and Qiyamah. And so when I look at a mu'min and when I look at someone else, I need to be able to distinguish that who has firm roots and who doesn't. And so if we, for example, take a look at an atheist, an agnostic, for example, someone who believes in God, but he believes in a higher power, but he doesn't understand who this higher power is. He doesn't have understanding of Tawheed. Neither does he acknowledge Qiyamah. This person lives his entire life, and whatever actions he does, he says, there's no God to punish me for them. That there's no afterlife for me to be held accountable. That when I die, everything goes blank, it goes black. And so this atheist, this agnostic, this disbeliever, he lives his entire life without those roots. And when he doesn't believe in Tawheed, and when he doesn't believe in Qiyamah, he lives his entire life where he gives himself where he puts his desires over anyone else's, where he is his own priority. And in the sense that whatever he wants, he makes it his mission to achieve. And he lives a life of sin where he keeps pleasuring himself. Why? Because his roots are not firm. Because he has not grounded himself. Because he does not have that faith in his heart. And so when we look at the mu'min is he who recognizes Tawheed. The mu'min is he who recognizes Nabuwat, recognizes Imamat, recognizes Qiyamah. For he lives his entire life. And Imam Ja'far al-Sadiq, he stresses that this ayah is also a reminder to the hereafter. And in the sense that we should be prioritizing our hereafter. And there's many different hadiths from the Ahlul Bayt that talk about one hadith that comes to mind, that we should live our life as though we will live forever. But we should live for the hereafter as though we die tomorrow. In the sense that our actions should be in such a way where we live forever, where we have a plan set out for this dunya. But as soon as the issue comes to akhirah, we act as though we're going to die tomorrow. Why? Because Ahlul Bayt is trying to stress the importance of this hereafter, about our action on this world and how they relate to the hereafter. And so when we see these firm roots, we see the strong faith of a mu'min in their hearts. We see their acceptance of Tawheed, their recognition of Tawheed. We see how they really always in their mind, they're thinking about Qiyamah, they're thinking about the afterlife, how one day they'll have to stand in front of their Lord and be accountable for every single action they've ever committed. Next attribute is the branches that reach the sky. And to my understanding, I see these as the furu'ad-din, those things that make a mu'min beautiful. For Amir al-Mu'mineen, the best example for us to take, he died in his salat. Why? Because he wanted to stress the importance of salat. His salat was his beauty. And if we can't wake up for Fajr, we don't understand the importance of salat, neither do we understand who Amir al-Mu'mineen was. For these high branches that reach the heavens, they truly stress how important it is for us to maintain our furu'ad-din, for us to really, because they are beautification for ourselves. They are what make us beautiful. They are what Allah looks in us. That do we pay our salat on time? Do we give our zakat? Do we pay our khums? That jihad. Zainab alayhi peace be upon her, she says in Karbala, Ma ra'aytu illa jamila, that I saw nothing but beauty. Whatever she saw in Karbala, whatever she saw in Sham-e-Ghariba, she puts that to the side. She says, I saw nothing but beauty. This was jihad in herself. That no matter how much anger she felt, that no matter how much pain she went through, she still recognized how this was all a test from Allah. And she recognized how she had to do jihad within herself, how she had to fight her nafs. And so the Ahlul Bayt are truly the best examples we can take in our lives. For they are the best of trees we can find, with the firmest of roots and with the highest of branches. And okay. That's really it, to be honest. I think I've gotten my point across, and if there's any questions, please.
Thank you. So we have 3 minutes to go. The question I have for you, you mentioned earlier on from many different tafsirs. What are those? Give me examples.
Honestly, I'll tell you examples I don't remember off the top of my head. Neither have I written them down, and that's my fault. But I feel like the tafsirs aren't the thing that I'm not that type of person who lists every single source I find. Because what I see as important is when I'm having a conversation, when I try to talk to someone, I want them to understand the meaning. Because I find it, personally, I find it no benefit if I talk to someone, they know all of the 10 sources that I listed, but they don't understand the message behind what I'm saying.
So what if you give them also without the sources and they don't understand? So each time you need to give people the benefit of doubt. But aside that, every speaker, before you go and sit there, either on member or on pulpit, whether you give reference or not, be ready with your reference, because one of the 1,000 sitting next to you will come and ask you.
Understood. Thank you.
It's great. It's of great importance. Yes, true. All of us, we see this said. So many Mufassirin said. But I must be ready as soon as I'm out or down member. Somebody will come. I cannot tell him, I don't know. It means I've just copied from somebody and I'm just giving. So that's very important. But definitely you are a great public speaker, but this is crucial. And you can become a good khadim of Ahlul Bayt. The last question I have on this, and then Sheikh can ask you a few, and then we go forward, is that what are the similarities between kalimatun tayyiba and shajaratun tayyiba.
Okay. And the English translations would be, sorry?
Yeah, so the ayah, the verse in question. Read the verse.
Okay. Sorry. ألم تر كيف ضرب الله مثلا
كلمة طيبة كشجرة طيبة.
Okay. Right.
Do you have any similarities between these two? كلمة طيبة and شجرة طيبة.
Okay. So the similarity between the good word and good tree. Okay.
Just one or two because time. We're gonna do more.
Yeah.
In the
Okay.
second
Understood.
verse,
Okay. So the way I see it is that when Allah talks about parable of a good word, He's trying to make it into more relatable by giving us an analogy. So when He gives us a tree, for example, trees are something we see everywhere. And so Allah's trying to make it more relatable to us. And the message that He's trying to send through, He's trying to make it reach easier to us. And so when He talks about the good word, sometimes we might not understand because it's not an animate object. Of course, it's not something we can hold. But a tree, we physically can imagine it. We can visualize it. And so it helps us. So I feel like when Allah does reference a good tree and the good word together, He's trying to put it in a format where we can understand better, if that makes it more clear.
Yeah, inshallah, alhamdulillah. Sheikh, do you have anything here on this verse before we go to the second verse? Then
you said the kalima tayyiba is kalima shahada.
And one of the tafsirs I read, yes.
Sorry?
And it's one of the articles of one of the tafsirs I read, yes, that's what they cited.
Yes. So how do you justify, and then you said that an agnostic lives his life without God and he just follows his desires. But if you talk to the modern atheist or agnostic, he may say that the scientific proofs don't convince him about there being God in existence. So he's got, and you said that kalima tayyiba, this person will have firm roots and he'll have yaqeen. This atheist also has yaqeen, but the yaqeen that there is no God. Whereas you're saying kalima tayyiba is yaqeen in that there is a God, and that this is usul-e-din, and this is firm in the heart. For that atheist, his usul-e-din is that there is no God, and that's firm in his heart. His roots are there. And you're saying that the branches and the shoots are high and many, and like you gave the example of Amir al-Mu'minin alayhi salam. For this atheist, his branches are also high, in that he, because doesn't believe in God, because there's no evidence to convince him, he's got his branches all over, spreading his lack of belief in God. So question is, what is it that makes the kalima of shahada the kalima tayyiba, which then is the shajara tayyiba? Because even the atheist has some sort of usul-e-din and furu-e-din and...
Right. Okay.
Is my question clear?
Somewhat. If you could just repeat it one more time.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll deduct the timing, isn't it?
So my basic question is this. How is kalima shahada kalima tayyiba?
Okay.
As far as the roots and the shoots are concerned. And the atheist also has his own kalima.
Right. Of course, atheist can have whatever he has. Whatever yaqeen he has in his heart, that's not I take my science from my imams. Now, whatever science he can believe in, he can have. As far as the atheist is concerned, whatever is in his heart, it's not of concern to me. But even if I do try and convince an atheist, or if he has some sort of yaqeen that's incorrect, what makes the shahada special is, first of all, it defines you as a Muslim. In the sense that you become Muslim, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, that you're Muslim. And you never truly achieve that status of being a mu'min until you truly understand the shahada, until you truly understand what you're saying. And so when we say good word, and when I sit in front of you and say shahadat, what I mean is that shahadat it's a special thing, because it's your declaration of faith, as we say in English. But when you declare something, you give your soul towards it, in the sense that you sacrifice all you have towards it. And so when we say that there's no God but Allah, and when we say that there's no that the messenger of Allah is prophet, and when we say that you know, Imam Ali is the wali, etc., etc. When we truly understand this, we sell our souls to them. That we prioritize their desires over our own. That we give them ownership of us. And so when I tell you that it's the good word.
The atheist will also give his soul to spread atheism. The way that you are ready to give your soul to spread your shahada.
Right.
So question is, what is it that makes the kalima tayyiba as the shajara tayyiba, as the kalima shahada should be? I don't know if you are getting my question correctly, unless I'm not able to ask it.
I mean, of course, I'm on the spot right now, so I'm just trying to gather thoughts.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so inshallah we go to the second ayah.
No problem.
Which is the ayah of Nur, isn't it?
Ayah of Nur, actually, yeah. So
Yeah,
hopefully,
so
third time's the charm.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Allah Nur as-samawat wal ard.
Okay. Hopefully I can give a different perspective.
I would love to hear that.
Okay. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. So you have 10 minutes to present and then we'll
and 15 minutes questions.
Yeah, a few questions.
No I'll just find the exact translation.
No problem.
Ayah 35. Okay. Allahu nur as-samawati wal ard. That Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. A likeness of His light is as a niche in which is a lamp. The lamp is in a glass. The glass is as it were a brightly shining star, lit from a blessed olive tree, neither eastern nor western. The oil whereof almost gives light, though fire touch it not. Light upon lights. Allah guides to His lights whom He pleases, and Allah sets forth parables for men, and Allah is the cognizant of all things. My personal understanding of the first statement, if you look at it section by section, when Allah says Allahu nur as-samawati wal ard, that Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. What is meant by this light? Because of course Allah is not a physical thing. We can't limit Him to light, because Allah is that light which gives light to light. So of course we can't call Him light. So what is this light that is what does Allah mean by this in a sense? And so my understanding of when Allah says that He is the light is that it's His divine guidance that's the light. That His guidance towards mankind, this is the light that illuminates the heavens and the earth. That the manifestation of this light is the Ahlul Bayt in itself. In the sense that Ahlul Bayt, of course we know that Prophet Amir al-Mu'mineen, Ahlul Bayt came from Nur. That first of creation was the Nur of Ahlul Bayt. This was the manifestation of this ayah. In the sense that when Allah says He is the light of the heavens and earth, He means that His light He manifested through Ahlul Bayt, to illuminate His entire universe, all of His creation. And so when in Quran it says that it uses the word mishkat, right, meaning a niche, meaning somewhere pleasurable to be a suitable place. And so from the tafseers that I read, once again I apologize for not citing sources, but one of the understanding of mishkat was that this is the Prophet's heart. For the best place to send that light, this divine guidance in the entire universe and all of creation was the heart of Rasulullah in itself. And so this mishkat, the best place, this niche, the best place for this divine light to be sent would be the Prophet's heart. Then it says what? Then it says that in this niche there's a lamp. Misbah in Arabic is called. And so this misbah, it said that this is Bibi Fatima Zahra, salamullahi alayha. And so this lamp is such that it guides you where to go. That in the darkness, you see the lamp, you're attracted towards it. This is the divine guidance. This is that lamp that Sayyidatun Nisa al-Alameen, she is that lamp that you are naturally attracted by. But the lamp, of course, the flame inside the lamp needs to be protected, which is then the glass, which is where the glass comes in. Right? Or zujaj, in Quran calls it. This zujaj I read to be Amir al-Mu'mineen, Imam Ali alayhi salam. And then I noticed something quite interesting, that there's an interdependency between these two. In the sense that, of course, we hear hadiths that say that if Amir al-Mu'mineen did not exist, or if Sayyidah Fatima did not exist, then there would be no partner for the other. And they're equal in status. And so in this ayah, from my understanding at least, I see an interdependency. That if Bibi Fatima is the fire, is the lamp, then one gust of wind and the lamp is, extinguished. And so it needs this protection of glass. But then there's also dependency on the fire, in the sense that if the glass is there, then no light escapes. There's no source of light. And so that's where Bibi Fatima comes into play. And so both of them have a sort of dependency on each other, right? And of course, there's mentioning of the olive tree. When it talks about the olive tree, of course, previous people have said before me that this is the greatest tree. The oil is the greatest oil. And of course, it's been said before, I don't want to waste your time, I don't want to repeat, but of course it's been said before that it's neither east or west, that is universal, that this divine guidance that we are shown to Ahlul Bayt, and this divine guidance for everyone, that there's no for X, for Y, etc., etc., that is for everyone universally. Neither is it east, neither is it west, neither is it only for Arabs, neither is it only for this type of people, etc., etc. And so when Allah says Nur ala Nur, that light upon light, that we see now there's multiple layers of light, that the guidance at the base level guidance, and then there's another layer, another layer, another layer, another layer. And there's multiple layers of guidance, there's multiple understandings, in the sense that Ahlul Bayt has multiple layers to them, that this divine guidance is not just surface level you understand, it goes a lot deeper. And so there's an unmatched purity, in a sense, that this divine guidance, that this lamp, this misbah, this mishkat, this zujad, when you put it all together, and when you see it all, there's unmatched purity. And of course Allah says that إِنَّمَا يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ لِيُذْهِبَ عَنْكُمُ الرِّجْسَ أَهْلَ الْبَيْتِ وَيُطَهِّرَكُمْ تَطْهِيرًا اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد. We say that Allah has purified them in such a way that they purified the pure, in the sense that they are the most pure. There's nothing else as pure as them. And so when Allah talks about that He is the Nur in the heavens and the earth, that this is His manifest, that Ahlul Bayt is the manifestation of this light. And honestly, I don't think I did justice of this tafsir, but if you have any questions that allow me to explain it further.
No problem. Thank you so much. Is Allah a Nur or not?
Sorry?
Allah.
Allah, yeah.
Is He Nur or not?
Allah cannot be limited.
Oh, is there? Is Allah a Nur or not?
No, you cannot define Allah's Nur. Allah doesn't have a definition to Him.
Is He Nur or not?
No.
It's not?
He's not Nur.
Not at all?
Whatever label you give me, I'll have to say no. Because I can't even say that. Allah is limitless. You give Him a word, you ask me, is He something, then you put a limit to that word.
Allah is not Nur, yeah?
No.
Okay, now, question. Why the ayah saying Allah is Nuru Samawati wal Ard? Look at the ayah, just pay attention to the ayah. The light, read the translation.
Yeah, Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth.
Okay, is Allah light or not?
No.
So what's the meaning of that?
What I understand from this ayah, that it distinguishes between two types of people. The first type, they read it, they say Allah's light and they go home. The second type of people, they investigate further. And so when I investigate further, when I see that Allah says that He is light, that He, how to put it in words, I can't do justice towards it.
Yeah, do whatever you can, no worries.
But this light that Allah refers to, when He says Allah is light, then He's saying that He is what brings forth light. That He is...
Stop there first.
Right.
Allahu nuru samawati wal ard. So if you're telling me Allah is not light, what is the meaning of this ayah?
Right.
Because the ayah simply translates, He is the light of the heaven and the earth. He is the light of the heaven on the earth. I'm not saying you are wrong or right. So how do you explain this? And then if you go to Devotional Kabir, Ya Nur and Nur. How do you explain?
Fair enough.
You understand the question?
I understand the question, yeah. I understand it quite clear, thank you. Honestly, I don't think I could give an answer that does justice to the question, that gives a proper answer. So just say
whatever you can say.
I feel like that when Allah talks about this light, and when He says that this is that He is the light, that He is talking about that the Ahlul Bayt is this light.
We'll come there.
Right.
Okay, so this is something maybe you need to look into.
Right, will do. Thank you.
Allah is definitely the light of all the lights. But obviously, you need to discuss it, look at it in the lens of the Quran and the traditions of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam. He is the light, he is the source of the light. There is no light like Allah tabaraka wa ta'ala. Now, you mentioned Ahlul Bayt are the manifestations of
this light.
The manifestations
of divine guidance, of this light,
of the light, or the guidance, or what?
The light is the guidance. Light is divine guidance. When Allah says that He is the light of the heaven, that this light is divine guidance.
So what's the meaning of manifestations? Explain to me, what is manifestation?
As in, this universe is the manifestation of the names of Allah.
What is manifestation?
Manifestation is when you manifest something, of course, you bring it forth.
So what's the meaning of manifestation?
That you expand it.
Yeah, I got you. But what's the meaning of manifestation?
Honestly, I don't know what you're looking for.
No, I'm looking for the meaning of manifestation. Because it's like I say, light is everywhere. So I should be able to explain to people what do I mean by light, innit?
Right.
Same way you are saying, Ahlul Bayt are the manifestations of that guidance, that light. Cool. What's the meaning of manifestation? You speak Urdu. In Urdu, what is manifestation?
I've forgotten, honestly.
Yeah. Zara, maybe you can help in Urdu. Or maybe Sheikh. Sheikh is in Urdu. Tajalli. Tajalliyat meganeche. Maybe Tajalliyat. You know the meaning of Tajalliyat? Zuhur. Mazahar. Mazahar Ilahi.
Right.
So what is manifestation?
Manifestation is that which you go from point A to point B.
Okay.
But point A might be more subtle, point B is more visible.
So if I say to you, because we don't have much time, if I say to you, Brother Mahdi, these are your manifestations. What am I talking about?
These are my creations in a sense.
Ahsantum. So when you say these are Allah's manifestations, meaning what?
It's His creation.
Give me an example of His manifestations.
Everything around you, no?
Everything.
Everything.
So that's important. Last question. Then Sheikh can ask you the rest. What have you learned from this verse?
What I learned from this verse of these tafseers.
From this verse.
Okay, from this verse,
you use tafsir as tool to be able to equip yourself.
So my personal understanding.
Verse, you came for the competition. What
I
have you learned
correct.
out of this verse?
What I learned is that Ahlul Bayt, no matter where you go, they're always going to guide you. My understanding of this verse, what I understand from it is that Allah is the originator, but He gives us tools in order for us to see.
Where from the verse is saying that?
That when He says that the olive tree is neither east or west, I see that it's for everyone, that He is the originator, that He centers His divine guidance in such a way where everything goes back to it, where it's in the middle, it's in the center, where at any point you can be, you can still come back to it, and there's not a bias on which side you can be in. In the sense that Allah, you go back to Allah, and everything goes back to Allah, and everything stems back to Allah. And that what I learned from this verse is that...
I think you've answered.
Okay.
It's okay, Sheikh, because of time.
No problem.
Hassan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So in your reading of the different tafsirs, you came to the conclusion that the Mishkat is referring to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Zujaja to Amirul Mu'mineen, the Misbah to Bi Fatima salamullah alayhim ajma'in. What is the Shajara Mubaraka Zaytuna referring to?
When we talk about the blessed olive tree, right, and when we talk about neither east or west, let's talk about how this divine guidance is that.
No, the connection in this ayah of the olive tree is to which of the three? Is it to the Mishkat? Is it to the Zujaja? Is it to the Misbah?
All of them.
No, read the ayah carefully.
Right. The glass, as it were, a brightly shining star, lit from a blessed olive tree.
What is lit from the olive tree?
The lamp.
The lamp. And you said the lamp is the
Fatima to the
Holy Lady. So what is this shajara mubaraka zaytuna which is lighting the lamp, which is being protected by the zujaja, Amirul Mu'mineen, which is with the mishkat of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
The reality of Sayyidah.
Sorry?
The reality of...
Okay, so the reality is the shajara mubaraka zaytuna. And what is this shajara mubaraka zaytuna, which is the reality of the Holy Lady?
I mean, there's one hadith that comes to mind, right, where Allah says that, he's in dialogue with the Prophet, and he says that, "Oh Prophet, was it not for you, I would have not created." And then he says that, was it not for Ali, I would not have created you. And was it not for Fatima that I would not have created either of you. Now that's not to say that they stated that there's a hierarchy, no. Of course, Prophet comes on top and Imam and Sayyidah are equal. But Prophet and Imam are both layers of protection of Sayyidah, of her true reality. The way I see it is that her reality is so powerful that it needs the likes of Prophet and Imam to protect it, to cover it, to make sure that the people are able to digest it. And in the sense that if Prophet and Imam would not have been created, then they were created as a result of Bibi Fatima's reality. In the sense that they came into being for the sole purpose of protecting this reality. So this reality, when Allah tries to explain it to us in the sense of this olive tree, and that it's for everyone, the way I see it is Allah is telling us that come back to this reality and come back to it in a way. Honestly, I don't think my words do it justice to the true meaning of it. But
so this reality, the olive tree, God describes it as la sharqiyya, la gharbiyya, and you're saying that means that everybody has to come to this tree. This is what you're interpreting at.
My interpretation, yes, that everything at one point will come back to that point.
But then it's described that the oil is so bright, it shines even without the fire.
Exactly.
So what is this referring to? Everybody should come to this.
Right.
What is this self-shining without even lighting? يَكَادُ زَيْتُهَا يُضِيءُ وَلَوْ لَمْ تَمْسَسْهُ نَارٌ. What is this referring to?
Almost it gives light, though fire touches it not. Light upon light.
Which fire is this? What is this self-shining aspect of the reality of the Bi Fatima? Because you're saying this is referring to Bi Fatima Salamullah alayha.
My understanding, I would have to say, is Insan Kamil, that the perfect human being. In the sense that it's such a pure creation that it shines without needing a fire to it. In the sense that what made Adam, what differentiated Adam, the bunch of clay, to Adam is what is that? Insan Kamil, is that Ruhullah blown into Adam. And so when I read this ayah, the first thing that comes to mind would be this concept of Insan Kamil, would be that the Ruhullah blown into Adam, that first perfect being that passed through from Adam to his sons, through the lineage of the Prophet, to the 12 Imams.
So the Insan Kamil is the Mishkat, or the Zujaja, or the Misbah, or the Shajara Zaytuna, or the Zayt. There are 5 entities being described here.
Right.
What's the relationship? Beyond the 3, you haven't been able to clarify for me what is this, the 4th and the 5th?
Honestly, my knowledge doesn't reach that far.
Okay.
If I'm totally honest.
And Nur ala Nur, how do you understand that?
And there's multiple layers of guidance, in the sense that there's multiple veils between us and Allah. That when Allah says Nur ala Nur, that each one of the layers, in the sense that the same way that we say that there's hijab between us and Allah, and that our goal is to remove those veils, in the same way when Allah said that there's multiple layers of guidance, Nur ala Nur, there's multiple steps that we have to take. There's multiple different approaches and multiple different steps to take towards Him.
So are you talking about the multiple Noors, meaning that we have to believe in Fatima and Imam Ali and the Holy Prophet, or you're referring to something else?
I'm referring to not knowing them, knowing their state, understanding their status. But at the base level, you can understand. At the base level, you can understand that they're spiritual teachers. Second level, you can understand that they're infallible. Third level, you can understand that they were the first of creation, etc. So there's multiple layers of guidance, there's multiple layers towards it, and it goes more in depth, in the sense that there's a lot more than the eye sees. That means the eye. That's all I can put into words.
Okay. Ahsan,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, because time and people are great potential.
Yeah, so you want us to continue?
For the first time, I wasn't going to stop you with this.
No. So if there is more time, we continue.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
2 minutes, okay, 2 minutes.
5 minutes.
Oh, okay, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Maximum, 5 minutes. Okay, I guess what did already be farmer.
So the ayah then.
You are not out.
Sorry, there's still time.
Yes, there's time.
So the ayah continues by saying, يَضْرِبُ اللَّهُ الْأَمْثَالَ لِلنَّاسِ. What is this trying to say?
Allah says false parables for men. These parables are, of course, ways for us to recognize Him, in the sense that no matter, there's multiple stories in the Quran, all of these, they have a moral behind them. They have a lesson to learn behind them. And when He puts these parables, it's as a mercy towards us. That when we say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, that when we talk about this mercy of Allah, that this is the mercy, that He gives us these parables and He gives us opportunities to get closer to Him. And that He allows us to take steps towards Him, because of course we know that we take one step towards Allah, He takes 10 steps back towards us. And so when He puts these stories into Quran for mankind, is to build a bridge between us and Allah, is to try get Allah, achieve that proximity between us and Allah.
How many parables are you aware of in the Quran which are going to give us mercy?
I'm saying that these parables in themselves, they are mercy. I'm not saying their morals can be whatever, but they are mercies themselves.
Agreed. So I just want to know, in your understanding of the Quran, how many parables are there, roughly?
Honestly, I have no idea. Truly, no idea.
Classic.
So God sets the parables for people, and you're saying that is for the sake of mercy.
I'm saying it's a sign of His mercy. I'm saying the reason He says parables is to achieve that proximity, is for us to take something good out of it.
But the ayah doesn't say that.
The ayah doesn't say any of the whatever I've just said for the past 15 minutes.
So that's the big question we have about you, that you seem to be claiming things which are not there in the ayah. So the last phrase of the ayah.
Allahu bi kulli shay'in alim. That Allah's cognizant, that He knows of all things.
So what's the relationship between God being the Nur, and then the parable of His Nur, the Mishkat, the Zujaja, the Misbah, the Sharqiyya, la Gharbiyya, the Shajara Zaytuna, all of this, and then towards the end, Allah doesn't say, Wallahu bi kulli shay'in rahim, as you are trying to imply, that this...
I wasn't implying it. If you took that as an implication, fine. But all I was saying...
So no, I want the connection. The ayah is ending by saying, God is all-knowing. How is this connected to the message of this ayah?
Okay. How is the fact that Allah is all-knowing connecting to the rest of the ayah?
It's not fair. She's favoring you. Give him time to reflect and respond.
Allah is knowing of all things. I don't want to leave here without a reply, so I'll try to do the best I can. When Allah says that He's all-knowing, that He knows about us more than we do about ourselves.
Good.
Right? That He knows from the start of, He created time, of course. So He knows from the start of time till the end of time. He knew even before time became a thing. So when Allah says that He is all-knowing, when Allah says that He knows of everything, right? He's trying to, in my eyes, how I see it is that He's proving His place at the top.
Can I give you a clue because we're reaching
Bismillah.
the end of time? But we're going to deduct a mark for that.
Okay.
The ayah says God guides to His nur whosoever He wants.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
How does He know who should be guided in what way and how and why and to what degree?
Okay. So when Allah does give guidance to some people over the other, right? He guides some people because they are worthy of guidance, in the sense that there's many people who live their life of sin and who prioritize their desires over Allah's, but Allah still proves His rahmah and He still guides them anyways.
So now, do you understand the connection?
Somewhat, yeah, a bit better.
Sorry?
A bit better.
Alhamdulillah. Awesome.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Salawat. Come, Mahdi, take this. It's a gift from the organizers to you, because you are a participant, isn't it? It's a Quran journal for you, from the organizers. Well done. Well done. Thank you, man. Wish you all the best, man.
Have we finished all or there's still remaining?
No, done.
Alhamdulillah.